All right, family, peace and black power. You know what I mean? You already know what it is. It's your boy Psychopath. And it's another after party. You know what I mean? For the 2026 debate season playoffs. We just had our second semifinal debate, and that debate was against it was Taz versus Fontaine, and the debate topic was, should black people have fought for the British during the Revolutionary War, right? And congratulations to Fontaine. Fontaine came away with the dub, and he's moving on to the championship. And it'll be Fontaine versus Nyame for the title of the 2026 debate season. That debate should be going down on the 26th of this month. So be on the lookout for that, family. And yeah, it was a very interesting debate. Topic I'm personally, invested in a little bit. History. These history debates always be like locked in and everything else. And very interesting topic. I'm glad they chose this topic, me personally, because it's just refreshing to hear a different angle and everything else and perspectives on this. Um, it was a lot of things, a lot of good points that was laid out on both sides. Um, I let's see. All right, I'll give my break, my little skinny, and then I'll bring the judges up in 1 second. Let's see. Both of them, to me, had solid openings. They both got their chance to lay out what it is they goals was for the day. Gave the skinny and everything else. I was really interested for them to get to the premise because I know they had 15 minutes on this premise, and I know it was a lot to talk about. To see Taz came in. Taz had a solid premise. Touched on a lot of things I would have myself touched on if I was, sitting in his seat. Um, I The one thing I felt like Taz could have done in this part was not hyper focused on Nova Scotia, because it was more than just Nova Scotia. He did touch on Sierra Leone, um, but I felt like he kind of leaned in a little bit with the Nova Scotia, which isn't bad, but I felt like he kind of put himself in a box when he did that. And and you kind of tell later on in the debate, because Fontaine was holding him strictly to just Nova Scotia, and I think that's because of the way Taz laid out his argument. Um, but Fontaine came back. He had a solid premise. He mentioned a couple of things in his premise, though, and I was wondering if Taz caught some of that. And because one thing, Taz caught most of it except for one thing. There was one thing Taz did miss out on. Fontaine was harping on the fact that, and it's true, that the British was, it was contingent. The slaves' freedom was contingent on the slaves joining the military, right? And that's true, right? My I was wondering if Taz is going to remind them what the debate title actually was, though, right? Because the debate title was talking about blacks that was in the military, right? It's kind of like, which side should they fight for if they're in the military? So I obviously, so it's kind of like, like, yeah, that's kind of what the debate's about. Like, what, should they join this military or that military? But I think Taz kind of let that part go, but he did address some of the other stuff in his rebuttal, because we get to Taz rebuttal. I thought Taz rebuttal was the best round of the debate, because Taz cooked in that rebuttal, right? He pushed back against a lot of the things that I thought he should address within that Fontaine's premise and everything else. And he did an excellent job counter arguing a lot of his points in his rebuttal. I thought it was the best round of the debate myself. And then Fontaine came back with his rebuttal, and he actually didn't do a bad job in his either. It was a very close debate, right? Like it was counterpunching each other all night long. And then we get to the rapid fire. I thought they both had solid rapid fires, and they both had good closings. I didn't feel I went in this into the when the judges was making their decisions. I wasn't sure which way they was going to go. I didn't know, like, because I would have had a hard time judging this debate myself. But let's see, let's bring up the judges while we got them here. Let's see, we got Brendan and Mo here. What's going on? How y'all?
Hey, Psycho. What's up, Brendan? Piece of chat, pieces, waiters.
All right. Hey, can you hear me? My mic is a bit low in my ear, but can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yes.
you. I hear you.
Perfect. But I tell you what, it was indeed a very tough debate to judge. What are your thoughts, Mo? Did you have such a difficult time as I did? Because I tell you what, this thing was neck and neck the entire time.
Each as Psycho so eloquently put it, each round they their framework was good. They opened well. Their premise was straightforward to the point. It was clear to understand. You knew where they were going with it. But each round they were very clear. But what I had them tied, and I had to make a decision, and what it was like a Psycho said, with Taz stayed on the Nova Scotia, and in the rapid fire when Fye was like, well, if that was so great, the number of people that actually was going, but the number that actually landed in Nova Scotia, would you really say that's a success? And then the other point was Fye, I thought Taz had more of a moral argument. I thought Fye had more of a political argument in the long term. And when Taz had pointed out to Fye that that blacks were still fighting, that document is not for you, and Fye came back and said, well, it doesn't say it was for the white people exclusively, even though it may have been how they've demonstrated it. And so I was just like, but then when Taz came in and he was like, yeah, and then they had to still come back and do another war. And at first, I wasn't paying attention to my scoring. And at first I thought, I was like, woo, knockout, right? And then I was like, when I went back and scored, it was tied. So since I had those 2 points as a deciding factor for me, I went with Fye.
I'll tell you what, kind of going into this debate, especially with this particular topic, which I think it was a great topic, right? It's something that's very unique and something I had never really thought about, right? So in something like this, there's no real objectively correct answer in a debate like this, right? Which is similar for a lot of the debates that we have on this platform. So kind of going into this, right? It was, in my mind, judging who would win this debate, right? It would be the person that had the most persuasive case under the framework in which they presented, right? And who was able to actually defend that framework throughout the debate consistently, right? I was looking for, the historical accuracy of the arguments. I'm looking for the logical consistency of the pieces. And of course, right, the proper use of those sources. Kind of as an opposite to you, I believe that Fye had more of the moral argument, right? The whole idea that, the framework, the political framework of the U.S. that was based on the natural liberties, right? And all of these concepts of freedoms actually being used for the liberation of blacks in the future, right? He really leaned into that within his premise, right? For the premise round, but we'll get into the individual scorings of the round. But that was the strongest round that I had for Fye. I actually gave him a 10 in his premise. For Taz, one of the biggest things for him, and again, I totally agree with Psycho. I like the idea of the Nova Scotia argument and that particular angle, but it did lean a bit too heavily into that, and it bit him a bit in the rebuttal because Fye was able to kind of unravel that a bit, right? So he, when he started claiming, he was like, okay, well, once these free Black communities made it to Nova Scotia, they faced some of the same discriminatory, outcomes as people in the U.S. territories faced, right? And they also things like the unfair land distribution, right? Some of them didn't get land at all, right? The whole idea of the harsh climates, all those pieces, it kind of undermined his argument. So that's really where the distinction, that's where they actually had space between the two debaters for me. For Taz, I think his best round was his closing. He had an outstanding closing in terms of just saying and describing why he thought he met his burden of proof for the argument for his debate. And again, he hit on all of his points flawlessly in his closing, and I gave him a 10 for that. So in terms of how you judged it in total, what were your total scores? Mo?
48-40. It was 48-48, and then I had to go back and make a decision. And the point I gave it to Fye based on the rapid fire.
Okay, so you had Fye at 49?
9, and Taz at 48.
Okay. You had Taz at 48. Okay, for me, I had Taz at 44, and I had Fye at 45. So it's a 1-point spread for this debate for me.
Right, and there was one. Yep. And I had Taz opening. I had him at a 10, Fye opening at a 10, Taz premise at a 10, Fye's premise at a 10, Taz rebuttal at a 9, Fye rebuttal at a 10, Taz rapid fire at a 9, Fye rapid fire at a 9, Fye close at a 9, and Taz close at a 10.
Okay. All right, for me, I had Taz's opening at an 8. I had Fye's opening at a 9. Taz premise at a 9. Fye's premise at a 10. I had Taz's rebuttal at 9. Fye's rebuttal at 9. I had Taz's rapid fire at 8, as well as Fye's rapid fire at 8. And then, like I mentioned earlier, I had Taz's closing at a 10. And Fye's closing at a 9. So it looks like final scores for this. We had Taz at a 92 and Fye at a 94. So a 2-point spread for this entire debate. Yeah. I tell you what, is this Fye's third debate with Taz? I think it's his third or.
Yeah, I think so. I like how Fye in his presentation, how he did both sides, the Patriot and the British, and did the comparisons all the way through. I think it's in some of his opening, in his premise. I think a little in his rebuttal, and you could kind of see where the comparison and how it kind of splits. On the dwelling. So yeah, it was definitely one for the books.
Yeah, I'll tell you, kind of going into this and this early on, I knew it was going to be very, very tight by the time we ended the premise round. And I thought Taz was going to run away with it because providing the real world examples that he was doing, he was giving, the numbers of free Blacks that were that had actually that had escaped slavery under the fighting for the British side. I think it was the 30,000 of Blacks who had escaped and fallen on the side of the British. He kind of argued there. I thought from a historical perspective and the numbers perspective, he was going to run away with him. But again, Fye did a great job of putting together a solid argument and a solid premise, and standing his ground in the rapid fire as well, right? What are your thoughts on the rapid fire?
Wait, before you go there, but back to the 30,000 and only 3,500 making it
Yep.
Right? Did I get the number right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Right. See, that's
3,500.
right. So that's where I thought where I was leaning on that real world example. We still have presence today, the culture still intact. And then when Fye came back with, okay, that ain't no glory story. So you said that the whole 500,000 would have went.
It was
Go ahead.
it was smart. It was smart for Fye to lean on the North because he spent a lot of time talking about Philadelphia, and Philadelphia at that time was probably the most liberal state in the Union, right? So he kind of stayed there, but actually most black people were enslaved in the South. That's what most black people was, and in the 1700s, it was no underground railroad, right? They wanted to sneak all the way up to Canada or whatever. So the best way for those slaves in the South to get to Canada was to escape and seek refuge with the British Army, right? That was their best way to seek refuge. I'd rather go ahead and deal with whatever bullshit going on up in Nova Scotia than being on that plantation.
I'll tell you what, and that's the parallel between the two, right? So when Taz was kind of peeling back the whole idea that you had these blacks moving to Nova Scotia and forming these free communities at the same time in the U.S. territories, they were going through things like the 3/5 compromise, right? So it made it a very sort of tough. That was a very tough argument that Taz was putting forth. Because when you take a look, it's like, okay, well, you have these opportunities for freedom under the British and all that stuff, and then he was showing it as in parallel. How it was more detrimental on the U.S. side. That was a strong argument for him.
Yeah, like I said, they both. Yeah. I like the poise, and I like they both were calm. They presented very well. That heated back and forth the rapid fire though, that was fun. I was like, to hear the praise. I mean, they're both very thorough.
I tell you what impressed me for Taz and the rapid fire is that Fye was presenting Taz with a series of very targeted fact-based questions, and in fact, and Taz was responding very accurately with facts, right? So he knew his argument down cold, right? He knew the historical pieces, which I was like, okay, well, I think this rapid fire, Fye's rapid fire was starting to benefit Taz even more because it was making him look like he was very, very knowledgeable of the topic, if that kind of makes sense to you. So he did a great job. Well, both did a good job.
All right, so let me go ahead and get this link out here and give people a chance to come up and get their opinions. All right, pin this. But it's an interesting topic, though. Interesting topic.
Yeah.
Yep, certainly.
I'm glad Fye didn't say a whole bunch of, and you didn't prove this, and you didn't say that, and you have to prove it. He grew up a little bit on that.
and you had to do this.
Right, so I got some questions, right? So you said you scored at 48. How did it get to 49, 48? Where did the extra point come
from? Because they said you couldn't have a tie. So
right. So let me ask you a question. So why didn't he lose a point considering I didn't get his premise till today?
Oh, see, I didn't know that. That would be
right. This is motherfucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's
so I didn't get his premise till today. So technically, there's a point that should have been lost somewhere, and you're giving him an extra point. No, let's just be clear. He just got an extra point somewhere on a 48-48 tie. You said you scored him winning by 1. So if he didn't send his premise, we still have a fucking tie. Where does he get an extra point out of nowhere from? He didn't send his premise in until today. He should have lost the point. We should have a tie. Now explain to me where I'm wrong.
No, you would be right, but I didn't know that he didn't send in his premise. So then that's where, I guess my scores would be now a 48-47. But I don't think I had that knowledge. Let me see. That he lost, that you got the premise late.
Yeah, I got my premise today.
Yeah, that's the first I heard of that one. Okay.
Yeah, so
maybe
then we would each take a point off, right, Brenda? Off the overall scores. So then I would have a 48 and Taz would have on my end, Taz would have a 48 and Fye would have a 47.
So Psycho, in terms of the points for the premise or for the late premise, would that be 1 point from Fye's total? Is that
Total
correct?
overall total or the individuals? Yeah.
Yep. Our individual.
I would have to go over that with Angel because the regular season was a little bit different in the playoffs. I would have to go with that with Angel.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you have our total, right? So that's determined. We'll make sure that we score this correctly. Because I certainly don't want that to fall off the table if that's the case, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to talk to this Angel. See how we got to handle this.
Yeah, because if that is the case, I've got Taz and Fye dead even at a 44-44. If you take away 1 point for the premise from Fye's total, right? And then where would you be?
I would actually be 48-47.
Okay.
There go Angel.
No, we don't remove points for the premise and the playoffs. It's wins and losses. The points are just to keep you on track. We've talked about that. There have been other people that did not send their premise in through the playoffs, and they did not lose points. So we don't take points off in the playoffs. It's not based on points. It's
What?
based off of who. Yeah, it's always been that way. It's based off of who you believe won the debate. If the points come out a certain way and you're not sure which way to go, you can go with the points, but you don't have to in a wins and loss. It has always been that way. We
No
we
doubt.
never took
Yeah, no doubt.
points.
So what you're telling me is that he did not have to send me a premise for this debate, and I just take L because I didn't get a premise.
Yeah,
Man.
nobody has to send a
Congratulations,
premise.
Fye. Congratulations, my nigga. We good. I don't need to hear nothing else.
I'm going to still finish my answer. I mean, whether you want to hear it or not, I'm going to still finish
No, I
my
ain't trying to
answer.
stop you from finishing your answer. I just, I'm saying shit be switching up though. That's kind of
What
bullshit.
nothing
But
switched up. Nothing switched up. So just for everybody's knowledge, we always tried to figure out a way to nail down the premise. The debaters, as well as the judges and Psycho, came up with the 48-hour thing for the regular season. That's what we came up with. And it was points to be deducted. And then some people even said that didn't work. So we said we were going to regroup and maybe even change that for the next season. That was a collective thing. But at no point are you required to send it. The penalty was just that you would lose a point if you didn't send it in the regular season. The wins and losses are based on points only in the regular season. Everybody knows that that is not the case in the playoffs. It's wins and losses. Now, if that's something that
where
we
was
want to
that said
change,
at, Angel?
where's what
Where
said
was
at?
that
It's
said
based
at?
off of wins and losses. The
I
playoffs
understand.
have always been based off of wins and
But they
losses.
just did. I understand. I'm not contesting that because you just answered my question. When was it stated that you won't be losing a point for sending in a late premise? When was that presented as that won't be part of the playoffs? Because I made sure my premise was in on time. So I'm asking you a legitimate question. It's like you don't want to deal with them. I'm just asking, when was that stated to the debater? You're no longer losing a point.
Okay, I'm going to answer the question, but don't say that I don't want to deal with it because I don't run from questions. So we agreed that a point would be taken in the regular season. If it's not point based in the playoffs, You don't lose a point for sending it in late. If that's something that wants to change later, we can change it later. But what that would mean is we would have to go back to the other playoff debates that just took place. Some were a difference of a point. I can give examples later when I go back. People sent premises in, and Psycho can attest to this, at the last minute or none at all, and they did not lose points. That's just the way we've been doing it for the playoffs. If that's something that we want to change, we can do that. But it sounds like Mo believes 5-1. So I'm not really sure what else to say.
Right, and I mean, I'm not contesting that. I understand she believes 5-1, but in the point system that we've been using all season, she could feel he won, but still he would be 1 point short. I'm only asking, when did the rules change? I'll ask
But I'm telling you
again.
the rules
When
didn't change.
was
That's the
I,
difference.
as a debater, told that I don't have to turn in a premise anymore?
It's not that you don't have to turn in a premise. No, who said that you didn't have to turn in a premise? A
Well,
premise
that's
is
what you're
no, you
That's
just
what you're
don't lose
saying. I
the
didn't get a
point.
premise. I didn't get a premise till today, and there's not going to be a point deducted. Whereas I sent my premise in on time to make sure I don't get a point deducted
Okay,
because I'm following the rules that were not changed. When
okay,
did they change? Is all I'm at for the
I just
third
told you
time.
what the rules
When did
were,
they
Taz.
change?
If they didn't
But when
change,
did they change?
can I
When did we
speak?
change the
Can
playoff
I
rule?
speak? I have to jump down because I'm not going to do this
It's
tonight.
crazy,
Let me
man.
just say, the rules did not change. If everybody has an issue, we will go back to every debate in the playoffs and we will adjust. And when we do that, some people that were deemed winners will now have to forfeit their spot. We will have to rearrange. So let's do that. Everybody have a good night.
Yeah, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Getting mad at me doesn't change the fact I'm only challenging it because it wasn't stated to me as a debater. If that's the case, I didn't need to send in a premise. And so I'm only asking because that's how it's been. So I'm not asking nothing crazy. This is how the whole season been. So if there has not been a change for the playoffs, I mean, I'm only asking because I was not informed of the change. So it sounds like she upset because she didn't do her job. If you wanted it to change, then you should have changed it, Angel. Don't get mad at me. That's crazy.
Wait 1 second. For the record, we was doing this in the regular season, but when we was doing this in the regular season, it wasn't effective wins and losses, right? It wasn't like Domo losing a point against you with the MVP, and when he got the MVP, it didn't affect the win and loss, right? Like that affected the MVP voting because that was about the scores, right? Now in the playoffs, the scores don't matter. It's about the wins and losses, right? Like so, and you can't name me one time in the regular season where somebody caught an L because they set in their premise late. They just lost points for the
Right,
for the
but that's my only. But my question here is but losing points changes the debate. And I'm only asking, why is there not a point loss? Because if he loses a point, that changes the debate.
No, because you can have more points and still lose the debate in the playoffs and you got the playoffs. That's why I say,
right,
like,
but I wouldn't
matter in the playoffs.
It does. She just gave him a point. Points do matter.
Listen, Taz, we have seen people. Domo has done it a bunch of times. I think both Domo L's. He outscored the motherfucker who actually beat him. He outscored him, and he still caught an L.
Yeah, because the other person scored more points.
Right.
No. Excuse me, I said that wrong. He scored more points, but he lost 2 judges. That's not affected by him sending in his. That's not affected by him sending in his premise.
Because the point always got deducted after the.
Hold on.
Like the judges never took the points off. We took the points off after the fact, and that only affected the seeding. That's it. That's all it affected was the seeding.
No, that's how my debate with Honey was. I won my debate with Honey because she didn't send a premise.
points on decisions affect the wins and losses, not the points. Like the points do not like.
I won my debate with Honey by a point because she didn't send a premise, bro. What is going on, fam?
No,
this is crazy.
No, you didn't win a debate because Honey didn't send in a premise. That's not true.
She lost the point. Yes, that is true.
But that didn't affect the debate.
The score was 83-82. The score was 83-83, and she lost the point.
That affected her seeding, not the wins and losses. Again,
that's crazy, bro. Like, because I get what you're saying about, but the point that was lost for the debate. The point is lost for the debate, not just on seeding alone. Because I understand what you're saying, but the point is lost in like when they score 81. Now you score 80. You lost a point, and I'm saying you saying that was just for the regular season. I'm saying it was never stated to me that you ain't gonna lose that point. Don't send no premise. That's optional now. And like I'm not saying nothing crazy in that. It's like I'm being gaslit, bro. This is wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna. That's completely incorrect. Honey did not lose the debate because of the points. When we read the winner at the end, we say who won. Then after we say who won, we say now such and such is going to get this because they lost a point. So what that looks like is if it was and that math doesn't even make sense. You can't lose because of a point. That would mean that you both tied. So let's say that it was a 49-48, and the person that had the 49 did not send in a premise in time. The 49 still wins, but on paper for the average, it'll show as a 48-48. It'll show as a tie, but we announced the 49. I'm going to now read what is on the website for canceling debates and preparedness. It says debaters are required to email the host a pre-debate premise at least 48 hours before the debate. This is a brief summary of the stance you will be taking. List at least 3 sources. The premises will be shared after both are received. Failure to provide a premise within 48 hours will carry a penalty of 1 point deducted from your total score. And then it says in parentheses, this only affects the score, not the wins and losses. So in Mo's situation, she had a tie. She had you as a tie without even considering whether, and again, this doesn't apply to the playoffs, but let's say it was even the regular season. There was a tie. She has to make a decision who she feels won, a wins and loss. So when she picks her winner, then later on, we remove the point, which only affected the seeding, as Psycho just said. Now, I'm not, for the record, I am not upset. I match energy. You're saying things like I'm not doing my job and you're being gaslit and you weren't told this. We had multiple conversations with debaters. We didn't make this decision ourselves. And debaters even had the understanding. You were one that even said in the meeting we had, well, I really don't even have to send a premise. It's optional. And we agreed it is optional, but we shouldn't do that. We want to make sure the judges have a premise to look at, and we want to make sure the debaters have a premise. So we just gave it a 1 point penalty to encourage people. But that was for the purpose of seating where they were going to sit. It did not apply to the the postseason. It has never applied to the postseason. That's why we say it's wins and losses. We don't even have to do points for the postseason. This is a transparency step that we're trying to do, which is going above and beyond, which more than anybody else has ever done. We could literally just come up here and tell you who we think won. We don't have to give you the points, but we do that just so you'll know how you did in every round. So I hope that clears everything up.
Nah, I mean, that didn't actually clear anything up. I'm not even trying to like do that with you. Like, so my bad if, you know what I'm saying, if I said too much where I'm not trying to do it with you, but that doesn't clear anything up because the question I asked was, why weren't we notified then that no, you don't have to, because again, when the whole point of the premise in losing a point was that you be punished when you don't send in a premise. That's what I agreed to. So what you just laid out is an actual fact, but you got to understand, I'm standing on that going into the playoffs. Nothing has changed according to my understanding. Now you saying it was only for seeding, it's only for this, but it was losing a point. So you know what I'm saying? Like it's like you're changing the context of how the point is lost, which is fine. It's y'all shit.
No,
But
no, no,
yes.
Taz, no.
Damn,
Let, let me let,
finish what I'm
let, let
saying.
me let me say it's okay.
Go
Finish
ahead,
what you're
man.
saying. Finish what you're saying.
I mean, because it's just listen, man. I'm not just looking for somebody to lose a point. That's what it was. So now you telling me, nah, they wasn't losing a point for real. I don't get what you're saying. I'm sorry. It's just confusing because I've seen all season as if you don't send in your premise, the punishment for that person prepping for a debate without your premise, because you just said the judges want to see a premise. Well, if you want to see a fucking premise, mine was on time and his wasn't. You don't want to see one that motherfucking bad. I'm being
All right.
gaslit.
So two things. Let's even use your points method and say and let's put that in there. Mo had a tie. Would you agree that in the regular season, we announce a winner before we remove the point for not sending the premise? Or are you still confused about the fact that the winner is based off of losing that point first? Because it seems like that's the part you're confused about. If
Well, no,
somebody
now
is
I'm
1 point difference, we announce the winner first, and then the points only mattered on the chart for seeding, for averages. We have to make sure that you're clear on that first.
I get that's what you're saying today, but what I don't get now is you're telling me it's important to send in a premise for the judges, but then when the debate ends in a tie, the person she chooses sent a premise this afternoon.
The reason I'm saying
Again,
it's
the
important,
sending the premise don't matter.
the
And
reason I'm
again, like
saying,
I would just rather you say it. Like, just keep it real.
the reason I'm saying it's important. The reason I'm saying it's important for judges to see a premise is so that we can be versed in what the arguments are. If you choose not to do that, because it won't be it's not like everybody sends a premise. It's not like we don't go into debates without it. But these are not new conversations. We've been saying for clarity so everybody can know what's going on, send it in. But if you choose not to, it's not going to stop the debate. We're still going to make do and follow along and listen and judge it to the best of our ability without a premise. What I'm trying to say is this was a 48-48, right? If she still had to award it to someone, but awarding it to someone is not based on not sending in the premise, not sending in the
Right.
premise,
I
not
know.
sending in a did I say something wrong just now? What I said
No,
is
I mean
her picking a winner.
it goes against what you said earlier. It goes because if it
Psycho,
matters,
did I say something wrong just now? Because
no,
I'm starting to feel
why
like
you asking him? It's me that's saying it. I'm saying based on what you said earlier that the premise matters and the judges won't see it. Not really, because she didn't see his till this
I just
afternoon.
cleared that up. I
She
just
didn't
said
see
the
your. She
premise
didn't see yours.
matters
She
because
didn't
of
see
us
yours to
being.
this. She didn't see yours to
But
this afternoon either. I said
mine
both.
was sent on time.
But
I
I
understand
didn't
that,
This is
say the
Star.
crazy.
premise matters
This is
because
I'm
it
just letting you
it.
crazy.
know. I'm
I
just letting
didn't.
you
I
know the
never
judges got
said.
both of y'all premises
I
at the same
never
time.
said a premise matters because it determines the winner. I said the premise matters because it helps us. That's all I
I
said.
never said that.
So
It
if
helps
it's
you how? Because again, like, so if she
oh
don't
my
know I sent
goodness.
my premise 2 days ago, you know what? This y'all shit, fam, never mind. Like I said, if you can't take me just simply questioning why this shit happened, then fuck it. Like I said, I don't trust this shit the way this shit just happened, and
I
now it looks
can
even
take
more
you
shady.
questioning it,
Now the
and
shit literally
now it's
looks shady.
shady. Okay.
Fuck.
All right.
Yes. I
Psycho,
asked you
this
simply
is why I'm
for
not
the
doing
first
this. I
time
told you. This
when
is
did
why I
the
will not be
rules
back.
change,
I will
Angel?
not be back. The rules didn't
When did the
change,
rules
Taz. I just
change?
explained the rules to you. They did not change. But if that's what you want to run with to justify your
I,
loss,
I don't
do
want to
that.
run with
The rules
nothing.
didn't change, though. I
I
don't know
don't
what
want
you
to
want me
run
to
with
say at
nothing.
this point. The rules did
I
not
just I
change.
just
So,
I
Nobody.
just
so,
want you to say
so
you
I'm
didn't
going
clear
to
up the premise.
no,
You
I
didn't
did
clear
clear
up
it
the
up.
premise.
I
But
did
it's
clear
cool.
it up. I did clear it up.
Today,
When we
today
for
you
the
cleared it up.
people, Taz, do what you want at this point because this is not new. Do what
Yeah.
you want. I'm going to
What's
clear
not
this up
new?
for the people. I'm going to clear this
It's
up.
it's not new for you to get on some bullshit. Who you talking to?
What are you talking about?
Who the fuck you think you talking to?
Yo, Taz, calm
Like,
down,
real.
bro. Calm
I'm
down.
just saying, bro, I ain't even doing that. I'm asking a legitimate question.
So he gets to say that I'm gaslighting. He gets to say I'm not doing my job. He gets to say all this stuff. And when I say do what you want, I'm the one. He's the one being gaslit.
What I want to do, Angel? I just wanted to talk to you.
And I am
Why
trying
you-
to talk to you.
why you-
And you're
why you-
saying everything is bullshit. I can't say anything. Everything is like,
I
you'll go
said the
back and hear
premise.
it. You're saying that I'm mad. You're making all these accusations that's just not correct. So do what you got. At this point, I am saying do what you got to do. Like I
what
can't keep arguing with
accusation?
you. Accusations that I'm not doing my job, that I'm on some bullshit, that I'm making accusations up front that I was angry. I don't remember everything. All you
I
did
thought
was
I
make
just asked the
accusations.
question that you
Since
couldn't
I got
answer.
up here, I did
I thought I
answer
just
it.
asked the question that you couldn't
I did
answer.
answer it, and I'm going to explain it one last time because I'm not going to be gaslit. The way that the premises work, and this is for everybody now at this point, the way that the premises work is it's a
late.
guide. It's not late.
I mean, I
We
did
spoke
say
about
this
it
when
many
it happened with
times.
Honey. I mean, I said it when it happened with Honey too, but you got it though. You know what I'm saying? That's the disrespectful part of this.
Nah, you on some bullshit, bro.
Go back and rewatch
I
that.
don't care what you say, bro. I don't give a fuck about you jumping in to help her, bro.
But I mean, I'm gonna keep it a stack, my nigga. Like being a Honey.
Tell me when you heard. When did you hear it, Damo?
But
when did you hear that you won't be losing the point for turning the late premise?
When she said in all of the meetings that we had, where the points only mattered for seeding an MVP. The points only mattered for seeding an MVP. That means once you get into the playoffs, the points no longer matter. What you're confused about, Mo used the points as a guide. Bro, Mo used the points as a guide. So when Mo is saying, well, I did this with the points and I did that with the points, at the end of the day, we know that you can't have a tie. You got to make a decision. So Mo saying that she used so she shifted points around in the playoffs, that makes sense because you can't have a tie. You can't have a tie. So at the point where, and you should know this because the reason why you can't have a tie is because of what happened to you the last time. So that's why you can't have a tie. When points only matter for seeding. But nigga, stop, bro. I'm definitely not trying to hear you complain about a motherfucking thing when these people that gave you chances after chances. Niggas then gave you all type of credibility. You've been given all types of passes.
I'm sorry, did I lie today?
Now. You're lying right now.
When
we were told,
if you're saying somebody lost because of a premise, that's faulty. You gotta pull that up. You gotta source that up.
No, when you saying in the playoffs somebody lost because of a point.
I have to look back at this debate with Honey. I don't remember exactly
in the playoffs. In the play, you can't even use the debate with Honey because we're talking about a playoff debate. Once they say points. No, the rules didn't change. Once they say points don't matter in the playoffs.
That's what you just said. See what I'm saying? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Bro, you were just running your mouth. No, she did not.
Ridiculous.
She did not.
Man,
she just said
like, for real. I don't even have to argue this. Like I said, this y'all shit, y'all got it, fam. I'm not even mad. I'm only arguing at this point because you arguing with me.
I'm
because you arguing, I'm going to argue back at this point.
Hey, matter of fact, I'm gonna point the finger at y'all. This is how I get this spoil in this nigga. I'm pointing the finger at y'all. I'm pointing the finger at y'all. This is what y'all get the spoil in this nigga.
Angel, and I still don't, but I'll take your word for it. I still don't get it. I still don't get how you can say this to me as if this was determined, because I would have contested that. I would have questioned, hey, we ain't gonna lose a point in the playoffs for not sending a late premise. I would have questioned that. And that's my fault. That's my fault. I'll deal with that. That's my fault.
The thing that you're missing is even if you lost a point, it doesn't determine the winner of the debate.
I'm not missing it.
It didn't in the regular season, is what we're telling you.
I hear you.
We
I
announced
get
the
it.
winner first, then we would say, but you okay, Taz wins 49 to Domo's 48. But Taz didn't bring in a premise, so though he won, he got the one for the win. His score is going to show a 48 for the seeding. That's how it always has been. Nothing has changed. Nothing
Now
has
Points have,
we're not talking
bro.
about seeding
If this
though.
was only about points, if this was
Crazy.
only about points, if this was only about points, I
Y'all
would have
got
never
it,
lost the
man.
debate. If this was never about points, I would never lost the debate.
No, I'm
If
not
this was
questioning
only
that.
about points, I would have never.
It's
So that
crazy
means
that
that
y'all like
means
trying
that,
to gaslight me with this shit, like for real.
bro. Nah, bro. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. Like homie to homie, you throwing a tantrum, bro. You throwing a tantrum. Shit didn't go
I'm
your way
asking
this
a
time, and so
question.
you throwing a tantrum. No, it ain't
I
just
asked a
asking a question. You
question.
being disingenuous. You being disingenuous
I'm
because
being
as upset as
disingenuous.
yes, because when they said points
No
don't
doubt,
matter in the
fam. I ain't got
playoffs,
nothing to say about it, bro.
when they
I ain't got
say
nothing else
points
to say
don't
about
matter,
it.
okay, all right,
We can
cool,
talk about
cool,
something else.
cool,
We can talk
cool,
about something else.
cool,
That's
cool.
how much of a fuck I give, nigga. I know what I'm saying is true. So yeah, I ain't gotta flip flop nothing.
Yeah, so Psycho, this is why I said I will not be back. I can't do this. It's too stressful. I can't do it. So all
I'm
this
not
stuff
trying to
about
stress you,
shady,
Angel.
I was called
Listen,
shady. I was told all this stuff, but then when I
yeah,
respond,
because some of
I
this
get
stuff
cussed out and
you
I
gotta.
get told I'm the gas. I can't do it.
You
I
yelling at
can't
me
do it.
too.
I'm not,
Hold
no,
on,
You
I'm
yelling
Angel,
at
not
me.
Angel,
yelling. I'm
Angel.
trying to be heard. I'm not
But
yelling.
you
At
yelling
no
at me
point am I
too.
yelling. I'm not yelling.
But okay,
You were
but Angel,
yelling at
Angel.
me too.
Here's the thing. Here's the
Yes.
thing. Here's the thing. These, we all put a lot into this, right? And so sometimes, especially as competitors, one, you know what I'm saying, after shit get, you know what I mean, I'm taking it, especially competing at this type of level, taking losses is difficult. You feel me? So like there, especially when things are described in a particular
But
way,
what part of it
sometimes
is
it's a
difficult?
misunderstanding. Well, for you, it's difficult to take a loss for sure. And
Is
I'm
it?
not even gonna blame you because it's hard for me to take a loss too. Yes, for sure. You
Wow.
my nigga, bro. I'm not gonna disrespect you at all.
I'm I'm
But
I'm
yeah,
saluting five for the I'm saluting five for the W. I'm just
I'm
not
not I'm not
I'm
saying
not
you
I'm
shitting
not
on
sure
him.
on how right, but I'm just not sure how you can act like what I'm saying like shouldn't have been clarified before the playoffs.
But
Like
it
it should have been
was though. It
clarified no
made it.
matter no
Hold on.
it was
Where
it was clarified that you don't have to send a premise, bro.
no, no, no. Hold on. This is
Like
what I was
get
about
the
to say.
fuck
This is
out
what I
of
was about to
here,
say.
bro. That's right.
Hold
But
on. I
that's
was
what
about to
Angel,
comment,
that's what
bro.
I'm
Be
saying is
cool. Be
gaslight.
cool.
That's what I'm
Let
saying
me
is
say. Let me say.
gaslight.
You need to
That's
let me
why.
finish. You need to let me finish. You need to let me finish. You need to let me finish. Because the point that I was making is the question of like the premise is important. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with you. It should still impact the playoffs somehow because losing the ability to prepare for your opponent in the playoffs, you know what I'm saying? When we've had that ability and consequences to taking away that ability, that needs to be cleared up. That is something that is something that we can clear up. There should be
That's the
some
strategy to
consequences for
beat
not
me
giving.
though. Don't send me no fucking premise. This is
Okay,
Is
but
crazy.
hear me out. Oh no,
is
hear
it
me out.
though?
Let me say this though. Let me say
You
this
see
though.
that shit, man?
But this is
You
the
see that?
part of
It's the same strategy Honey used. Just don't send me a premise.
bro,
Like this crazy.
bro. This is something
Domo,
that can't.
Domo, I'm sorry to interject. We can talk. Well, y'all could talk about it, but what I would say is, as far as the playoffs, I think the premise needs to be based on an honor system. The purpose of taking a point away was to find a way to penalize so that everybody can be as prepared as possible. Sitting in a premise we all know is very important to just everybody's success. Is it necessary? No. But does it make a more successful debate? Does it allow judges to be able to follow along better?
I'm saying it's
Yes. So we
necessary.
had to come up with a
Crazy.
point, some type of penalty for a playoff. You can't really. What would take a point do? It didn't affect. And let me just clear this up because everything is all over the place, and I know it seems like every time I clear something up, I'm going to be called like I'm saying something different. The Just for clarity, because I didn't see the chat until just now. It looked like some people were questioning, they were saying they didn't know points didn't make a difference. Please let me clear that up. In the regular season, yes, if I have a 50 for one person and a 40 for the other, the 50 wins. The person who I gave the most points to win. But what we're saying is when you remove that 1 point for not giving in your premise, If it's a 1 point difference, the other person does not then win. Removing the point for not sending in a premise was just a penalty. It did not determine the winner. I just read that on the website. It's already
Never
in
determined the
writing.
winner.
It
It never
never
determined.
determined the winner. What if for people that don't understand how sports go, when you have a regular season, you build up averages, which says where you will sit. The better the spot on the
Yeah,
playoff, the more likely you are to debate someone that is,
Point
lower
is separate.
ranking.
So nobody
So
determines what
if
was going to
somebody
lose
if
point in
somebody
the
really
playoff.
cares about getting to the
So
number one
still no
spot,
point in the
that
playoff.
1 point may make a difference. That's the only reason we did a penalty there. The points and the wins and losses are two separate things. I don't know how else to explain it if anybody who's watching doesn't understand like how that goes in sports, but that's why we implement it. And I need everybody to know because I'm not going to walk away. I'm going to always lay my head down and know I did the right thing. I didn't have to include anybody, but we had multiple meetings with debaters to make sure that we were being fair and transparent. This was not just our rule. The debaters decided on it. It really wasn't even me or Psycho's decision. It was the
yeah,
debaters that voted on it. So
it's
I don't know what
crazy.
else to say. I know
I
it's
mean,
all fiction.
you
I
could
feel
say
like
that
I'm crazy.
through all of that, the one person who continued to harp on the premise is the one that's still asking, well, why did? And again, forget it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this your shit. But
Well, we
I
explained
didn't.
it many
What I'm
times
saying now,
over.
I've been
So I
saying
don't
it
know.
all season. I've been saying it all season. I just
Yeah.
always thought that it's my mistake. I fucked up. I'll hold the L. I thought that we sent premises, and if you didn't send one, you would lose a point. It would not benefit you. It shouldn't work to your benefit for not sending a premise. I
I'm going to
know
say
I
it
They,
one
said
more time. I'm
they,
going to say to
they
everybody one
lost.
more time.
They lost
The
the
but you
points,
got it
points
man,
though.
but
determine.
it didn't affect the wins and
Psycho, I just want
losses.
to say one last thing, then I'm
I
leaving.
understand, fam. I
Because
don't like
people are
y'all keep
still
repeating that, and I
confused.
can't say what I'm
People
saying.
are
This is
still
crazy.
confused.
No, I hear what you're saying,
The
but
points determine the winner in the regular season. Yes, but if you lose a
It's
point
crazy.
for not giving a premise, that is after the winner is announced. So that's I don't know how else to say it. I
Right.
don't know what else to say
Again,
because as
I
I
don't.
said it,
I
people
mean, I
are still
just
questioning if the points determine the winner.
yeah,
So I don't
they
know what
should
else to say,
understand that
y'all.
it's my fault. It's my fault that I didn't come again for the fifth time at the beginning of the playoffs and say, okay, are we still losing a point or how does this work with the premise? That's my fault. I should have asked that knowing that that's the only fucking way to beat me. So I should have asked. I'll blame myself. I don't have to be again, I'm not a sore loser. I don't have to
Man,
be mad about shit. I
bro,
know some
I'm
bullshit.
on. Yeah,
The fuck?
I mean, let's be for real though, bro. Like, if we talking about,
We're
man,
not being for real.
I'm
We
gonna
ain't
be,
being for real.
I'm gonna be, I'm
If
gonna
we
be for
being for
no,
real,
no,
if
you
we
not
being
being
for
for
real,
real.
you would acknowledge that you would acknowledge that a premise not coming is an L. You should lose a point for that. Fucking playoffs or
Right,
not.
but you were right
So
though.
that's all
But
I'm
when
saying.
points,
So that's all I'm
okay,
saying.
if
Anything
under,
else you say after that is
but look,
irrelevant. Anything
okay,
else
under
you say
that
after
logic,
what you agreed, we're
okay,
done.
okay,
We're
under
done.
that logic, right? Hold on, under that logic, that means that this debate was a tie. Under that logic, this debate was a tie. If it was a one
That's
point
what
difference and then five got a point
that's what I
taken away,
said.
it was a tie. Right.
That's
So
what
then
I
how do we
said.
move forward then? If it's a tie, how do we move forward?
I don't know. This ain't my shit. I
Exactly.
wasn't arguing it.
That's why the points don't matter in the playoffs. Because if you
No,
get a
that's why it
tie,
don't matter. What? All right, bro.
yes, bro, that's what I'm saying. But the logic is very simple. Like I don't get the
I
outrage behind
understand
this.
y'all
If I'm being
logic.
real,
There is no
it ain't
outrage,
y'all logic. It ain't y'all logic. What are you talking about? It ain't y'all logic.
bro.
It's the same thing that's been said. But
Bro,
listen, I've had to sit here. I've had to sit here and have
it's
conversations about
crazy.
debates where I completely outscored my opponents, but I lost. I had way more points than my opponent. Then I lost,
Yes,
and I still
but you
lost.
lost the
Which
chat. But you
means,
lost the chat. But you lost the chat.
right? Okay, but that should
You didn't
tell you
lose by
though
a point.
that
You didn't lose by a
hold on.
point. Person didn't send a
But
premise in, and then the person that didn't send a premise in, the person that didn't
that
send
don't
a premise
change it.
in gets
But
the
with
choice of
that,
the judge. That's what
but
that
with
didn't
that,
happen to you.
okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. if we can talk, if we want to have conversations about
This shit
what's
different,
sitting in
bro.
the premise,
And you
but
don't have
nigga,
to
it's
acknowledge what I'm telling you, because I hear you just want
nigga,
to argue with me. You don't want to acknowledge that, yes,
man, I'm
I
telling
just had a
man,
debate
boy,
that
you better be
ended in a
lucky I'm still at
tie.
work, boy.
I had a
You
debate
better be
that
lucky I'm still at work,
I had
boy.
a debate that
You better
ended
be
in a
lucky I'm still
tie.
at work.
I sent my
Oh
premise
God.
in. I sent my premise
Yeah.
in on time,
I
and it
blame
don't matter.
y'all for coddling this nigga. I blame
And
y'all
it
for
don't
coddling
matter.
this nigga. I
This
blame
is
all y'all for
crazy.
coddling this nigga.
I think I'm gonna resign.
This is what happened when the
I
niggas
think
for
I'm
you.
gonna stop debating. Like, for real. Like, this is
This
crazy.
is
Niggas can
this
just
is this is
lie
what
and
happened. Look,
make up
you see
shit. Like,
when everything go a nigga way, when everything everybody just handing shit to the nigga as soon as he get an L. This is how niggas act. That's
listen to
crazy.
it. And this shit
That's
got
crazy.
handed to me. This shit got handed
Yes.
to me.
Yes.
Oh, it got handed to me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I probably
Yes.
shouldn't have been in this league then, huh?
Probably not.
Where the fuck
Probably
Angel
not.
at now to tell you that
Probably
she
not.
handed me some shit, nigga?
Probably not.
Handed?
Probably not. Y'all got me. Probably not. What you think? You think I'm gonna not say what? Nick,
I mean, because
what?
I could take my L, but
Fuck out
that's
of here,
crazy. You
bro.
try to take all my W's. You try to take all my W's, but say I can't take
No,
my
I'm not.
L.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not trying to take. I'm not trying to take all your. When I say hand it to you, when I say hand it to you, I'm not saying every. I'm
No,
not saying every win you had was nothing. I'm not
no,
saying you didn't win no debates. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Throw a
no,
fit, bro. I'm not even tripping. Throw a fit, bro. Throw a fit. Throw a
no.
fit. I'm
Just
telling you, this
answer
is
a
baffling.
question.
This is baffling. But it's not.
I'm
But you got the
gonna
answer.
listen to this shit, bro. I asked a
You got
question,
the
man.
answer to your question. You got the answer to your question. You got the answer to your question.
So you
The
tell me
points
when you
never
just
mattered in the playoffs. Points never mattered in the playoffs. That's the answer to your question.
but I'm
So the
not
fact that you
asking.
keep saying,
That's not my question. But it's cool though. Like I said, for you, having a premise don't matter. Sending a premise don't matter. I got you. That's y'all shit. For me, sending a premise is very important. I needed it, and since I didn't get it, I would have thought that there would be some type of, loss because you don't get a premise. That's why I sent mine in on time. I mean, Psycho's here. He could tell you mine came on time. For me, I'm following the rules of the regular season, not knowing that in the playoffs they won't matter. Good job, Fye.
this is crazy.
Now call me a liar. When you
This is
can do that,
crazy.
you're right. Now call me a
This
liar,
is
nigga.
this is
I'll blame
crazy.
my,
this
I'll blame myself, nigga.
is crazy.
I'll blame my
This is crazy.
motherfucker.
This is wild. This is what happened.
This is
This is
what
what
happens when
happened.
you don't get sent a premise. Yes,
This is what happened.
yes. You don't get sent a premise and you lose by one. You
But
gotta
that's
dance.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
this is
all
bad.
season, it's a
This is
1 point
bad.
loss. You lose by one, I'm just asking.
But you keep talking about the regular season and we talking about the
He doesn't
playoffs.
like
That's
that
how you
all
being
season.
disingenuous.
The
It
That's how you
decision
Henry
is
being
doesn't
made.
like
I'm
that.
not
disingenuous. We talking about the
where.
playoffs.
Henry
Where?
doesn't like that all season.
This is crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like go back to the honey. Go back to the honey
Right.
thing. Go back to when you beat Honey and everything else. This, that, and the third. Honey lost not because of her premise. You was complaining about her premise because you said it was close because of her. She didn't sit in the premise. That's what you was complaining about. And when she
And the
lost
fact
the
that
point,
it hurts the debate. That how the fuck, like, why the fuck is it just
I'm
one
just saying.
part?
I'm just
This is
saying she
crazy,
didn't.
bro.
I'm just saying she didn't lose because of her premise. That's not why she lost.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at it. I'm gonna have to go back and look at it because I don't remember. I don't remember how it exactly happened, but I remember it was another 1 point and she lost the point. So I have to go
Yeah, she
back and
lost
look
the
at
point,
it.
but that was her final score. Like that was again, that was just for seeding and all that. Like that wasn't the wins and losses. Wins and losses are based on the decisions, right? Got 3 decisions: the live chat, the 2 judges, right? They made their decisions. That's who won. That's who lost. Now afterwards, in the regular season, we had to tally up the points because we had to make seedings and MVP voting and all that and everything else. So because of that, that's what the points played a role in. And again, the MVP's been chosen. It's no more seedings. It's you win, you move forward. You lose, it's over. It's There's no more. The points is outside of keeping the points on who you think won the debate. Outside of that, but like it ain't like we're not keeping the points. Like I couldn't even tell you what the total points is of everybody's debate in the playoffs because we're not keeping track of it.
I get that. Like I say, I just don't understand how there's no loss whatsoever for not turning in the premise. But again, I say, I mean, if y'all saying there should be a loss or whatever, I don't know. I just, I'm saying I'm confused, but I'm done with it. You know what I'm saying? I really do think even right now it's being framed as if I'm saying something crazy when no, it like you should have to send in a premise. And if you don't, you should lose a point. And now because now this is the playoffs and that don't apply, yeah, that's what y'all saying. But the whole point of the argument from the beginning of the topic, if we go back and listen to every conversation we've ever had about it, it was to punish the person for not sending a premise. So we're in the playoffs, and you could say it's not going by points, but you just added points up for wins and losses right here. And in those points, yes, fam, somebody won because a debate was given their way when they didn't even send in a premise on time. Again, that's shaky. I mean, I can take it, but you want me to act like there's nothing wrong with that. I got issues with that. That's questionable, fam. What's the point in sending in a premise then if there's no hell for it? There would be no point at all in sending one in.
Yeah, Jazz, you mentioned this earlier this season. You're correct. But what was our response to that, though? Do you remember?
That we would fix it next season.
We will reevaluate everything and think about it next season. But for right now, these are the rules that's going to be in place for the rest of the season because this is what we started with, right?
Right, but they're not in place right now because if they were, there would be still
it's not next season yet. Ted.
So right, we agreed that there would be a punishment for not sending a premise.
And it was a punishment for not in the regular season, but in the playoffs again, points is irrelevant. Outside of how many votes you got in the whatchamacallit, it was not the chat. The only thing matters is what the decision is. That's the only thing matters, the decision.
Like it's like you making it sound like I'm saying something illogical when I'm not. It's like you saying points don't matter.
The punishment for the premise just wasn't severe enough in general. Because even the debate that I had with Courtney, like, yeah, he lost I outscored him. He lost the point for not sending in the premise, but I still lost the debate.
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
So it's like that's really been the issue is that we didn't set it up for where it actually affected the debate itself. Yeah, it affected niggas' numbers and shit after the debate, but we ain't never set that shit up to where it fucked the debate. Like, nah, nigga, you fucked my debate up. That shit need to affect the score right now. Like, before you tally up the scores, go ahead and add on this nigga lost a point. And I think that's been an issue, in my opinion.
I mean, I thought because it's the playoffs, that's what it would have been though. Like you don't send in your premise, you're gonna lose a point on that total. I just was like I say, there should be a point loss. There should be an L for sending a late premise. I didn't know that wasn't going to translate, but it don't have to. Like I say, he won, and that's fine. But to flip this shit around like I'm saying something crazy, nah, fam. That's the part of it I can't do. Nah, can't do that. I ain't saying nothing. I hear you,
Taz. Even when we was taking off points, you do understand it wasn't each judge taking off a point, right? Like it was 1 point taken off the total score that y'all had.
Yeah, I know. Right, I know.
Right. So even if we took 1 point off the total score, you still lost.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. That's where it's wrong at. She added a point to give Fye a point to win. as opposed to him just winning
Okay,
because of her
okay,
decision.
okay,
She
right,
added an extra point.
right. And how much Brendan
No,
had you losing by? How much
Brendan would
Brendan?
have had.
Okay, let's
One.
say Mo
Yeah, we
was a
both would have
wash.
been tied, Psycho. Brendan said he would have been. It would have been tied because it was a. I would have been at 48, 48, and I think Brendan would have been at either 43, 43, or 44, 44.
He was the
If
one with the
it came up
yeah. It was a
to
1 point
I
difference.
thought he had to win by 2.
no, Brendan had him. Brendan had him. If when it came off the overall score, Brendan would have had him tied, and I was already tied at 48, 48. And so that's why when I said I had to make a decision because I was already tied. The scores already reflected the tie. I just I just said it that way. I threw in the extra point. I already knew I had to make a decision on who's going to win. And then when Taz mentioned the premise and the 1 point, I was like, okay, well that's when Brendan was like, it's gonna come off the overall score. Then that would make me have a tie, and we both still sided with 5. And that's how that would have went.
Taz, can I speak to you as an outsider looking in that doesn't have a dog in the fight?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
listening, Didi. Go ahead.
So this is my understanding of it. And I'm slow and it take a minute for me to catch on, but this is my understanding of it. So during the regular season, the premise did take a point off, an overall point, not off the 40, not the half and half. It took over the overall. So from my understanding, that was a punishment because you had so many people when the season started. So it was an incentive to give a premise because even though you not turning in your premise didn't affect the actual debate, when you have that many people that are fighting for 8 playoff spots, 1 point can make a difference in you getting in or you not getting in. So the punishment was far as your seating. Once you have your bracket and they have the top 8 people, then that 1 point is not going to matter because that whole point was to affect rather where you were overall to see if you got in or not. So once you get to the playoffs, and this is just my personal opinion, the premise being on time shouldn't even be an issue. That should be something basic that's done. I love me some Fye, don't get me wrong. But once you're at the level of being a playoff debater, you shouldn't have to be told that your premise needs to be in within 48 hours. It should be automatic because that's the level you should be on if you rate it in the first 8. And like I said, I'm not trying to, shit on Fye. I love Fye to death. Love his arguments and everything. So even if they were to run this the same way, right? Let's just say that let's just say they were running it the same way that they ran the regular season. Overall, the points would have been the points no matter what. If it was still a seating issue, what happens is what happened in the debate happened in the debate. The point would be taken off after the scores are tallied, after the winner is determined.
Crazy.
And the only place that it matters is when you're trying to get the overall score. But see, like it doesn't matter now. The only reason they're not saying it doesn't matter now because you should get a premise. It just doesn't matter because of that 1 point, like I said, was affecting your overall score, which affected your overall seeding. But there's no seeding issue now because you're in the playoff. I don't know if that makes more sense or not, but
I mean, you could try to make it make sense for the way they made it make sense for you, as the person that's actually been debating this all season with them. The
right.
reason for the point deduction was because your premise is late.
Right.
If that don't transfer to the playoffs, it don't. Cool. I disagree. I feel like that's shady as fuck because it should transfer to the playoffs. Considering
But the thing that
Wait,
we're
wait, wait.
trying to explain.
Because it should.
This is unreal that you keep going in
Wait, I can
circles.
explain. I can explain why I'm saying shady. I'm saying shady because, again, the whole point of the 1 point deduction, for my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, was to punish the person for not sending in the premise. So
And
that
what
does
was the
not
punishment?
change.
And what was the punishment? Was it to lose a debate or was it to take a point for the seating?
So
Because by
you
your
keep talking
logic,
about seating. I'm not.
yes,
So I'm
because that's
not
why it was
challenging
created.
But
Angel.
that's the
Please,
only
I don't
reason
even
that
want
it
to
even
argue
came
with
Right.
you.
into
Hold on.
play.
I don't want to argue
If
with you. I promise
I'm
you, I
not
don't.
arguing, why is every time I respond, it's an argument? Psycho
'Cause
literally just
you cut me
responded.
off, and he cut me off. Go ahead, Angel. Go ahead.
By that logic, if we all acknowledge that if you lose a point for not giving a premise in the regular season, the point is removed after the winner is determined. It doesn't make a difference with the winner. How would that then affect the winner in the playoffs if we remove the point? The rule has never changed as far as the winner. We just don't keep points in the playoffs because there's no need for a bracket. There's no need for seeding any longer. I'm not sure how that's not correlating there.
It
Okay.
correlates
Can
perfectly
I
fine. Yeah,
can I ask you this, bro?
y'all keep
Can I
saying
ask you
what
this,
y'all
bro?
saying as if it responds to what I'm saying, and
I
I
just
just feel
need
like it's
somebody to tell
purposeful.
me if it's making
Like
sense. Is anybody
Nah,
else like?
it's not.
I
y'all have
really want
made
to know
sense
if
every time
it's.
y'all say it. It makes sense. Every time y'all say it,
Taz,
it makes sense. Like
maybe
it's
a point
just
of
like
clarification to help. Let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this. And I apologize if I came off like I was taken away from what you've done in this league. So let me backtrack on that. But what
you
I will
fine,
say,
bro.
when you say when you say that it's shady, are you saying on behalf of the league or are you saying on behalf of the debater?
I'm saying on behalf of both because again, even Fye knows he sent this premise late, and for the person who's the head judge to tell me that the premise matters, and I sent my premise on time, but it doesn't sway a judge. I, y'all got it. The premise don't matter.
And
There's
this is
no
where I
point
Well,
have to
that
loss.
always
There's no.
speak
Let me
up
finish what I'm saying. There's no point loss. There's no swing in how the judging is based on a lack of a premise. Like Psycho said, they didn't get the premise till at the same time. I think it should have been reflected that mine was there on time. It don't matter. And so for that, I just need that to be denoted because I thought sending a premise mattered. I thought that.
And this is when I have to say something because it's being said that the head judge said it doesn't matter. All of us are saying that I'm sorry, that we're saying it matters. The premise matters once again because it gives us a guide. It mattered in the regular season because it could have determined where you were going to sit. But where it never mattered was if you won or lost a debate. The point for not having a premise was always removed after the winner was announced. If a score is 50 to 48, the 50 or I'll just say 50 to 49, the 50 wins. The points mattered initially. And then when we remove the point, that only matters for the seating. It did not change it to a tie. It did not change who the winner was. It just never did. So I don't know how that would transfer over into the playoffs. And again,
I
I
mean, I
hear
can tell
people
you
now coming
again.
up here saying
I
we
can tell you
should do this
again.
and should do that.
I just
Debaters
don't
had
think
an
you want to know.
opportunity.
Yeah, that's
Why would
crazy.
see? And it's those statements. Why would
That
I
you don't want to
not want to
know
know? I've
because you
never backed
said it,
down
and
from
I'll
anything.
explain it
I've
to you
never backed down
again.
from anything.
But I'll explain it to you again. It was not explained to me at no point that you won't be losing a point. So in the playoffs, if it's translating to the playoffs, and this is all I'm saying, it is no big deal. We're done from here. If it's transferring into the playoffs, Angel, I would think you're going to lose a point for not sending in your premise. If for some reason you find that to be crazy, cool. I know ain't nothing wrong with
No,
that. That's how
no.
it
So
should have.
let me
That's
respond.
how it
Let me
should have.
respond. Okay.
Go ahead.
I heard you.
Brendan, what was your
I
scores?
heard
What was
you.
Brendan's score?
If you lose the point, if he lost the point, the part that I think you're not getting is he still wins. What what we always said is the winner is announced first, and then the point is removed. If we were going to make the rule where we remove the point first and that determines the winner, you all had the opportunity to decide that. But that is not what I didn't decide that. So to say the head judge, the debaters decided that that was how it was going to get done. We had a whole discussion about it. At first it was, should it be 3 points? And then was, that's a little bit much, make it 1 point. I didn't decide that. So again, whether the point, like that's the part that I'm just not, I don't know why that's not connecting. If Brendan had him ahead by 1 and Mo had them tied, and I don't remember the exact number, but that means overall he would have been ahead by 1. He would have had a 49, or let's just say a 99, and you would have had a 98. That's what that came out to, with Brendan having him ahead by 1. If we remove the point, it would have been a 98 to 98. It would have been a tie, but Mo said 5-1 and Brendan said 5-1. So how does any of that change it?
Yeah, that wasn't trying to change it. You just came up and said exactly what I said when I came up.
Oh my good. Okay.
Can I get a question in?
No, I'm saying, just go back to the beginning of when I came up. That's exactly what I said, though. You know what I'm saying? Until people try to turn it into, I'm saying something else, then it became something, but that is exactly what I said.
But before you jump in, now,
right.
I just want to give a point of clarity, right, in terms of the points. So the final totals between me and Mo, right, and this is you know the absolute final, you know, everything not considering any points taken away for premise, right? It was Fye 94 and it was Taz 92, right? So Fye was up by 2.
How?
2 points.
No,
this the bullshit. This the like so
total, right? That's the total.
Wait,
No,
so again, so you don't want me to call it shady, but could you please explain to me how it's 2 points when you got it by 1 and she got it a tie?
No, Brendan, don't consider the 49.
The fuck out of here, man. This is insane, man.
The actual scores, if Angel pulled up the actual form, it's 48-48. So I text Angel and Psycho to say, hey, my scores are tied. I got to make a decision.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
I said that
as a tie.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? First off, respect to the league. I appreciate it. As a fan, I'm asking as a fan, and shout out to and congratulations to Fye for his win. But I think that some of us are just kind of confused. I historically have thought that all the debates were won based on the point system. So I think that the chat could benefit from you guys, one, explaining it to us like we were two. How, in particular, how the debates are won.
Man, just leave it alone. I ain't like, for real.
Yeah, I did, and I know sometimes when it's a lot of people going back and forth, like it may get lost. I did say that the points matter initially. So if somebody in the regular season, if I judge and I give a 35 to one person and a 33 to the other person, the 35 wins. If they didn't send their premise in on time, they will lose a point after the fact.
So is sending the premise in, is that protocol?
It's not protocol. It's not required. We want you to. That's why we put a penalty on it. And this is what the debaters agreed on. It wasn't our rule.
So can you tell me what the Fye penalty for this not sending in the premise? What's his penalty?
So we already explained that the point system. I don't know how else to just answer that question. Okay, yes.
I'm just asking for this particular debate.
I'll answer it again.
What the punishment was. Not nothing about the regular season tonight. What was his punishment?
But that's the thing. But to say that I can't say the regular season is being disingenuous because I literally just read.
Answer for tonight. What was the punishment tonight?
Okay, I read what was on the website.
Yeah.
The website says, because it's in writing, you can't change that. The website says that is only based. It is not to affect wins and losses. What are the playoffs based off? Wins and losses, right? Right. So the point does not matter in the playoffs. This is what you all agreed on.
No, this ain't what Taz
And
agreed
to
on.
kind of and to
Okay.
clear it up, right? A perfect
Because
example.
again, I'm
Perfect example.
asking you
Okay.
again, just to clarify, so there's no punishment then for not sending the premise tonight. Just to be clear.
Not in the
So
playoffs.
let's
Not in
say
the
we did
playoffs.
let's
Right.
say we
Thank
punished
you,
him.
Damo, for being honest. Thank
No,
you. We wouldn't be doing this
yeah.
if they could just
What do
be
you mean
honest.
be honest?
There's
I already
there's
said
no
not in the
punishment.
playoffs. We
There's
already
no
said
punishment.
that. Domo's not the first one to
Huh?
say that. We already said that. So let me just
When
add
did you say
this.
that? Wait, we could have been
I came
agreed.
up here saying that it doesn't count, that there is no punishment. When you go back and watch this, that's
Huh?
what I first came up and said. I said
She
that
has been
it
saying
doesn't
that, bro.
count in the playoffs.
What?
She has been saying that.
No,
She
she's
has
been
been saying
saying that there's no punishment. Again, she's been avoiding saying it because my
Oh
point
my
is,
gosh.
oh my gosh, yes, if in the regular
Yes, oh my
season
gosh,
we
because you're
agreed,
lying on me, Taz. You're lying
no
on me
doubt,
right
no doubt.
now.
I ain't
And
trying
you
to,
should be
fam. I
frustrated
ain't
when I
trying to.
react a certain
I
way.
no doubt, fam. I'm like, look, you got your chance to yell at me. Now I'm not gonna
But
yell
you
back.
keep
Now listen,
mocking me, and it's becoming frustrating. And everybody is not.
I ain't trying
Everybody
to
don't
frustrate you
tolerate shit
either.
the same. Everybody don't take
Right,
stuff
right,
the
right,
same way, Taz. So
right.
what I'm saying is, I
Yeah,
initially
you just
came up and said that. I keep trying to say that to you. I initially came up and said that it doesn't count. But what I'm trying to do is take it a step further and explain to you, even if we did penalize him, it's a tie. So then the judges have to make a decision, and they
that
both said 5-1.
that's
So
fine. I'm not
whether we do
contesting
it,
none of that though.
you are, because
that.
we're
Can
telling
Like
you that we did it the
I'm
way
not.
it's
I
supposed to
haven't
be
this
done.
entire time.
We're
I
telling
have
you that
not
we
this
did it the
entire
way it
time.
was supposed to be done, and that wasn't
It's
good enough.
crazy.
So your question just now was, well, you're telling me there was no penalty, and I said no. But if it'll make you feel better, even if it was, he still wins. I don't know what else to say. Like, I'm giving you
Right. I
everything from
got you.
every angle, and it's still not good enough.
Hey,
That's
so
what I
for
was
example,
looking for. That's what I was looking
let
for.
me.
So what I can do
But
is
I've
go
been
back to
saying
this
this
whole
is not
shit.
new.
You yeah, you have
Hold on.
okay, so again, you keep going back to the regular season as you've been doing all night. Not one time did you say no. Fye is not being punished for not sending a premise tonight because you don't have to send no motherfucking
That was the
premise.
first
Because
thing I
again,
said when I
no,
hit the link.
don't cut me off. You
Psycho, do you want to
Come
disagreed
on,
scroll
with me.
back? Do you
You
want to
bro,
scroll
bro,
back,
disagreed with
Psycho,
me.
to when I first hit the
This is
bro.
link?
crazy. I
That
can't
was the
even finish
first
what
Hold
I'm
on,
thing I
saying.
said when I
You
hit the link.
disagreed with me when
That's the
Taz. Hold on.
Taz. That's the first thing I said when I hit the link.
Listen, I want to give a perfect
that's
example
the
of
first thing you
how
said.
points
All right, fam. It's
to
crazy.
answer Nyla's question. I want to give a perfect example of how points have nothing to do with wins. Right? I have not been outscored once this entire season. I have two losses. I have not been. I have outscored all of my opponents. I have two losses. Even in my second loss with Yame, right? They
You got
announced in Yame.
outscored.
Hold on,
There's no
hold on.
nobody like it's not about like
Hold
did he
on,
send in a premise
but
on time? Did he
I'm
send
not
his
saying I'm
premise
not.
in on time?
No. I didn't send mine in on time. So that's what. Let me make the point because I'm trying to
Right.
help the people understand how points
This is
aren't
sad.
the determining factor for winning, right? Because that worked to Taz's benefit because because even though I
That ain't worked to
outscore
my
my
fucking
opponent,
benefit
I- you got MVP. You got MVP because
because
of
you
it.
didn't send your premise in.
Yes, and
Again,
so what happened? Hold on. So
people
what?
not
No,
sending their
anyway, again,
premises in.
hold on, stop, bro. Stop. That's what I'm. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like the point that's being made is showing the audience and everybody that's watching that points aren't the determining factor for winning a debate. And even in the context of a penalty from premises, that is all applied after the win or loss. Because when after the debate, there
How
wasn't
can
like
you do
during
that in
like
the
regular.
playoffs though? How can you
Hold
do
on,
that in the
but
playoffs?
but that's the thing but that's the point. That's the point I'm making, bro. Like here, actually, this is the way we should approach
It's
this, right?
crazy.
Moving
Is it
like
just
if
the
if
point? Well,
we
like it's that
hold on,
simple. Like what the fuck?
but the point don't matter though. Like that's in the playoffs they
It
don't matter.
does
Now here's
matter.
now here's the thing. Now here's the thing. Because right now we crying over
Man,
spilled milk. Right now we crying over spilled milk. The
nobody's
Psycho and Angel.
crying.
It's a turn of phrase, bro. It's like chill.
Right,
It's a
but
turn of phrase.
fam, it's just a
'Cause
misrepresentation of what's happening. I
No,
asked for
it's not, bro.
clarification.
It's a turn of
I
phrase.
don't
You
agree,
got the
but I
clarification,
accept
and
it.
you don't
I
agree,
accept it.
right?
I
So
just don't
okay,
agree.
so let's okay, and that's understood because I feel you. I think that there should be a penalty, even especially in the playoffs. I always thought it was weird. I understood it, but I was like, I'm not about to go against the grain. I feel you. There should, but nobody else was making a big deal about it, so I
What
didn't
on
either.
earth is going on?
But no,
I'm sorry, I can't do the fake stuff.
I know.
What
Hold
are
on,
you?
Angel,
Where
Angel,
is
listen,
this
listen,
coming
listen,
from?
listen to what I'm saying. Listen
What
to what
you
I'm saying.
always thought and you should have. Nobody always thought
No,
and
This
should have
ain't
ever
about
no,
you
tried
I'm
though,
to
not.
give it an
I'm
Angel.
not.
Angel,
I'm
this
not
ain't
opportunity,
talking
about
about
and
you.
nobody else.
nobody wanted
This
to
Angel,
ain't
I'm
see
about
not
you
talking
anything
about
though.
other
This
than
ain't
nobody
it
about
else.
the
is.
judges.
Angel,
This
stop.
ain't
I'm
about
not
the
talking about
judges.
nobody
This is
else.
us
I'm
talking about
saying.
sending in premises. This ain't about
I'm saying.
judges
No,
at
he said
all.
that there should be a penalty. Of course, so
Yeah,
who
No,
would
no,
that
no,
but
no.
that's
I'm
be?
what we.
saying
But
me.
we're talking about amongst debaters though, Angel. This ain't about you.
Yeah, like
This
that
ain't
for real.
about
Like
y'all at
that's what
all.
I'm saying. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying we all accepted what the rule was. I'm not fighting you on that. I'm saying we accepted it, regardless of what I thought about it. We accepted it. So, but the
You didn't
point with the
accept it. You came up with it. I had a different rule. I didn't even really have a
no,
rule. I
not
was just
you.
saying, should
We
we
came
remove?
up with it. That's what I'm saying. Don't
Right. You're
not me
saying we
personally.
accepted
We
it,
came
but
up
it
with it.
wasn't even something that was presented. This was a
Okay,
discussion,
I'm
and
not
this is what the
Angel.
debate. Do you understand
Angel,
why I have to be like this? Because
I
it's
understand,
creating all
but
this confusion. You got people in the chat right now talking about the chat vote don't matter. All this foolishness is causing all this confusion. So
right,
yeah, I feel like I gotta jump on everything that's said because
but
I feel like I'm in a twilight zone right now.
but hear me out though,
This
because
is embarrassing.
hold on,
All this
Angel,
talk about us. I, I- all this
hear me
talk
out, please.
about all this integrity and all this bullshit about how we going to do things different and it's always more the same. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it
Ho-
wasn't a bunch of bullshit that just happened tonight. I'm not going to play nice and all this
Angel,
when we're being
but
accused of being
Angel, hold
shady
on,
and all this other stuff.
the
Like
point, but the
it's
point that I was
ridiculous.
the
Like I
point
say,
that
I
I was
mean,
making. Please let me finish the point. Please let me finish
like I
the point.
said,
Please let me finish the point. The point I'm making is that we, as the debaters, have the ability to set these rules, and so waiting until we get to this point where we almost at the finish line for a season and blowing up about the rules is not beneficial. Because I mean, this was a great debate. This shouldn't. This was a
I
phenomenal
waited.
debate. Like
I
win or
waited
lose.
till
It
now.
was a
I waited
it
till
was a
now to
good.
say this.
No, I'm not, bro. That's
Oh, okay, all right.
this. So
Just
this
making
is what
sure.
happens.
All right.
This is what happens. This is what happens. The shit is heightened. I get it, right? But this has been a phenomenal season. Like ups and downs, frustrations abound. It's been a great season. We've all been entertained.
Yes,
We've all been having
yes.
fun, right? At the end of the day, right? No one debate should ruin that. No one debate should fuck that up. And we've already experienced that before, where
Yeah,
one
but
debate
I'm
fucked up
not
a
trying to
great.
do that. Like
No,
in
I'm
whatever
not saying
I've
that
done
you are,
tonight
bro. I'm
to
not
make
saying you
one
are.
feel that's yeah. I'm not trying to do that though.
Yeah, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are. All I'm saying is this is one of the things that moving forward, because we building. Moving forward, this is a conversation that we have to have in the off season.
Can I ask a
Period.
question? But
Hold
before
on,
the season,
I just want to finish this real
before
quick,
the
Psycho.
wait,
Just finish
one
real quick.
second, I got it.
Okay, go ahead,
Right.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Before the season started, we talked to all debaters in a Zoom meeting. Am I correct? Everybody, we brought everybody to the Zoom meeting, and everything else, and we was running over the rules with everything with everybody. Right? We invited everybody to the Zoom meeting, and we ran down all these rules, everything that you see right here. We ran down everything. We asked everybody, is there any questions? Does anybody feel like does anything need to be adjusted, reevaluated, anything else, this, that, and the third? At the end of that Zoom meeting, and we read this part right here. This part right here, I need everybody to specify. It says the premises will be shared after both are received. That's what I did today. Failure to provide the premise within 48 hours will carry a 1 point deducted from your total score. This only affects the score, not the wins and losses. It says it right here. And we went through all these rules before the season, before the season started. We went through all this. We asked everybody, is there any of that? Everybody said everything looks good to me. Everybody was good with it. Then when the season starts, then people start saying, well, what about we need to do something different with the premises and everything else, it's that and the third. Well, the season done already started. We already got the rules in place now. So any readjustment to the rules is going to have to wait till next season, because this is the rules we locked in for this season, and we went through all of them with everybody, and everybody was cool with it. Before we ended that Zoom meeting,
crazy, but this is gaslighting, Psycho. This is gaslighting, but it's why
I'm not gaslighting. It's the facts.
Because I'll say it again. When we get to the playoffs, you're saying that don't matter.
Well, the Taz, what don't you see? It says it does not affect wins and losses. You're trying to make it affect wins and losses. You're trying to go against the rules that's right there.
All right, bro. I'm trying to make sure it ain't no 1 point deduction that matters, bro. I just, like I said, fam, that was it. Like, to make it seem like it's not written there is crazy. No, it's written there for a reason, because premises were supposed to be sent in. When you imply that it's important, I would think that the person who sent theirs in, it would matter. It don't. Congratulations. Like I said, I'm the one that's standing on what I've always said all season. It's just funny. It's being shifted around to make it seem like now we're in playoffs, and that was written don't change.
The time to say it would have been in that Zoom meeting before the season started.
I didn't to say it. So I'm supposed to know way before the season, and in the playoffs, y'all gonna decide. You hear me? Y'all gonna pick now that the 1 point deduction don't matter.
No,
I'm supposed to know that.
We said,
see, this is what I mean.
Let me ask you a question.
That's a real question. I was supposed to know that.
Before the season started, we did a whole tournament, right? We did a whole tournament. The premises. Did anybody get any penalties for not setting their premises on time during that tournament?
That was before the season,
right? But the playoffs is still a tournament. It's still tournament style. It's an 8-man tournament.
Yeah, okay. So we were using those rules. What you saying with that?
He's making that point to say we didn't implement that rule because it was a wins and losses. What are you penalizing? Unless you're willing to say if somebody loses a point for not giving in a premise, they lose the whole debate. There would be no reason to do that. And everybody agreed that you're not losing a debate over sending in a premise late. That was never something that was put in place. We've never done it, and we never will do it.
Just losing a point. Yeah, just losing a point, not losing the debate, and maybe even more than 1 point.
Right. So even if that's where the argument is getting confusing, because even if a point is lost, it doesn't affect
my argument is confusing. My argument is confusing.
You literally, when you go back and watch this, Taz, you literally came up and said, this is bullshit, that if that happened, you don't lose the debate. I don't know what's happening right now. I said
it would be a tie. I said it would be a tie. Is what I said when it came up. Are you saying I didn't? I literally said it would be a tie.
Yeah, he said it would be a tie, but still,
so if it's a tie,
that's still affecting wins and losses.
Then what happens is the judges pick who they want to win.
They said 5-1.
Okay, and that's you trying to push that. I never moved into that. I never wait. Just to be clear, because you're framing this like it's me who's ever moved into that part of it. I never challenged that. I challenged the premise not being sent, which does not matter.
I'm losing my damn mind here.
I suggest you listen back.
It's all of us.
Maybe you need to listen back. I never once said he didn't win. I never once said
nothing, because I'm not doing it anymore.
You do. If you're you need to listen. If you think one time I suggested he didn't win, you do need to listen back. I ain't never suggested that one time.
Okay, I'll concede to that without knowing, because it sure sounds like you're saying there was a wrong winner. So what is the issue then? What is the issue?
The issue, I wanted to know what the issue was with the premise. There's literally no point lost. There's nothing that happens for not sending in a premise. That was the question. That's literally what I came up and said, because throughout the whole season, that's what it's been.
We'll leave it there.
But it don't matter now. It don't matter now.
You question, Angel, as a person that's just watching that is interested in the league. Can I ask a question to you, Angel?
Mm-hmm.
So you said something earlier about the premise being sent in needs to be or should be on an honor system, right?
I did mention that under a certain context, but go ahead.
Okay, so my understanding of that was just it should be, you should do it because it's the right thing to do to make it a fair debate. So if by chance that doesn't happen, why would professionalism or debate etiquette not sway the debate toward the person that sent it in on time?
It so I appreciate your question, and I keep explaining it, so I'll explain it again. In the regular season, and people can get frustrated because we're bringing up the regular season, but that's literally when it mattered. The debaters agreed that a point would be taken in the regular season to affect the seating. And it has affected it. It affected the seating, it affected who became the MVP, but there's no way to penalize someone in the postseason because we don't base it on a wins and loss. It's in writing on the website
No,
that losing a point
I think you
for not.
misunderstood what I was asking. I wasn't talking about the points. I'm not here to debate the points. I'm asking, it sounds, well, to me it sounds like the wins and losses are based on how the judges feel, right? Like there's the chat vote, and then when you're in the playoffs and it's wins and losses, the wins and losses are based on what the judges think, right? Because the points don't matter. Is that correct?
Only because it was a
Not
tie.
when it
No,
comes
no,
down
No,
to
the
only because it
losses.
was
points
a
Not when
do
it
tie.
comes to wins and
matter.
losses.
Well,
And
when you get
that's
to the
why
tie, when you
all
get to
of
the
this
tie,
confusion,
when
the
you get to the
points do
tie,
matter.
when you get to the tie, okay, so let me ask it this way. When you get to the tie, what determines the tiebreaker? What the judge thinks, right?
If it's a tie, yes, they have to pick a winner.
Right. They pick it based on what they feel, right?
In the
Like
event of
there's
a
no
tie,
it
yes.
that's what I just said like three times.
Yes.
In the event of a tie, the tiebreaker is what the judges feel, correct? Like that's what we're all agreeing on. So I'm
Yes.
asking, why would that feeling not be, why would that not come down to professionalism or debate etiquette? Like regardless of whether a person is losing a point, why would it not come down to who had the better debate etiquette if you really can't determine a
Well,
tiebreaker?
okay, so I gotta answer that though because they don't know who didn't send in a premise
Yeah,
late.
had no,
They don't
we
know,
didn't have information.
So
and
what's
that's
the
why
so
again
what
they
exactly
don't.
is the
So
point
that,
of a timeline
but
of
what
the
I'm saying,
premise?
but no, check it out though. But that's what makes what I'm saying offensive to Angel, which I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to make sure it's understood that there's no reflection of me sending in a premise on time. How is that fair to me? And there's no, I mean, like it's like I'm saying something crazy when I'm not because if the judge knows I sent in my premise on time and
But
he
it's not.
didn't,
But it
how
was
do we
never.
know? Wait, just let me finish. How do we know that doesn't sway the judge? Because the judge knows I sent my premise in on time. They've had my premise for 3 days. I'm not saying
I'm
nothing crazy.
So,
It's just
hey,
framed that way.
So for
can we
clarity,
agree
if
to pick this up in the off season?
Yes, we
Because it's like,
can. We
for
can,
yeah,
clarity,
Damo.
yeah,
We
for
can.
yeah.
Yeah, we
clarity,
can.
the
Because I
judges
ain't
have no
wrong.
idea. The
I
judges
was
have
just
no
asking a question
idea.
as
You
a
can
person
not
that was
like the rule,
interested in the
Taz, but
debate.
this is
So
the
I
rule that
don't.
we've been doing. Like this,
The judge.
you can not like
Mhm.
the rule, and
We
we can
ain't
talk
been doing
about
no rule in
readjustment.
the
We can
playoffs
talk
about
about
no
we can
premise.
talk about
Come on, Psycho.
we can talk about readjusting the rule next season and everything that's that third. But this was the rule though.
For not sending in a
Yeah,
premise.
we should.
The
Yeah,
rule the
we
rule
should
was
definitely
The
we
re-
never
like.
it never affected wins and losses. It just never
This is
affected.
the first
I'm
conversation
not
we should have
asking
in
it
the
to
off
affect
season.
wins and losses. I'm asking it to affect point totals, not wins and losses.
But look,
It
but we
may
should we
affect
should.
point totals in the regular season, but we're not keeping total points in the playoffs. We're not
Right?
keeping total
I'm not
points in the
asking
playoffs.
for total points. Like literally in the debate we'll pick it up in the off season, fam. We'll pick it up in the
Yeah,
off
let's
Y'all
season.
let's
can
let's
pick
just
it
pick
up.
it up
I
in the
will
off
not
season.
be returning. I don't just say shit. So I'm just going to answer any questions tonight. But as far
Why aren't you?
as
So answer this one. Why aren't you returning?
it's, I don't even, if you couldn't even
I mean,
imagine. It's all
because it's
good.
because of something I said tonight.
It's not just tonight, but yeah, this is the final straw. So
No,
as far
okay,
as far
so
as
here's
premises,
the thing, Angel. Shit, like some shit, it just was not explained. Okay, like there's no need now for you to get frustrated with me saying that wasn't explained. It might have started off rocky, but fam, don't do that because if I can't crash out, you can't crash out.
I'm not crashing out. I'm
You
done.
you you you,
Hey,
you
That's all.
listen,
No,
we
none
that's
of
we
none of y'all
what
never
Taz is
seen
what
me
Taz
crash out
that's,
before,
that's a
for the
crash
we
record.
out.
haven't.
That's
We
a
haven't.
crash
But
out,
and
Angel.
you may need a break. And I apologize on behalf of every nigga that was mad that they lost. Okay.
You don't even
I,
have to
I
apologize.
no, no,
I've been
I
around for
know that.
years. I get it.
I know that. I know
I
that.
appreciate it,
But
but
a part of this vision, you know what I'm saying? Like you've been a great part of that. You've been consistent. Like even when I lost the MVP, like I had to accept that because like the consistency. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how things have been. Like we've cared about turning that stuff in. We these things have mattered, right? And so there are times when niggas are frustrated and all of that, but what you've been able to contribute to keep it with Psycho, keeping things consistent, what I'm saying, investing in all of this, what I mean? It ain't no, the emotions, yeah, it's been a long season. We went from a tournament to a season, and it's been three, four, and so I get it. Like, yeah, there's a bit of fatigue that's there. You know what I mean? So I can't ask you to make a decision tonight, but at a bare minimum, just know that it may not always come off in the way it should, but you are appreciated. The effort that you put to this is appreciated. The effort that you put into bringing up Dr. Mo and Sirius to turning them into the judges that they are. We appreciate it, you know what I mean? And it's like we don't want to bring you off just because like egos and shit get hyped. You know what I mean? Like it's always growing pains, and like to complete this season with everything that we've been through in the past and all the bullshit that we've been in the past, like we have like you always said, we got the best product. We got the best product. Now it comes with growing pains. It comes with frustration. It comes with difficulty, but we got the best product. And a part of the reason why we got the best product is because of you. So, these post debate shows get hyped, especially when you got, niggas like myself who never think that they lose, niggas like Taz who never think that they lose. Like, it get like this, but at the end of the day, though, like, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this shit. We appreciate the organization, the infrastructure, because you can look around the rest of YouTube and see where what we doing is influencing how other niggas choose to move. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And
that's
so
true. And people be cheering when they see this kind of bullshit. It's embarrassing. And you know, uh, maybe I just don't handle stuff the way other people do. I have not been able to separate YouTube world from how I deal in real life, and it's hard for me to do that when even this, like talking about criticism, like I see comments that that's what I mean. Is that kind of bullshit? Nobody's not taking criticism. I have taken so much criticism over the years, constructive criticism and not so much constructive. But it's always a person that reacts. I mean, what nobody else heard what was said, what I was being accused of. I just came up to try to clear something up. And everybody don't take stuff the same way. Everybody's not okay with being called certain things or being accused of certain things. You're going to react to that. I have sat here through this whole season and taken criticism and put myself out there as well as the other judges and tried to give clarity. But when somebody reaches a breaking point, now they're not taking criticism. That's what I mean. Like it's becoming a little bit too much for me. We can call it a break. We can call it whatever we want. Um, I just I'm not feeling it no more. I didn't even know that I was going to end up doing this thing with Psycho, and I don't think people understand the gravity of what it took for him to pick it up and do this. And all this, I'm not even going to get into the stuff that I put into it. What all is coming from me behind the scenes. I'm gonna leave all of that alone. But it's discouraging. It's discouraging when year after year we keep talking about we're not going to do this. We're going to get better. We're not going to cuss the judges out. We're not going to crash out. We're not going to make us look like everybody else. And then we keep on doing it.
I
I'm
cussed
too
the
grown for
judges
this,
out.
and I don't have
Wait,
no.
hold
It's
on.
not just
I,
you, Taz, but
I didn't. But wait,
you have.
wait, slow down, hold on. Because I didn't cuss neither one. I ain't said nothing to the judges. Like this is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like I think you overreacting. Like I ain't said nothing to
nah,
the
Obviously,
judges.
don't do that, bro.
obviously
Don't
I
do that, bro.
am.
Don't do that, bro.
No,
Don't do that, bro.
it's
Don't do that,
true
bro.
because
Don't do
everybody else
that.
accepts that. I'm not good. Listen, I don't do
I
good with
ain't said
somebody
nothing.
coming up
Man,
I consider
come
that
on,
cussing me
man.
out. If you go back and listen, and it's not just you, it's other people that's where I come from. I'm not good with that. I'm not good with it. I see that everybody on these panels are typically good with that. Y'all call each other every name in the book and people let that fly. That shit don't fly with me. It's not easy for me, especially when I know that I'm putting my all in and trying to be fair and giving love to everybody. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling getting talked to a certain way. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel. Whether that's what you're doing or not, that's the way I feel. And I'm going to react to it. Like the second I got up here,
Yeah, but you came up
I
with
don't even
your
remember
energy
what you
though.
said at this point, but it was some offensive stuff. And it's like, it's just me. I have to just remove myself from it. I told Psycho everything
I
that
was
I
offending. I,
contributed
I was offending you,
monetarily. I'll still
man.
do
That's
the monetary
crazy.
stuff from behind the scenes, but I'm not going to keep putting myself out here and going through this and trying to hold stuff together and dealing with grown people
So I
tantrums.
wasn't
I'm not
supposed to
doing
say
it.
it. So wait,
And people,
so I wasn't
no,
supposed to say it because listen,
But
fam, for real.
it's not just about
I
you though,
thought,
bro. Like it's all
but I
of like
thought
all of us
these
have played a role in
conversations
it though.
were supposed to be held here.
and if I
So
cuss somebody
if
out,
I
they'll
got an
know for sure
issue,
too. Ebony, like, what are we?
right?
See, that's the thing. Y'all
But
don't know me.
Angel, what
Like,
I'm saying,
I'm
but
not no bitch, okay?
Angel,
I don't let people
ain't
just
nobody.
cuss
Oh
me
my
out.
God, yeah, I ain't
Hey,
trying to cut
Y'all
you
don't
out.
know.
What I'm saying is this
I'm not
though,
talking about you.
when
I'm talking about these comments. Like, y'all don't know me.
oh my
Y'all know that
God.
this angel trying to be all cool, but I don't do well with people talking any way to me
So
when I'm
look,
pulling money out of
this
my
is what I'm
pocket to
saying
fund
though.
this debate and to do other
Just
things
so
that I'm doing. That's not a good
right,
fucking
but
feeling.
right, but just so it's clear though, and so you'll understand, the reason I'm saying it to you here is because I ain't gonna go nowhere else and say it. That like this is chat. This is debate business, and I'm done with it. So whatever I had to say, why wouldn't I say it here, Angel? Like that's all I'm saying. That's always been how we've done shit. So if I got something to say, I'm gonna say it here and I'm gonna leave it here. And I thought that's what the judges were asking for. I thought that's what Psycho was
Taz,
asking
if
for.
you had come up and just questioned it and just said, I have a question. This is a little bit confusing. And when we clearly showed it to you in writing and explained it and made it make sense, that would be one thing. But let's stop playing and act like you didn't come up here, like with bass in your voice, making certain
Man,
accusations. And that's the game that I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play that
but
game of
Angel,
pretending
I'm
that
not.
shit is, it's
So
not okay with
so it's
me.
clear though, Angel. So it's clear. I'm not trying to play no game, and I'm not even going to accuse you of it. But you said when we clearly, and I disagree with y'all. So you saying it's clear, but it's not clear. So you know what I'm saying? That's my issue with what you saying. I'm not even trying to, I mean, do that with you or say anything fucked up. But the response is the response. And so if I caused you to have a negative response, my bad. But I did have some shit I wanted to challenge, but it's just to challenge it. It's not going no further than that. Like I said, I don't like the idea that I can't challenge the shit here though. Like I'm supposed to be able to challenge it here
I
amongst
just said
the
you
people who
can
made the
challenge
decision.
it. And that's where the confusion is coming in because then
Yeah,
it
you
turns
kind of
into
abrasive, bro.
people can't question and can't challenge, just like a previous debater did. They thought they could call me every fucking name in a book and then come up later on and say, well, I was just challenging it. It don't work that way. Everybody is not okay. If I had to challenge something with you, I would approach you like an adult and I would speak a certain way because I would want that same respect. But if I come up cutting people off like, yeah, I got some questions. What the fuck is going on? And this is shady and this and that. You can't act shocked when it's a certain person from Philly that's not going to react the same way that somebody else is going to react. I don't do well with that. And it has nothing to do with how I feel about you personally. I'm sure you know how I feel about you on a
Yeah, but I
personal
laid out an
level.
argument though. I
But
didn't just come
I
up here
don't do
doing
well with
that.
that kind of stuff.
Ah man, that's like
But look,
man,
but
come
look
on.
though, but look though, but
That's how
look though,
shit get
look though.
reviewed on. That's how shit
We
get
have
reviewed outside of here. That's what I'm
And it
saying.
becomes
Like,
draining when
oh,
you get it
dog, like
from
the
this
fuck?
person this week, this person next week. It becomes draining. Like this shit is draining. It's supposed to be fun and a
Yeah, dog,
competition,
but you
and
make
it's
it draining
draining.
though.
I
but
make it
hold on,
Like
draining.
look, look,
You
look,
not
look,
the
like
look,
first.
look,
you
look,
weren't
look.
you
What I've
weren't
been
one of the
accused of.
Look, we
Angel.
don't
You
have
You
to.
weren't
listen
It
to
don't
anyone
have
of
to go
me.
down like
judge.
this. It don't have to go down like
No,
this.
the reason I
We are
had to
having a
come,
great
but the
season.
reason I came up was because did you see? I don't know if everybody saw what happened when Taz came up and said what he said. everybody that was on the panel was confused. Oh, well, wait a minute. Maybe Taz did win. Maybe this happened. So obviously I did have to come up. Psycho even said, I got to talk to Angel. So the burden is on Angel now to come up here and bring up the website and say, no, this is what it is. Was that good enough? No, it wasn't good enough. So
no, it's not,
it is
because the question,
okay.
what Angel, in all fairness, again, the question was about this debate,
Yeah,
not the
fucking
regular
Bro,
special. I
season,
don't know who that
not
is, but he is
seeding,
bro.
motherfucking
not, and that's what
special.
I'm saying.
I'm
You're
hella
not
special,
listening,
whoever the
fam.
fuck
So
that
like
Hold
is.
that's
on,
why I
bro, because
say,
like
fam,
that's
it's
what I'm
not
Fuck
saying,
you
bro.
even
I'm gonna be
talking
like,
about?
we didn't put too much into this season for
like
us
it's
to
just a
get to this point,
conversation
and
though, bro.
like
Like
we got one more debate, bro, and then we get to say, boom, season one of the debate league went down. That shit was amazing. You know what I mean? Like that. At the end of the day, like all of us put in a lot. I mean, like we all take that time. We all, you feel me? Like, and I get that we have
we all
growing
don't take
pains.
that time
This is,
because we don't have to send in premises. So some of us
bro,
are
but
taking time
Taz,
out, and
but like hear me out though,
it's
bro.
not
Like
reflected enough.
off of the competition, because like at the end of the day, at the end of the day, yeah, we
Taking our
competing,
time out
but
means sending
the
in our
goal is
premises
also
all
to,
the time.
hold on, bro. But the goal is also to build something. And like whether our commitment to building whatever it is that we building can't be centered on whether or not we get the best outcome that we want. Because if we building, we building. Period. Win, lose, or draw, niggas is invested in what we doing over here. Win, lose, or draw. I'm invested in the debate league. Period. Like that, and so I feel like that, like what we doing now, you know what I'm saying, is going backwards. And we don't have to. This was a great debate. This was a great debate. You know what I mean? Like was it an upset? Of course it was an upset. But upsets happen. Like that's what it is. And sometimes niggas get like LeBron
I don't think it was
and
an
losing in
upset.
the finals and we don't shake hands. Niggas don't
He,
shake hands. Niggas go
Fire,
straight to the
Fire
locker
not
room.
no
It
bum. That's
happens,
not no
bro.
upset. That was an
It
even
had
matchup. I don't feel like that was an upset.
nah,
I don't feel like
I
that was
feel like
an
I felt
upset.
like it was
And the
upset.
debate,
I felt like it was
and
upset.
it
It
was
was a great
leaning
matchup.
heavy. It was leaning heavy on his side. What do you mean?
But
You got a member
but
of
the
the
reason why I
U.S.
felt like it was,
military as a goddamn judge. He got a whole built-in judge for real. I got
You
a
see, it's
very
this
bro,
high
kind of stuff,
climb.
hold
and then
on.
everybody just thinks that that's okay.
Bro,
That's
that's
what
what
I
I'm
mean.
saying. Like
Like
this what
who
like
wants to
this
put
one
up with that? Who would put up with
It's a
that?
this is
fact,
what
Who
this is
though.
what
I
we,
mean, I know you ain't gonna want to hear the truth, but
yeah,
I'm
bro,
saying
but
when I
like
give you a
but
fact to
bro,
make you mad, that's a fact.
that's what,
That's a
bro, but
fact,
like
man.
this is
I didn't think it through. If I'd have thought Mo was gonna be a judge, I'd have never took no debate like that, fam. Going against the U.S.
come on, bro,
military.
but you that's what I'm saying. Like like you can't run
But you
from it
did it.
like that, bro.
I'm running
We didn't
from
all
it.
took debates.
No, y'all
When you
running
talk
from
about
it,
I
nigga.
wouldn't have, bro,
Y'all running from it.
hey, we can turn
So
it into what it is,
now what
bro. I'm
we
trying to be on
have
some,
is an
hold on, because I'm trying to be on some
indication
building shit. We
that
can
a
turn it
judge
into what it
can't be
is.
unbiased,
We
and
can
now we're
turn it
gonna
into
play
what it
this
is.
game and sit here and
I
go
ain't.
back and
I
forth like
didn't. I
that.
didn't
That's
say
We
what
that.
can
I'm
I'm
make it
just
just
into some
saying.
telling you.
YouTube
That's what
shit.
I mean. I don't do the fake
That was a
stuff. Like
bad
that's,
decision for me. I don't like that. That's not even
but
to
it
say
don't
it's
matter what
fucking
the debate is.
bias.
Bro, and we
If
all
Bad
the
feel like we
decision.
didn't have bad decisions, bro. What is you
yeah.
talking about? We all felt like we didn't have bad decisions. But
I
here's
said
the
it's a
thing
bad
though.
decision. I said it's a bad decision by
Do
me.
you feel like
Wait a
having this
minute.
bad
Hold up. Wait a minute. Taz,
that
did you did you call me a
What's up?
built-in?
Cause look,
Did you,
I'm just saying. I
did
mean,
you
it is
call
what
me
it
a
is. It is what it is.
that's how
I mean,
you
I'm
taking it?
literally
That's
because
funny.
I'm literally because like look, I'm literally going against you. I'm literally going against what you know what I'm saying? So whether or not they want to be honest, I can be honest about it. That wasn't a good thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, that okay, Mo was a judge. Yeah, that's probably not good to go against the US military with
Oh,
Mo as a judge, but and then so for me to say it
oh.
is wrong,
No,
I ain't
I'm
supposed to
just
say it.
no, I'm laughing at the built-in judge because I don't really get it, I guess. Even with the military comment, but I'm a little on the bus, I guess. But I just thought that was funny. I was like, wait, I'm over here
And that's
writing my
why we
grant.
keep
Like,
the
wait, he
judges
called me a built-in
anonymous,
judge.
right? Right.
Yeah,
What does it matter if they're
y'all
kept
supposed to stay out
anonymous
of
if
it though.
after the debate, when people find out
Y'all
who the
supposed
judges
to
are, they make
y'all
these
judges though. Y'all
accusations?
supposed
That
to
doesn't
stay
make
out
it
of
any
it though.
better.
Y'all ain't
Wait, you
supposed to be
think?
taking this shit personal though, man. Y'all
No,
judges,
no,
man. Stay out of it.
no. I
Like
don't
for
think it's
real.
personal. Wait. Wait,
No,
I'm
it
Like,
don't
trying to
stay
work
out
that
of it.
way. You don't get
no
accused
wait.
It does work
of
that
being
way.
shady. No, it don't. It
Wait,
don't.
Taz,
I
you
didn't
think
It
I
say Mo
you
was
doesn't.
think I
shady. I didn't say she was shady. I said I would
well
not have fucking debated that if
No,
I'd have
I'm
knew
not
she was
talking
gonna be a
about
judge.
that. I'm not talking
I
about what
wouldn't
you
wait,
have.
just
you think
said.
wait,
I'm not
Taz,
talking
you
about what
think
you
that
just said.
That's
you
the
think I
point.
wait, you think I
That's the
sided
point.
with Fye's position based on me being a vet?
I think that could certainly play a role in it. Yes, absolutely.
How, why you
But
think so? I'm
but
curious.
y'all both was arguing for vets.
But I didn't even take that. I didn't
Nah,
take
not
that
necessarily.
route.
I'm arguing against the
I didn't.
U.S. military.
Oh,
Well,
see,
the
I didn't
mil,
even.
but they were still vets though. Like they were still vets for
But
the
I didn't
British Army.
even. I didn't even consider the military standpoint. That's why I was curious to know why you were saying I was a built-in because you
Nigga, I
said it
ain't
was a
called her no
military.
janky judge. Shut your ass up. I said a
Is it-
built-in judge because
Yeah, he said
again,
built-in.
when we look at it's okay. So let me say it this way. Let me say it this way because
Mhm.
again, I think Angel might just be thinking I'm not just trying to offend you. Look, when I had the abortion debate, right? When I had that lined up, it was like, well, nah, because one of these judges is gonna be a woman, and that's gonna work against me. So that's why when she backed out of it, I'm like, bet. Or was it the abort? No, it wasn't. It was the
That
prostitution
was a
debate.
sex
Yeah,
worker.
the sex worker debate. I feared how a judge might look at that. Now that's not to say who the judge biased, but am I looking at that like that's not going to work? Am I hell motherfucking yeah? And how am I wrong for that?
That's
You're
So
wrong.
interesting
You're
because
again,
you
wrong
I
know
for it.
would
You're
not
wrong.
have done that.
You're wrong for it because
that's
we made the commitment 1,001 times that we will put our own biases and feelings aside.
yeah.
And I think that we have shown that I can go down the list of how much shit I voted against my
I
personal
don't think I
views.
said she didn't though. Like
No,
So
like
he.
it might
how was
infer
my
it. It might
response?
infer it. Okay,
How is my
I
response
understand why
not a
you
normal
infer that.
response? Like
No,
I
he said.
understand why you're inferring that, but I didn't say Mo did anything shady. That's not what I said.
I didn't.
The
So
position I'm taking, the
let me
He
position I'm
reiterate.
said
taking.
he's based on being a vet that I would
No,
probably
no,
side
I'm
that
not
way, but
talking
I
about that
didn't.
anymore. Let
Oh,
me
okay.
reiterate because this is stuff keeps getting lost for some reason. Aside from Mo, he just said that when he had the debate with Chocolate, he said, well, one of them are going to be a woman. So he was hesitant about it. How can he not? Why is that not normal or fair? Whatever the term was he used. And I said it's not because as judges, we made a commitment to never be biased, regardless of our views. Now we're being told, well, I didn't say that about Mo. I answered your question directly. So yes, I don't want
Yeah.
any debaters going into any debate saying I can't take that because a judge may be biased. That's what we are going above and beyond to not do. We have turned down people that wanted to be judges because we could tell from conversations with them that they would be biased. That's the reason you got three of us
I mean,
doing
I
all of
understand
this.
why you say this,
I
but
would have thought.
I said this back. That's this openly. Then it's like that's what I'm saying. It's not something I'm saying about her. It's just the reality. I'm not going to take a debate where I think I'll be going against a judge. Now, I understand what you're saying about putting biases aside, and I can have an appreciation for it. It's not going to change that I'm hesitant in some debates based on who might be judging. That
I would
don't
have.
change that.
I would have thought
Scary ass
the
nigga.
military side would have been
Scary
more on
ass
your
nigga. That's all I
side,
hear.
though. I would have thought
I
that
can't.
that position would have been more for your end versus Fide, though. I wouldn't have
I
saw the
need my.
military
I need people that agree
on
with
the
me to
Fide.
judge. I can't go to a home. I can't go
Not
to on a
necessarily. That's
white court.
it's,
I need somebody.
it's just judging on the curve, possibly when you're tapping into somebody's, you know what I'm saying, ideology.
That's
Like you
not my
tapping into their
ideology.
ideology as they judge.
That's not my ideology. I just got a
Or
check.
Dr. Mo, excuse me, possibly, or their
Yeah,
possible ideology, because
possible.
I don't
Okay.
know that for sure. Which again is like why I'm saying that like it shouldn't just be
Yeah.
offensive. I don't even know that
I'm not
you care
offensive.
about the military enough to swing it because of the, I ain't that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying from the outside looking in, that's a bad motherfucking decision, and I don't know why it's wrong to say that.
Listen, you're not technically wrong the way you think about it, right?
It's
Because I,
cool.
like for example, in my debate with Nyame, I was hesitant to take that debate off break because of
Yeah,
how
Domo was
people play with.
surprised I didn't vote against. I voted for the. I mean, I think
I
Domo was
I was
surprised.
I was
He was
shocked.
surprised.
But
It's
at the same time,
information.
even what took so long for me and y'all made to get a debate is I was questioning whether or not cognitively people will understand, not necessarily what they understand. Like, let me not say that because we have an intelligent audience, we have very intelligent judges, so it wasn't a question of
We
understanding.
got an intelligent
But
audience tonight. Oh, okay. You ain't
I'm
said that
building,
all
bro. I'm
season.
on my build. I'm in building mode. I'm in
Yeah, I hear you.
camaraderie mode. It's
All
not, I
right.
don't want to be the problem. I don't want to be the
All
problem.
right. Okay.
So,
Moving
so,
forward.
but in the context, I would say most of our audience is somewhat intelligent. We have very intelligent judges. You know what I mean? Very intelligent people that's a part of this. So I felt like, damn, when it came to this question of can I get people to look outside of just revolutionary meaning major change and get them to understand that revolutionary means something specific. I failed at that. Right. That's a little bit of a clown. Same shit with the blue debate. It's a little bit of a climb, but that's a part of the challenge. That's what make it fun.
Yeah.
Like,
No doubt.
you know what I'm saying? That's what make it fun. Except when you lose. You know what I'm saying? Except when you lose. But that's a part of it. You know what I mean? We gotta take, man, listen, you the MVP. You're supposed to be the example of the league. You got
Yeah, I
like
am.
because as much we I mean, yeah, we looking at it as just like, yeah, we competitors and we want to win and everything else. At the end of the day, you still MVP, regardless.
If I'm the
You
example,
still are a
motherfuckers need to get
reflection.
their goddamn premises in on fucking time.
Yes,
That's what I'm
100%.
telling you. I don't give a fuck about nothing else you talking about, nigga. Get your motherfucking
You
premises
weak as hell for
on.
that. You weak as hell for that. But as the MVP, you got to be the example of the league. You got to be the as the whatever credit everybody want to give you. Or is it not even everybody want to give you all the what you've done since you've been over here.
Right.
You
Well, I've
got to
been
be the
accused of
example.
things that I have not said. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy. I have not challenged the actual decision and Fye winning. I've only congratulated him and told him to go win that motherfucker. Fucking Yame.
Yeah,
I want my side of the bracket to win. I ain't
yeah,
said nothing no
but at the same time, it's just like what you got to understand though is like how we get down. It's a lot of people that say that they don't hit panels because of how niggas talk, and that's real. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't saying nothing about the individual. That's just the type of we don't create a welcoming space with how we get down. Even when we being friendly, it's not a welcoming space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
And
I
so
wasn't being friendly. I wasn't being
no,
friendly when I initially came out.
exactly, but that's my point. That's my point. If it's unwelcoming, even when we're talking about simple shit like music and sports, when we getting into deep philosophical shit or world beliefs, you know what I'm saying, or even competition, then of course it's gonna be even more hostile. And everybody don't fuck around like that. Everybody don't get down like that. You know what I mean? And so that's why it's like like Angel, one of them type of people that don't get down like that. It is what it is. Psycho is one of them people that get down like that.
Right,
Serious
but
B
I
do get
think
down like that.
right,
Dr.
but
Mo,
I
she
think
fall back.
Angel missed.
She don't get involved with that shit like that either. And so that's why
I think Angel missed
at
my point though initially though. I don't think she heard that I was questioning like how did you move Fye up to 49? You know what I'm saying? And again, it was like, okay, well, yeah, no, that's not how we do it. It's just a decision. But initially, it was I gave him an extra point, and it's like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying? So that some of that I just don't think it transferred in the initial conversation because again it's like wait nah hold on why are we giving out extra points and no premise was sent and you know what I'm saying there was a lot that was said initially that again it just wasn't it's not a lie, it's not a
It came
No,
out
and no,
wrong.
misrepresentation.
it did transfer. The problem is when we're up here for 2 hours and I feel like I'm having 20 different arguments, some things may get lost. But in that moment, I knew exactly what I was hitting that panel for. If your argument wasn't that you won, or shouldn't have won, I apologize if that was implied. I mean, if a person comes up there and say the scores are wrong, this is bullshit, what is going on here? And the judges are responding by saying, oh, wait a minute, the points might be off, so that may mean that Taz wins or it's a tie or whatever it may be. A person is going to think that you're challenging the win, not just a point that wouldn't have made a difference. So when I first hit the panel, it was simply just to explain whether you thought it was a tie or if you should have won. how the rule was set up, and it wasn't a no rule. Then it was, well, you're changing the rules and this is some shady stuff. So then a person's going to react to that, and then it keeps snowballing until all
Yeah,
these
but that's
different
not.
arguments are happening. So
Hey,
it wasn't that
nah,
I misunderstood. I knew what I was coming
I
up there
didn't.
for initially.
Crazy, Angel. I didn't say that you changed the rule. I asked
You
you a
did say
question though.
that. You said that, Taz.
No, I
You
asked
said
you
it.
when it changed. I asked you when it changed.
You said we changed
Remember,
it. You said we
I
changed
asked
it. I don't know how wording it by
because
saying you asked when it changed makes it different.
because
You
because
said
I
we
did
changed
because
it.
I still because even like most of this conversation has just been me trying to figure out why that didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Even when, you know what I'm saying, the slide comment, which was unnecessary, I got you. The head judge wasn't, you know what I'm saying? But I thought, again, and I'm taking fault for it as the MVP, but there should have been a point loss. And so we get it together in the offseason. That was it. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, when I come up initially, yes, I'm asking because it's like, well, damn, hold on. She just added a point, which is what I addressed. And I also questioned, well, if he didn't send in the premise, how does that, you know what I'm saying, resonate if it is a 1 point? So, you know what I'm saying? Again, everything I said was legit. I didn't just come up on no bullshit, Angel. You know what I mean? So, and I know why you came up. But I do think that initial interaction, it was kind of fucked up. So, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I can leave it there, though. Again, because my goal is to just have it here. Just to have a conversation here. Whatever I had to say, I'm saying it. Now I'm done with it.
Man, yeah, man. We put together. We've collected a good group of people
Bro,
and
you a
a good
dropout, bro.
group of
Like, you
competitors.
keep on chiming in, bro. Like you ain't
Bro,
got really
I'm
shit to
still,
do with
bro. I'm
nothing.
telling you,
You a fucking
I'm actually
dropout.
I'm
When it
in
was
the
time for
office.
you to step up into fucking playoffs, bro, you dropped out the fucking debate league, bro. Like, shut up. Like, I'm kind of tired of hearing you for real. You can't coach me on shit. You can't tell me shit, nigga. Fuck you. Debated
Nyla,
me
I've been
5
told
times,
that's
and
my
you can't
problem,
fucking beat
sis.
me, nigga.
I've been told
Fuck
my
you
problem is
talking
I don't
about?
smoke weed. Girl, if I could smoke, my job do randoms. I think that's my problem. I'm around a bunch of laid back people, and when people start cussing people out, they think it's okay. I ain't got weed on
Crazy,
my
crazy.
side. That's it.
Me either. I just laugh.
And Mo, I
Listen,
always knew
Angel,
you.
I just
And
started
Mo,
about a year
I
ago. It's
always knew
changed
you
my
was a
life.
patriot, Mo.
It's changed my life.
Hey, Mo, I
I
always
be
knew
hearing
you
you
was a
talk about
patriot.
them edibles. Sorry, Brendan.
Hey, Mo, I always knew you was a patriot, but I didn't know you rolled alongside
I'll be in
Paul.
Vegas in a couple weeks. Let me get an edible night. Oh, my bad. I forgot we alive.
But see, that's what I'm saying, Brandon.
Oh,
Like,
I
you know what I
can't.
mean? Like you joking about that shit, bro. But I'm telling you, bro, I'd have thought about that shit, bro. Like, not necessarily riding with Paul Revere, but you know,
I,
you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, ain't got to be no flag waving patriot, but you know, shit. I'm going against the grain, man. I don't know. I like, nigga, what? I
Can we
wasn't
talk about
thinking.
the
Bro, this
actual
nigga, do
debate?
y'all hear this nigga
We
talking
ain't
about
even talk
going
about the
against the
actual debate.
grain? Get the
We ain't even
fuck
talk about the actual
out of
debate. Can we talk about
here.
that?
For real,
Get
bro.
the
That was
fuck out of
crazy,
here.
bro.
This nigga talking about going against the grain. Like, nigga, if you don't, bro. Take an uphill battle every now and
Those
again.
are
Jesus.
pre-debate thoughts, though. That's what I'm saying. Those would be pre-debate thoughts, though. I
Facts.
would have thought
Facts.
about that. Is all I'm saying.
But look, y'all gotta forgive me though. Like I'm still in the office right now. Like this is what I mean by like just working. Like I gotta send off this subpoena before I leave. Had a due date. Like we had a due date today. We got court on Monday. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why. But my presence ain't going nowhere though. Like just because it ain't debating don't mean that nigga like this. I do this. I'm this. Like you may be the MVP. I'm the face, nigga. I'm the face. Just this. What they call this what they call it in the NBA when niggas be sitting out.
You should have saw that trophy too,
What,
Taz.
red shirted?
I cried. I
Nah,
cried on the
not.
inside. It was a good
NBA?
It's
trophy.
even, no, it hurt even worse now that I ain't
Gloves
got
and
it.
shit?
I need something. Shit. The fuck these motherfuckers came and stole my shit, dog. I'm bad as hell. I ain't got shit. I didn't got the trophy. That's
Bro, this nigga
crazy.
got the
So
nerve. He stole my MVP because he did 6 debates. He stole my MVP because he did 6 debates.
Quit crying, Domo. I have to say something.
Stole the MVP and
Angel,
then let somebody steal it from me, bro. That's crazy.
Yes.
Oh, somebody
Angel,
stole
I
your
Yeah.
MVP?
really hope
Nah,
you
he got it.
Yeah,
reconsider.
bro.
Nah, you saying
No,
somebody
bro.
took
Yo, shut
It was
up.
sitting on the porch, bro. I was out of town, bro. By the time they text me and said check, I told my son to check. He said it wasn't there. And yeah,
Damn.
Oh man.
yeah,
It
Of
was
course,
I
Fye.
probably
ain't
a
got
it
it,
was
bro.
probably a
Wow.
migrant. It was
Well,
probably
you
a
know I'd have
migrant.
came on here and
Stop
showed
it,
that
Nyla.
shit, bro. I'd have came on here blinging with
It
that shit.
was.
I'd have showed that shit the fuck off, bro. I'd let somebody zap me for that shit.
It was probably a migrant. Angel, I really
Mm-hmm.
hope that you would reconsider. I mean, I know it was a little bit dramatic, right? But if you really think about it, the conflict and what you guys were doing, it actually was productive. And like Domo was saying, that's normal growing pains. And it was done with way much more decorum. And I just think that it's just part of growing, right? It's just part of getting it together and moving on and helping the league to get better. And I think it's like, friendly fire. Take a few
Yeah.
days off and consider.
Yeah,
I
because
appreciate that,
this shit
Nyla.
was dope. This season was dope. Like
It
no
really
lie.
was.
Like this shit was dope. I mean, like
It
just
really is
the
friendly fire though. I feel
the
like I could just tell you, like it really is like you like I just look at your fam, so I'm not some outsider just arguing with you. I'm not finna quit, you know what I'm saying, the type shit. So you know what I'm saying, like for real, just I really wish you would reconsider. Like I don't know, I ain't on that type of
Angel
time.
ain't
Like
going nowhere, man. She need a break. That's all. She need a little vacation and enjoy some summer. She love this shit too. You know what I'm
And
saying?
y'all
We done been
gotta
through.
know when Taz being facetious and you try to hold it to him, he really gonna stand by it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know. I
He
noticed.
really gonna stand by it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
because he Ari.
He got
He
Mo up
Ari.
here about to defend her whole military service.
And
And
well, I thought he was on good behavior compared to that time I gave him a 7. Boy, I was like, "Ooh, I quit. I'm not doing
Yeah,
this
nah,
no
yeah.
more."
He was worse
Domo
than
had to
that.
come
Them
over here.
early
Domo,
them early
Taz,
debates.
don't do
Yeah,
it
them.
to him,
yeah, I ain't
Taz.
understand
Don't do
that
it to
though.
him.
I ain't understand that. If I don't understand, I mean, if I ain't understand
He
this,
was
I'll be
gonna
spazzing
kill
out.
me.
But like, this is I understand completely. Like for real, if I put up a great debate, that's why what I'm saying. I think it's insulting to say that I have an issue with it or I'm a sore loser. I like no nigga. That was a very very impressive performance, and he should be congratulated for it. I ain't there to take shit from him.
Yeah, somebody in the
I think
chat asked
debaters are learning
earlier.
from each other, especially on how to combat the other one.
Yeah,
And I think that y'all's next season is going to be interesting because I mean I can point out a whole bunch of ways, but it's not over yet on how they're learning from the top dogs and how they're using your tactics to combat you now. So I think that's real interesting.
yeah. Somebody in the chat asked earlier, and this is just goes back to the impartiality conversation. Somebody in the chat earlier asked, has Sirius
Oh, I
B
think Brandon
ever
saying something. Is it me? Can't
voted
hear him
for?
or nobody?
Can you
Ah,
hear
we
me?
can hear him, Mo. We can hear
Yeah,
him.
Oh, it's me. Okay.
yeah. So
Yeah.
somebody in the chat asked, has Sirius B ever voted for Taz in a debate? So far, just in terms of my record, just judging him in terms of his performance, I voted for Taz in every debate except the debate tonight. Right? And
Yeah.
the reason why is that Fye absolutely did a wonderful performance tonight, and he won the debate.
Yeah, see that,
Lily,
and
I
again, that's
am not a
another
sore
mistake.
loser. Hell nah, I
Good
am not a
job,
sore loser.
Damo, too, because that's
What
something
you talking
else
about?
I realized the other day as I started to prep this. So I made the mistake of letting you frame it for him, right? Because once I realized what you did right there, I kind of fucked that up because I was not supposed to be the affirmative. He should have been the affirmative, but I accepted it as the affirmative. But I should have made him the affirmative. I can't remember what was going on because I was at my mom's house. I dropped off the line for a second. I came back. Y'all had
It
a
came
title.
That
back.
was actually
You know what I'm saying?
Fontaine's idea. Because initially it was should black people have fought
Fought
for
for the America. Yeah.
for America during the
Right.
Revolutionary War, and Fontaine
No, no,
said he wanted
now
the
you know what it
British
was, Psycho?
to entitle
It was a
some type of
double
way.
affirmative. It was a double
Right, it was
affirmative
a
at
double
first.
affirmative, right?
Yeah.
But no, it was that's what it initially was. But then
Yeah.
we made it to where five was the affirmative because
Right.
they had the title where the black people should have fought for the American side. But then
Right.
five was like he wanted the British to be in the title and
Right.
everything else. So I was like, well, the only way to do that is to flip it and say we should have fought for the British, but that would make Taz the affirmative.
I knew
I
if
thought it
Taz
was
lost, he was
good.
gonna blame me for that. I knew. Somehow I was like, this nigga, if he lose,
I'll let you flip that. I'll let you flip that.
I
you know
mean,
what I'm
to
saying?
me,
I realized it when I started prepping for it. Like, damn, nah, this actually I was supposed to be the guy on the other side of this. I'm not supposed to be pushing this. What the fuck?
no, I think
All
it
right,
was. I
bet.
mean, to me, I thought it was a good point. Uh, I've seen where Fye was going. I just don't. I just needed it to be because even like I think he asked you a question, like even one of the questions because I think initially he was basically stating that if the British was still one, like that shit was only for non-British colonies. So the moment that you become a British colony, then you could be subject pretty much back to the same shit. But I just don't. I ain't see him connected though. You know what I mean? Like that's where I was like waiting on it to land. I felt like he was alluding to it in a lot of ways, but I felt like I think still the stronger argument just ended up being the meat, just the meat. Uh, the yeah the as far as with the British.
nah. I mean, and I'm frustrated because I came in on pieces and because like it sounded like it just every time I came in, niggas was cooking, but I wasn't able to take it in totality. So I ain't even vote just because I wasn't able to hear the argument, like complete arguments. But I know I came in on Taz's premise. Parts of Taz's premise I thought was executed very well. It's the same thing with Five's premise. I think they both did a great job with the historical analysis from what I heard. I didn't get it. I didn't get to catch as much of the rebuttal. I didn't get to catch none of Five's rebuttal, but I
Taz
caught
took
Taz's
on his
rebuttal.
rebuttal.
That's what I was about to say. From what I heard,
He caught something that I peeped on Fontaine's premise where he made a reach. He jumped up
Yeah.
from
Hey,
the
from 17 to 18.
Revolutionary War to the 14th Amendment, and I was like, well, damn, that's a reach.
Look, I said
I'm
about
like,
30
you went from before this was even a country to the 14th Amendment. Like, I was like, damn near 100 years later.
Look at. I
That was a
said,
reach.
nah.
but
Wow.
yeah, y'all did your thing though. Y'all did your thing. I mean, and this the other thing though, Taz, just in terms of what I mean, putting on a great performance all season. What I mean, like that's why you know. I at first I was like, man, this nigga got the MVP because he got to do an extra debate. But being able to put on more for the league is a benefit to everybody. You know what I'm saying? So like, if I had the time to do more, I would. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? But to be able to put on them type of performances, you know what I mean, to walk away like that, like definitely, you know what I mean, it was a great season. Great season. Like niggas really put on
Yeah, I
for sure.
appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It definitely was an interesting season. I don't know, man. That was a rough one. Like I said, I kind of felt it was an uphill battle anyway. Um, but yeah, I thought I won that debate, but you know what I'm saying, judges saw otherwise. But even with that, it's not a thing where it's like you got washed. It's a point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Nah,
you know.
yeah. Nah, not even. Nah.
Nah,
You
yeah,
still you,
no.
nigga. You
It was
still you.
close.
Shit.
It was
That shit
And
don't
close.
change.
to be honest, I'm one of the ones who said this nigga was coming in and kicking in the dough. You know what I'm saying? When I
Yeah.
saw his first debate.
Yeah.
So I'm
I mean,
just
he
not
technically
surprised.
owed you this. He technically owed you this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
We won and
yeah.
one. Yeah, we won and one. It's nothing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping. You know what I'm saying?
Shit.
I see the
Now I'm
comments.
scared of Fye. I ain't been able to do it. Fye been able to do it.
I
I ain't
gotta
been able to do
ignore the comments and act like I haven't already beat the nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Nah, but I couldn't do it, Fye. So you know what I mean. You got my respect, cause shit, nigga, you made it look easier than I did. Shit.
It was a few spots though where I did like it was a question he asked, and when you answered it, I thought he was that's what he was gonna answer. Like I thought he was gonna be like, well, then that would put them back in the slavery, but because I think he asked you what would happen if the British colonies, if they had become a British colony. Yeah, I think he said if the British won, would the Americas have been a British colony?
He said there
yeah.
would be.
And then
I don't
and
know.
then
I thought a lot of that shit that he started asking was theoretical and hypothetical.
Speculation,
So
right?
yeah, no,
um,
but I felt like when you well, yeah, but the initial point he was making though, which to me I felt like it was a question and you answered it, but he didn't land it there though. But it was like because he was saying that only applied if you were on it in the American colonies, like they didn't give a fuck about nobody else. Now, initially, I'm like, well, why does that matter? You know what I'm saying? Because we only talking about niggas in the American colonies, and
I
so
mean, I said that was my response though.
yeah, yeah, but
I mean,
where
but then
it,
he
it
brought it
still
back as
is
a question about
dangerous.
the British Empire, and you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's
For
why
me,
I
that
felt
was
like it
like,
missed. I felt like it missed right there once he did that because I'm like, nah. Now you just need to, if you gonna land it, it need to land. Well, yeah, that mean you would have been subject back to slavery. And I don't think that's where you know what I mean. To me, that's where it was. It was that's where I started to sense the danger in his argument. Because at first I was a little bit like, he in trouble. But then I did start to see where you know what I mean. Where I was like, okay, it's a little bit more dangerous than what I thought.
And I'm kind of mad. I missed the rapid fire too. I ain't get none of the rapid fire. I ain't get to see none of that shit. So
Yeah,
I'm
what
like,
what what I
damn.
felt is in terms of where the danger for Fye was in his argument was the drift into presentism, right? With the hindsight piece and saying that okay, well, everything that we understand now that unfolded, right? Almost as if right this was sort of a certain thing, right? He stayed away from that because he was kind of he was historically grounded in his argument earlier, right? So he stayed away from that, and that's what I was really cautioning. I was like, okay, well, hopefully he doesn't do that because remember he talked about the whole idea of the was it the Civil Rights Act of the Civil Rights laws. That's as close as he got to modern times with it. But he cut it off there. Right. So I was like, okay, well, you know, that was the danger of his argument there.
I mean,
Okay, I see. But well,
I
when I when
still
I when
don't,
I
I
was
still
saying
don't
danger, I
know
meant as
how.
far as where I felt like it was more dangerous for Taz, because initially I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, but then as we start to kind of shape it, because I'm seeing what he's saying, but I'm like, is he trying this? Like, I'm like, is he saying that if we become a British colony, they continue on with slavery? And to me, the question is still up there because to me, that's the most important question of the debate for me tonight was whether we free or not, whether we
Well,
operating as free or not. Like
well.
for
Let me
me,
ask this though. Let me ask this: did Five make any arguments about the British and other places in Europe like banning slavery before the United States?
well, he tripped.
That would have
Actually,
hurt
fucked
Five
up and
then.
Yeah.
said that
That
that's
would have
the
hurt.
he
That's
jumped out the
Taz argument.
window.
Oh no, 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 not Five. My fault,
Yeah,
not Five. Taz.
Yeah.
Did Taz
yeah,
make
he
did
I
Taz
said
did.
make
it.
that
I said
argument?
it
Cause
multiple
cause
times.
Fi jumped out the
Okay.
window and said that they didn't. I don't know what he was thinking.
Yeah,
Oh,
That's why I said
what?
historical
yeah. That's
I
data.
why I said I
never
don't.
said that they
I,
didn't end slavery. I never said they did.
nigga,
Nah,
you
nigga,
I
don't
don't know
try to
what the
bring
fuck
don't bring
you
your
listen
ass up here.
to,
nah.
Hey, hell
Well, no,
nah,
you
Fi,
would.
don't bring your ass up here now. This
But
shit didn't calm
but
down,
no.
nigga.
But I said
bro. I
multiple
wasn't finna
times
get up here
though.
while
I
y'all
did
niggas
say
was
that
arguing. I
multiple
ain't got nothing
times.
to
It's
argue
just
about.
It didn't matter though, but I definitely showed it and said it multiple times. Even showed it 1833 versus 1865. I mean, I walk away from that thinking that, that was an uphill climb in terms of history. Like I said, you got people, you know what I'm saying? Again, you're trying to get people to think of things as well, what if we were British? And if I'm on the opposite side of it, it's okay. Now it's like, well, what if we weren't here in America? I just think as the negative in that, which is what I was looking for, it would have worked better for me. But I got caught up in
that
a
was the
moment.
part. That's what you just said. Would have been the like that would have helped divide it a little bit more if it was more so like, because
If I'd have
it
been negative,
was a little bit of a no. I would say though, if it was just so like, yeah, because it's like, yeah, you fought on the British, but I do think it could have been more that went into like, nah, we fighting like for us. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was more so assumed in your debate. And so when he asked you about it, and then he asked you about the title, and then I was like, damn, you didn't even finish the title out. That was another part where he asked you what the title was. You stopped at should we fight for the British? I'm like, no.
so what
You gotta
somebody else
finish.
said, like I say, my phone had dropped. So when I came back,
Uh
it was like a title there, and I just took that. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, you know what I mean? Because usually I sit there, kind of mine it out, make sure it's, you know what I mean, right. You know what I'm saying? I know we only had a few days. I kind of just took it because, again, not only do I think I could debate it, but I thought I could win it. So no, I
I
took it
think you
thinking
just
that,
don't
but
answer that, because to me, I think when
Oh,
he
nigga, you
asked
was
you
definitely
that, you
occupied, and I
finished the
definitely
whole
recognized
title
that
of the
in the
debate and
yeah,
answered
I
Cause,
was
to
supposed
it.
to flip
cause
that
look,
back
I
around.
didn't know
Like,
you
nah.
wasn't. I didn't know you wasn't there, bro. Cause when I said it, it was like I'm like, hold on, this would be a good ass debate. Like, where this nigga
Yeah, I was
time at?
just
'Cause,
supposed to
like,
flip
y'all,
it around. I was supposed to flip it back. You know what I'm saying? Because again, that's because again, I can argue that, but if I'm gonna argue it, it's got to be the negative. You know what I'm saying? It's just because of the setup of it. You know what I'm saying? I would want him to have to go on the offensive because throughout that debate, I couldn't force him to deal with nothing America did after the revolution. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I
yeah,
tried to force that part of the conversation, but none of it mattered. He literally was able to skip from the revolution to the Civil War. And I tried to, force it to be, well, no, in 1804, Ohio's black laws, but again, there's no way to really force that into his argument until the rapid fire. And I mean, we both got 10s and 9s, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Like I said, it wasn't a good argument to be the affirmative on, because as good as it was, it is one of them that you can easily kind of fight back with, just being
yeah,
American. And you know what I'm saying, our history enough to say, well, hell no, nah, bro. Like, because
yeah,
again, I love to hear that framework laid out of the American Revolution leading to the 13th Amendment and the abolition of slavery. You know what I'm saying? We only get 10 minutes on that clock,
Yeah, but
but
I didn't say that the it led to it directly. That's why I was showing them in the graph how I showed it. And even the Phyllis Wheatley and Lemuel Haynes, what I was saying was the same ideas that they recognized in what was being laid down in that foundation was the results later on. That's what the 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and 15th Amendment stood on. That's all I was recognizing. The same thing that
but
freed the
I
slaves
thought
is what they recognized in real time. That's all.
but I
I wasn't
thought
saying
he
that
was
if
true.
they what they said led to the fucking 13th Amendment. I never said that.
Well, no, I mean, but you implied it that. I mean, that's the way it was presented, though. You know what I'm saying? It was
The
presented
Yeah,
like,
the
because again,
the
because it was
the
you didn't
like,
have to
the
fill in
visual
it.
Taz, the
You,
visual
you
looked like that, but what I was
yeah, that's what I'm
saying
about to
wasn't
say. Because
relative
looking
to
at
it.
it on the screen, I'm
because
like,
you didn't have to. Because
nah,
my
nigga,
thing
that's
is,
a hundred
if
years.
you didn't have to fill in, yeah, you didn't have to fill in the part that I'm filling. I'm filling in the part of what's happening in Nova Scotia with the thought that there's going to have to be on your side. Now you have to at least acknowledge what's happening on your side of this. And there's only a focus on me. And again, I know that because I'm the affirmative. So it's only a focus on the British. It's only a focus on my argument, as opposed to what the argument that I wanted which was to focus on your argument. Now you got to argue for slavery. You got to argue for the War of 1812. And again, I just, I don't know. Like I said, it's my fault. I should have certainly been a negative.
What if it's worded? Should we have took the offer of the British?
Well, again, I mean, I don't think that changes it for me. For me, the only way it changes is if he has to acknowledge what America's doing. You know what I'm saying? The only way I can do that is if he's the affirmative. Because, like I said, that's what I tried to set up as what I'm arguing. 1804 there in Nova Scotia building versus 1804 black laws in Ohio. Right. So that's what I'm trying to set up. He never has to acknowledge none of that. And you know what I'm saying? I kind of know that as the affirmative, but I'm trying to force him to, but I really, you really can't. So as long as, he can evade that shit and, you know what I'm saying? Cause like I say, I feel like when I'm arguing this shit, it almost has to be like the judges have to see it that way, and they ain't see it that way. So, I take the L on that shit.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, what would have did it? Like I said, it was there.
All of this be rating of angel. What
for me?
But that's why niggas be like, but like my nigga, you a bitch, bro. Like, what are you talking? Be rating of angel, like, bro. Y'all niggas, bro. Never, my bad, Blue. What you saying, bro?
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it.
My fault, bro. My fault. That shit just ignored that shit, bro. Like, go ahead, bro.
Hey, I was long. I'm like, oh, the chat.
As soon as he said it, I had to look and see him talking shit.
I was like, look at the chat. Y'all,
my bad, bro. Like,
hey, actually, I've been just waiting for an opportunity to throw shots at the chat. I've been seeing all this
I don't
shit.
even be having that bug on my screen, my nigga. Let me start apologizing. It probably be people speaking and shit. If y'all speaking or talking shit, I don't know.
Nah, what? I be watching. I be looking for the opportunity to be like, because look, I had to think about it. I was like, if I could get both of them debates that I lost by being nice to the chat, would I go back and be nice to the chat? Fuck no.
Fuck no.
Yeah, when I'm judging, I completely close out the chat. I'm like, I'm not dealing with them at all.
I only look at the chat during periods of the debate. Live. I don't watch it the whole time, but I do look at it. It's motivation. I like it.
The chat love y'all niggas. The chat love Serious B. The chat love Serious B. Chat love Fye.
No, it's for
chat love Blue.
I don't look
the
at
chat do not love me. That shit split, nigga.
Look at that.
Make sure I won't know, bro.
I won't know. In terms of my judging. Right, that's why I take it down.
I learned season 1.
No, the chat does love it, y'all. The chat loves it, y'all.
You gotta think the chat. That's new though. Just think that's new. The chat that hated us from fucking season 1
for years, nigga. For years. For years.
Like, that's nigga, what. But it's shut the chat off, nigga.
I like the element is cool though. The chat element is cool because it's like I said, whenever it was just points, I did not lose. You know what I'm saying? Whenever it was just points, I did not lose. But shit, you added now you got the people play a part in it. You know what I mean? I'm not about to have
80 DJ Charms come in the motherfucking chat, nigga. I ain't even started my opening round, nigga. Like this nigga done lost. This nigga way y'all. Nigga, I ain't even started speaking. Like what the fuck?
And it was so funny. DJ Charm at one time was a judge.
Yeah.
You remember DJ Charm was a judge?
Man, leave it alone. Leave it alone, y'all, man. Leave it alone, y'all, man.
How you make this? How you make this nigga a judge? My biggest enemy.
It always take you before the debate why you can't win your debate. Like,
man,
damn,
when I was like in my 20s, I used to argue with Charm. Me and that nigga used to argue about everything.
Oh yeah,
bro. Charm was the first nigga to try to tell me that maritime law had something to do with something. I forget what we was talking about, but this nigga started talking about maritime law. Nigga, I'm like, nigga, we ain't even talking about the sea. What is you talking? Shout out,
Hey,
shout out
I
to
remember.
Charm though,
Hey,
man.
Domo, you know I used to rap and shit, and I used to get Charm beats. I used to be at the studio, everything. That nigga used to argue with me, talking about, you got to cut your mustache if you want to blow up. They ain't gonna let you blow up with that mustache.
Also,
Charles is
Charm
crazy.
personally. You done been to his studio.
Oh yeah, that's my nigga, bro. I know Charm 20 years.
Oh, that's what's up. That's
Oh
what's
yeah,
up.
you know
Yeah,
that long? God damn.
that's what's up. Y'all Atlanta
Hell
niggas.
yeah, bro. Know that nigga since I was like a teenager.
Y'all Atlanta niggas. That's what's up.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Charms is a
that's why I'm like,
real Atlanta
that's
nigga.
why I'm
Charms know
like,
everybody now.
Yeah, I fuck with
y'all gotta
Charles.
understand. Like some of us got fatigued from shit that from years ago. Shit, like nigga,
Yeah.
this compared to what niggas can't. Like I'm telling you, bro, this is an accomplishment. Psycho and Angel done
Right,
did some
right,
shit.
right,
They
right.
didn't polish the, you know what I'm saying, shit to the point where you feel me. Like this is like this shit was smooth. Like I mean, it had its bumps or whatever, but at the same time, it's
Yeah.
like nah. Like you like this shit is dope. This shit was dope. Like
From
Y'all
my
I'm
need to
first
excited
y'all
for that.
need
experience, bro, I very much appreciated this shit. This shit made me
Oh
learn
man,
more.
yeah.
Bro.
Made me
nigga,
Y'all
realize
might
imagine we
not
was
believe it.
debating flat earth. Nigga, I knew nigga at the end of my debate, a judge was gonna ask me about Isaiah 53. And
You hear me,
however I
Damo?
answered that question was
What you
gonna
say, Taz?
cost me my debate.
I said I'm familiar with the season ending like this, though. I mean,
Nah,
it's not new to me.
but that's what I'm
Like
saying.
this
Cause
is like this is like the third time I've lost a debate based on a tie
on a
in a
fucking
judge's
tie.
decision. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like some people may not understand the frustration with that, but I'm
Nah,
losing every time on a fucking tie in a judge's decision. So you
Not
know what I'm saying?
every
It's a
yeah,
little
time.
man.
frustration in that. You know what I'm saying?
but
Not
they
Yeah,
could
every
yeah,
also
yeah.
be
Not
time.
every
looked at like
time,
a
nigga. Not every
compliment too,
time.
though, bro,
You have
But
a
I
because
belt,
lost
bro.
on the
you
tie.
gotta lose a close debate. You don't lose.
I
Nobody
lost
ever
one of them
watch
ties.
you in those shit. It's
But
always a close
nobody don't
debate.
never get. But nobody else is losing debates to ties in a judge's decision. It's like, bro, like I just want to see somebody else
Yeah.
lose a debate like that, nigga. It's every
I lost
time,
the
nigga, it's me.
debate like that to
Oh,
you.
you damn sure did. You lost that Liberia debate. Yeah, you lost that
That
Liberia
look,
debate.
that's what I was trying to tell her. That's what I was trying to tell her,
Hey,
Blue. Cause
that was one of the sickest debates I ever had,
That
nigga. I was
Liberia
like,
debate was fire, bro. Yeah, I
nigga,
forgot about that
that
one.
nigga
but
Kansu said, nigga, my best round was all conjecture. I was like, huh?
bro, you
I
had
knew that.
and then you had trout mouth ass Garfield
Man,
talking
I
about
don't
some, bro.
talk about my
Yeah,
nigga,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. I mean, listen, I get that's your partner, and I ain't gonna put you in that position. I ain't gonna put you in that position. But bro, like you gotta understand, like we trying to bring in guest judges and shit, and they just showing up, just fucking shit up.
man, that
Mm-hmm.
man
Yeah,
I
mentioned,
got you.
that nigga
Yeah,
said
yeah.
I
man.
mentioned, what's the name of that president?
I
That
done
nigga
been
said
here
I
before. I done been here before.
that nigga said I mentioned what was it? I forgot. It was like the first continental president, the first president of the continental.
Who? John
Uh,
Hanson.
yeah, John Hanson. He thought I was bringing up John Hanson. Where all my presidents was Liberian presidents. So that nigga was like, I just can't. I can't vote. I was like, man, I didn't even realize that shit happened, bro. 'Cause I'm
Hey, and
still
that's
stuck
really
on
what
what
it was.
Consul
This
said.
this nigga Taz is just he was triggered from hearing the word tie and him
Ah,
losing. That's really what it was. As soon as he heard tie and he lost, like, hell no,
here we
nigga, I'm
go.
jumping out. I'm jumping out the window, man. Fuck it.
Hey, peace, y'all.
But
Peace, y'all. Good
I
debate.
ain't
Good
jump out
debate,
the
man. Good
window.
debate.
I ain't jump out the
nah, you
What's
didn't.
good,
You
boo?
didn't. You didn't. What up with it,
Congratulations,
Blue?
Fye, man. Yeah, yeah. I just got a question, like, concerning all this panel elitism or debate
Appreciate
elitism.
it, bro.
You know what I'm
He said,
saying? Cause like
debate.
y'all niggas ain't debating 24/7, man. So like when you watching the debate, you technically a chat nigga, man. So are you shooting? Are you playing Russian roulette with an automatic, bro? Like what is you doing, man? Like you shooting at yourself too, man. I just
nah,
be
look,
wanting to,
Good days.
like
when I'm being a chat nigga, I can admit it. Okay. When I'm being a chat nigga, I can admit it. But yeah, but I'm not
so
a
everybody in the chat, y'all heard him right there. He's shooting at himself too. So there is no debate elitism going on. I just want to make that clear. But no, it was a good debate, Joe. It was a good debate, man.
That
Like I
was.
said, congratulations,
It
Fye.
was.
So I was saying, I thought it was close, but I had Taz. I thought like the rebuttal round. I agree with Psycho. I thought the rebuttal round actually nailed it, but you never know, man. Like it ain't no one thing that like
Yeah.
that's gonna push it. It's always a collective. So I think people like might want to like consider that when they thinking about this stuff. But you know what I mean. Yeah, it'd be tough when it's a long season, man. So I get the frustration and shit. And then you know, I know one of y'all, Yame or Fire, gonna have a belt to go with Tess, and when he do that, the belt shit, you know what I'm saying? There's gonna be some belt peacocking going on. So
I need
I'm
that.
kind of
God
looking
damn
for,
it.
I'm kind of looking forward to that.
Yeah. I think we need to throw
Yeah,
tomatoes at Fly because he started all that
Mine,
shit with that
mine. I'm
rookie.
gonna put mine up. Shit, my mine done. Shit, it's the last little couple weeks for it. Shit,
nah,
I'm
that
saying I'm
that
a
that
pro.
belt still count, man. That belt's
I'm
like
gonna be a,
because it did kind of
yeah, but
like
it's
when
the
you
former. It ain't the current. It's the former.
yeah, but
Shit.
but still
The
like
bubble champ.
it ain't just over here. Like when you pulled it out on Tommy that day, like you made him have to go get. So like it's all kind of uses for that belt, man. It's like
You
God
pulled it
damn.
out on Tommy.
Yeah, I had to pull
yeah.
that on top.
I know that nigga was.
Yeah. God damn sure did go get that motherfucker for Tommy.
So I know it ain't the last we gonna see of that shit,
Hey,
you
that
know
nigga
what
finna go right debate King on some shit. That nigga finna
I'm
And
find
peace
some
to you,
shit.
Lou, for coming up and giving the debater some smoke. The debater's been giving the judges smoke. They've been giving the chat smoke. So I'm glad you came up and gave them some. Likewise, right? Peace to you.
Man, that
saying?
chat
Peace,
smoke
what's
don't be
up,
mean and shit. Loose
serious?
smoke don't be mean and shit.
Yeah, it don't mean
Loose.
shit. I'm just a chat. I'm just a chat nigga. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
just
You're not a chat rat. You're not a chat rat. I give you that. I won't.
nah.
I
I'm
won't
around.
call Lou a chat rat.
It's only certain people like Willie. I'll shoot at Willie from the chat because he be, you know what I mean. He be like over talking too much, like kind of fucking up the panel. But that's my man's though. I fuck with Willie, but like, yeah, I'm a shoot at him and shit. Uh, but yeah, yeah, it was a good year though, man, for the debate shit, man. A lot of shit
It was.
been
It really was.
Psycho,
Yeah,
what's the timeline for the championship?
yeah. The debate tonight was the
26,
toughest one for me. Right. So we talked about
26.
yeah, the last one on the 26th.
Yeah,
Damn. A couple
26.
weeks. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
two.
sense.
They got two
Yeah,
weeks
2 weeks.
and some days.
What,
Yeah, that's
what
on a
you was saying,
Sunday.
Brandon?
It's on a Sunday too.
Yeah. More
Five.
fault, Brandon.
Yama's on the Sunday. It's the 26th.
On the Lord's Day. Let's go.
Yeah. That's why you gonna lose now, you heathen. So you gonna lose. Talking about the Lord's Day.
No, no.
It's the Lord's Day,
I
man.
was saying in terms of what kind of distinguished what made this one sort of a standout debate tonight is that for me, this was the toughest debate of all. I think this is through the season and the tournament. I think this was the toughest debate to judge in terms of how close it was,
Yeah.
how well put together the arguments were on both sides. So this one was razor thin margin of error for this one. So
Mm, yeah.
Yeah, so the 26th. Shit. Yeah, 2 weeks. That makes it sound right. Y'all season went the whole damn summer. How you feel about that, Psycho?
It ain't go the whole summer. It took it. It's deep. It dipped into the summer, but it ain't take up the whole summer. I wanted it to be done by the fourth, but the fifth actually. The fifth was the day I shot for, but yeah, I'm 3 weeks off.
Okay.
Man, I hope the fans have been entertained because this is
Get it.
definitely a fun season, man.
But it's been wild. Man. There's been so much. The last few. She was just the last month or so, bro. I done had so much pile of shit. Crazy.
But I mean, I
Yeah.
say the amount of people, like, of course, it's always people who drop off from the beginning, but to have like a core group that was consistent in their debates, you know what I'm saying? Debates that, because I remember back in the day, I used to watch some debates and be like, just be like, what are these niggas talking about, bro? But like, I
Yeah.
can't with all of these. There was at least something in majority of them. You know what I mean?
Whether it
That
was their style, whatever it
yeah,
was, everybody
yeah.
brought something. Like, yeah,
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 because like my nigga V Note, man, his
yeah.
arguments may have not been what it was, but he brought them hoes though.
Man, that nigga
Like,
Vino, but
he
that
brought
nigga
them.
the unsung hero of the league this year for real.
Oh man, I'll never forget Vino on the mic with his hands, two hands in the air, saying, "This is the minstrel show."
That nigga
We
eyes was
definitely need like a
closed.
recap of the season, like favorite moments and shit, because that's
Man,
that shit was funny as hell.
Yeah, I
Shit,
gotta give
with as
Dino
long
the
as
most. I gotta give him the most entertainment though. Dino,
man,
definitely.
for sure.
Uh,
For for sure,
he gonna be
yeah,
a
we got to
problem
do it.
though
We got to
next
do
year.
a postseason. You got to do a postseason show. It's like I'm gonna fuck around and get some highlights. Nigga, just go through the debates and just pull some highlights to help you out. Nigga, just you ain't gotta plan that shit on your own. Cause
Yeah.
I think really everybody really deserve it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody deserve. You know, Spy got to get his spotlight. Taz got to get spotlight as MVP, and then you know whoever win the championship, like the road to that, it has to be. Because you know I'm rooting for Yame. I gave Yame my mojo. Well, he took
Yeah.
it actually when I lost. Like so,
Of
so
course you
Yeah.
room
Yeah.
for
Let me.
him. You dropped out, so you ain't have to debate me. Of course
bro,
you
I
room for
did
him.
not drop out. I did not drop out. Y'all have
That's
to
what
stop.
I'm
Like,
telling everybody. That's what
it's
I'm telling everybody.
10:58 and I'm still at work. It's 10:58 and I'm still. Part of the reason I'm still here is because I've been distracted talking to y'all niggas. But
Real quick,
outside,
let me take this time out and say happy birthday to Angel. It's actually her birthday right now at 12 o'clock. So yeah, let me say
Oh,
happy
happy
birthday,
birthday, Angel.
Angel.
yeah,
You
happy
can't be up
birthday.
here
Man.
yelling this your birthday. You supposed to say fuck all this shit, nigga. It's my
Yeah, happy birthday.
Hell yeah,
Turn up.
triple for real. Happy birthday, Angel.
Oh yeah,
Happy,
Yeah.
happy solar return, right? Is
Yeah,
that
happy
What is
solar
it?
return.
Cancer?
Shout
It's
out to
cancer
B.
season.
right?
Facts.
I would have been like, fuck y'all niggas. I'm taking shots. It's my birthday, nigga.
Yeah, you gotta send some shots that way.
man. How do y'all feel about a rookie not turning in their premise on time though?
That's a rookie
That
mistake.
nigga got
Sound like a rookie mistake.
I don't know. Like I said, we got to fix that shit next year though, because I don't know about other debaters, but it hurts me. And I need to, you
No,
know what I'm
it
saying?
does. It hurts me. I depend on it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I mean, I think
I
we
Yeah.
kind of
bet.
felt that way though early though. I think we kind of
Watch.
all
I will drop
Psycho, you
all the way
say the
Atlanta.
season is what it is. Ain't no changing no rules. The
I
premise
think
ain't
after one of them,
you ain't getting no premise, nigga. My bad,
Yeah,
boo.
that's
I'm
just
just talking
something
shit
that's
to
got
you.
to be. That's just something that's got to be addressed, though. That's it. Because I don't even
But
think
I'm
it's
still your
a
foe.
major.
I just want you to know you go against me, you will get broke. Niggas say they the best, but I kill the goat. Any ill will. Niggas say they the best.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like
Yes,
I
sir.
say, every time I lose a debate, it's a judge's decision. That's all I'm gonna say there. Every time somebody act like something special happened,
Hey,
I
Fye.
have to remind you.
What good, big bro?
Pop your shit, nigga. I killed you, nigga. But I'm still your foe.
Oh, still your folk, man.
Niggas say they the best, but I kill the goat.
Yeah.
That said, yeah. Yeah, I owed you that one though.
Yeah, I got killed, destroyed.
Nah, good debate though, man. Y'all took care of that. Well, I had you winning the motherfucking
Horrible
tag.
performance.
Man,
horrible
I don't know.
performance by
Shit, the
Taz.
whole Chad that nigga win.
I don't even know how he got
I
this
definitely
far.
had you with it, the motherfucker. I didn't. Hey, I was shocked like Fye. I had the same look on my face Fye had on his.
He seen
he
that
said
shit out
exactly
like
like fuck.
what?
Yeah, even
If you don't know, bro,
Taz
GQ,
had
I had my
win.
feet up on the bed and everything. I was like, yeah, I know I lost this. Them nigga had me losing 67-33 in the chat.
Yeah. I'm starting to think about what me and Taz gonna debate about, and I saw somebody say congratulations, Fye. Like what? Did I miss something?
Yeah, boy. I thought Psycho was setting me up again with that goddamn one judge for 5. Cause I was gonna say, and the winner is Taz.
Yeah. You were smart to stay up north, Fye. You were smart to stay up
Oh
north.
yeah, man. I don't want to talk about the South. Them niggas push back against all the abolition laws. Them niggas not playing.
Yeah, and you paid Pennsylvania heavy too. That was also smart because, like I said, Pennsylvania is most at that time was the most liberal county. Yeah, that's where all the Quakers and all that shit was at in fucking Pennsylvania. So they was the lightest on the slavery laws.
Yeah, I mean, with the Fugitive Slave Act, it's still confusing to why any of that. Like I say, I just don't know how much of that people would stand on outside of that debate. Saying that the Declaration of Independence was for Black people and all that type of shit is just,
I never said it was for Black people. I said Black people used it in their favor. I never said it was written for Black people.
You said them motherfuckers, the American Revolution was fought to Black people to benefit from it, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, I said that the principles that they were fighting for, that they were standing on, Black people knew in real time, and they showed it that they could use those principles to fight for their freedom. That's a real thing. That's not. I didn't make that up.
Right. So
I was reading it.
Disconnect. Right, but the disconnect is because that was the Phyllis Wheatley point, right? But my disconnect, and I still really don't get, is how
not just Phyllis Wheatley.
The 13th, 14th, and 15th applies to that, though. That's the connection that I thought was made.
I thought it was. I don't know. I was the principles that were laid down, that were recognized in real time. I repeat the same thing that the Phyllis Wheatley. When they wrote up the ratification of the 13th Amendment, what were the people saying that were writing that up, that were fighting for it? What were they saying?
They weren't
the
saying
same
anything
things.
that Phyllis Wheatley, but they weren't saying anything that Phyllis Wheatley said.
They were saying if you wrote this up and said that every human deserves liberty, if you wrote this up and said that every human is born equally, then that would have to include Black people and Africans. That's why I brought in the Lemuel Haynes when he said that's exactly what he said. When he said the Africans has just as much equal right to humanity as English.
I think here's where again that's what I was saying. So if you're the affirmative right, then now you got to argue for that to be okay, and that's my mistake in accepting that shit. Like I say, because I'm supposed to make you make that okay. You're able to just offset what I'm saying with that as the negative, and like I say, it's gonna be difficult if I can't leave you behind. You know what I'm saying? As long as you can keep up with the affirmative shit, you good. You know what I'm saying? I got to leave you behind somewhere. So as long as it's 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, 10-9, I can't leave you behind nowhere. I can't even get a point ahead. That's what I say. We ran the score up.
Yeah. I knew your rebuttal was a 10 for sure. I said this in the chat. As soon as you got through, I'm like, yeah, that was a 10 right there. He clowned on that one. Why you pulled that shit out though? Rookie of the year, man. Nigga came through. That was I'm like Dome on the shit. That was an upset, nigga. That was a shocker. Nobody expected that. History debate too.
Nobody believed in me.
No history debate, nigga. History debate with Taz, nigga. We just know he finna smoke your ass.
That's not a history debate, though. That's what I'm saying. That's really cap right there.
It's not a history debate.
Hell, motherfucking no. That shit ahistorical.
Oh, okay.
If anything, I'm arguing something that didn't happen, nigga.
Hypothetical on the hypothetical side.
See, but no, because I feel like he got to argue the hypotheticals. I was actually afraid of introducing hypotheticals. If you go back and look at that debate, all of my argument was actual history. What I was afraid of using hypotheticals was if I open up the door to a hypothetical, he might start talking about the British winning the war, keeping slaves here all across America, got these niggas picking cotton and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to leave the hypothetical approach too much. But like I said, I think a lot of his rebuttal was hypothetical. You know what I'm saying? I didn't use no hypothetical. I used straight history. I'm saying that's why I thought it would work in my favor, but I don't know. Sometimes you got to think about some shit is ahistorical for one, because that's not what happened. You know what I'm saying? That's why I really couldn't argue it before 1775. Like, you got to kind of take it to where the British are meaningful in the American Revolution, and you can show them being a benefit to black people. You can't really do that till 1775. So, you know, it's already an uphill battle.
Okay. Well,
that ain't history ain't on my side on that motherfucker, bro. Not for real. Like, that's why I say, when I thought about it, like, I'm like, damn, man, how the fuck they get me to the affirmative on this shit? Like, I mean, we gonna run it. Nigga, ain't no fear. You know what I'm saying? I could win this shit. How the fuck did I become the affirmative? Like, wait a fucking minute. Like, and I accepted it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't no trickery or no shit. Like, I'm like, you know, like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, no. When we started this conversation, I think we was talking shit. And I definitely said I would argue it, but I wanted to argue it from the opposite side, though. So, you know, I let my debate skills and thinking I could win that one get ahead of me, because I should have been arguing that from the safer side. That's the uphill side. Like I said, if you do the British winning, nigga, like I said, let's say I come in and my approach is the British win the war. The other part of that is where he goes with that. Okay, the British win the war, they re-enslave all these niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I just, you know, it's too wide open. And Biasa, I use the Somerset case. I started right there. But, you know what I'm saying, again, some of that stuff ain't gonna land because I only got 15 minutes. And in that 15 minutes, I only got a select amount of time I could talk about that shit. So I only had like 30 seconds I could talk about the Somerset case. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to rush through 40 slides, like, you know what I mean? And I got to get them all in because this is more of a ahistorical uphill climb. I'm trying to tell people we should have did something that clearly seems like, why? All right, Taz, tell me why. Explain why we were supposed to do that. You know what I mean? Like, and it's too much explaining. You know what I mean? Like, I probably needed 5 minutes.
When you hit him with that Fugitive Slave Act, that was another head chopper I thought put you ahead of the game.
Still, you got to make that shit work because it's empty words when he doesn't have to acknowledge it. You know what I'm saying? Because again, that's the other side of the argument, right? Is even though that's happening, he don't really have to acknowledge what's happening in America. Right. You know what I'm saying? I can force it in my round, but he don't really have to acknowledge that in his round. It's like, oh, the Fugitive Slave Act, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I thought that should have weighed a little heavier. You know what I'm saying? Being that his argument was 1780. You know what I'm saying? But you know, again, that's the danger of doing an uphill battle. Mm-hmm. I say I'm hoping all that shit gonna land. Ain't none of that shit landing, like, for real. That nigga played big hopscotch to my like 1790 to 1865 on a nigga. Like, damn, bro. Like,
Yeah,
like,
14th Amendment.
And then slipped in some shit like they was building communities in Philly. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, like, yeah, it's just enough to put the 9 up. You know what I'm saying? Just enough to put the 9 up. You know what I mean? The 9 or the 10 up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he had the well, look at us now argument.
Yeah, he definitely was prepared, which I didn't expect nothing less. I didn't expect nothing less. So that's why I can't say it's an upset, because it ain't, you know what I mean? It ain't like I ran away with the first one. You know what I'm saying? The first one
Psycho
was that.
niggas in the back.
The first one was a good debate. So I already knew it was going to be, you know what I mean? Anybody who didn't think he was.
Both our debates is 2 of my favorite debates.
Bro, and I really wanted to talk shit on this one. That's why I'm mad I ain't get to see it. Like, bro, like, y'all niggas think I'm playing, bro. I'm just now leaving the gig, nigga. It's 11 o'clock. I'm just now walking out of this motherfucker. My wife calling me all scared and shit. Like, yes, I'm still in the office. No bitches, no. I am in this motherfucker by my damn self. Well, cause you know how you stop staying late for work and well, no, y'all niggas get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you'd have been caught.
Nah, never that.
Yeah, that's something I expect my girl to say. You seem like an upstanding man, bro. I don't expect your woman.
Oh, nah. She no, that's what I'm saying. She was scared. She was more so like, are you okay? Like, what's going on?
No matter how upstanding your ass is, nigga.
My girl damn so gonna be like, where the fuck you at, nigga?
Break the routine, nigga, and see what happens.
Nah, but I be working late though, so that's why she just more so. You still at the office? Like, hell yeah. And then we just had a little emergency because we had this brief that is due today, like before midnight. And then the associate attorney, she was sending it to the court email we supposed to send it to, but they was kicking it back. And so she panicking like, well, because they gotta have it before midnight. So yeah, bro. But yeah, I'm finally I'm out this bitch.
Lilo say niggas got legal problems in California. I'm sure you busy.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah. But that's why that's why I'm trying to be cool about it. But like I'm like, yo, everything.
Yeah, man.
This nigga Taz this. Hold on.
Breaking up.
Hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just connected to the Bluetooth and shit. But nah, nigga, I'm definitely jealous. Definitely jealous. Nigga, cause look, this nigga Fye, he ain't even been doing this shit that long. This nigga done been in a 2 finals.
Yep.
Nigga, I've been doing this shit since 2019. I ain't been in a final yet. I ain't been in the championship debate yet.
I'd have never gave you that debate.
I know it. But that's my problem. My ego too big. I'm with all the shit. I think I can win all of them. So, you know how you was just talking. You know how you was just talking about like how you felt like certain shit was hitting and it just wasn't hitting. Nigga, that DEI debate. Nigga, I just knew like nigga, these niggas don't know this. Nigga, this shit come from what? Niggas was like,
nigga, I was sitting there watching that DEI debate. My girl just kept saying she was going with Taz points, and I was like, so the other nigga, he ain't feeling nothing he's saying. She's like, it just ain't. I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
Nothing, bro. Nothing. That
like,
bitch was a 3-0. That bitch was a 3-0.
After that, on that after debate show, I said you just overtalked that motherfucker,
bro. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
All that shit started running together for a minute, nigga. Don't any nigga with dyslexia was all fucked up.
Nah. And then but then the motherfucking the international players debate. I knew I had that one. I just knew. I did not think that niggas was gonna be on like that. Nope. Americans are the best. Nope. Black niggas is the best basketball players. Nope.
Like, damn. All right.
Now that debate was only because that was you, though. Anybody else would have been arguing that. They would be like, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, fuck America."
Niggas is like, nah, but this nigga Fye done been in 2 championships. I ain't been in 1. That is crazy. That is crazy. Shout out to you, Fye.
And I
No,
got
you making your pseudo killing niggas proud.
Yeah, man, I can't
Making
wait
your
to
niggas
tell them,
proud.
man. Gotta win this shit.
Yeah. They gonna
man.
be able to talk all type of shit. Like, yeah, we winning debates everywhere, nigga. We go everywhere. Man, fuck y'all niggas.
Hey, man, that's the game, man. That's the game, bro.
Yeah. This is a good one. Though, from what I was able to catch. Definitely a good one. Yeah. But now
What's good,
y'all may.
everybody?
Oh, what up, Vayasa?
What's up, bro?
Not
What
too
up, bitch?
much on lunch. Good job, gentlemen. I gotta go back. I was at work, so I didn't catch y'all's first rounds, but good job.
Appreciate it, bro.
I've been advocating that this was gonna be a tough one because the idea of us fighting for either side as patriotic is misleading on either sense, whether you get lost in Eurocentric verbiage, being loyalist or patriotic. That was none of our desires. We was fighting solely for liberation. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and check it out. But Taz, did you use the Phillipsburg Proclamation at any point? I didn't get to see your
I
first
mean,
round, but
yeah. Again, it's just, you know what I'm saying. Because I'm on limited time. You know what I'm
right,
saying. I tied it because that's 1779. You know what I'm saying. I
yeah,
tied it in with the 1775 proclamation. You know what I'm saying.
right,
But I thought showing the after effects of the British would counter the argument that I actually expected, which was the argument he brought. So I thought staying in that range of 1779 might be problematic, that I needed to expand it to show where people benefited from the British. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I went that route. But I mean, to just directly answer, I did touch on it, but I didn't go deep into it.
No, I get you. I get you because with stuff like this, each one of these are their own lecture in itself. So I get what you're trying to say by that, which is unfortunate when you're on a time clock. So I can see where that can become frustrating. I got you.
Yeah, yeah, because it's because the thing is, even with that, because like I didn't know he was going to use Dunmore as much as he did. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know he was going to use it as much as he did, but I thought that would work to my benefit, that he was using it, and then the second and then third ones. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I said, I think kind of what you just said right there, it made me think that no matter who's the affirmative in that, you're coming off as a patriot. You know what I'm saying? You pushing kind
Yeah.
of a patriotic argument, no matter which side is the affirmative. And again, I didn't view it that way. You know what I'm saying? I kind of viewed it as more like a pushback argument against history. But I don't know if that was a good idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, because again,
Yeah,
it's too much you got to argue. You know, it's too much you got to teach.
they're just now starting to really change the dynamics in that conversation, saying, no, you can't say these was black patriots or black loyalists. These were people fighting for their own independence and freedom. So yeah, I mean, but when you look at
But
go
the
ahead, Damo.
problem with that though, Vayasa, is because of the uniqueness of black circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, like you may have your own reasons, but ultimately the goal that you're gonna end up accomplishing is a goal for a colonial power. Ultimately,
Yeah,
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Unfortunately, yeah.
So it's kind of like we
And that
can,
was my argument.
cause I feel like I could have beat Fye. I feel like I could have beat Fye. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, again,
Yeah,
I
you could
gotta go back
argue
and
Of
that
listen.
course you do.
differently. Well, I
You
think the
said
way you argue shit like that, I
The
think you
problem
would
though,
have presented
Domo,
a
is
different
not
argument.
defeating
You wouldn't have
Five
argued
personally,
what I
it's
argued.
defeating people's perception of this entire conversation on the whole. That becomes the problem.
I
what
thought it
you
was
what you mean?
Because we're looking at it from hindsight, not
Yeah,
their moment. That
yeah,
no matter what, red coat or blue coat, these motherfuckers is giving me freedom. I'm
right,
fighting for that. I'm not
right,
fighting for Parliament. I'm not fighting for Washington to expand west. I'm fighting to get myself out of bondage and get my family to humanity.
right.
And
but
you, if you,
hindsight wise, that's not what
so
happened
so
though.
that's where this entire conversation
Not even
becomes kind of
hindsight
it
wise,
becomes
fighting.
extremely it
You might
becomes
signed
extremely
up for your freedom, but you're fighting for the British, for what the British goals are. And I pointed that out. You might have signed up for your freedom, but you're fighting for the British. You're dying for the British. Those
but
slaves
That's
died.
you could say the same
Those
thing about the
slaves died in the
Patriots.
British.
Now
Yeah, that's
that's
fine. And that was my argument that you
yeah,
So
that
looking
should
at
be fighting for
that
the Patriots. There
number
was a
game.
reason to fight for the future with the Patriots. And
Yeah,
I
that number
argued that.
game got you.
I
That
didn't run
number
from that.
game did work in your favor, Five. As far as started with 20,000, only 3,000 survived. Only half of them lived through what it was at over there. It was freezing
Yeah,
and shit.
going to Nova Scotia, then
Oh,
going to Sierra
yeah,
Leone. Yeah, they didn't all
that
make
number
that trip.
game. But I agree with Viasa because I don't give a damn if we is fighting for the British colonialism. Who gives a damn long as we free? You know what I'm saying? I don't give a
You was
damn.
free when you escaped.
But there's still more to
Nigga
unpack than
told you
that. Like
escape
when you
from
say
them and come
Sierra
over here.
Leone, when you say Sierra Leone, now you have to look at what the British did. They created the West African Squadron, which stopped niggas being transported over here. And if you get caught anywhere out there in maritime domo politics, now the rule is we're gonna ship you to Freetown, regardless who the fuck had you. So to negate what British was doing in regards of creating the atmosphere for abolition is it behooves me to do in that time period. You got to think they breaking into the industrial revolution. They going through shit with France. They going through shit with just no longer wanting their hands in slavery. While on the other hand, the Patriots is trying to establish themselves. As soon as they motherfucking got they quote unquote independence, you see slavery catapult. Even on a maritime level, which we don't talk about, the American coastal slave trade that they set up coming out of Boston, going down to Texas and shit. This is why Haynes is he's not using it, he's criticizing the Declaration of Independence. He's calling it hypocrisy.
And that's
Right,
exactly what
and
I
that's
said.
probably that's. But see, that's what and
Excellent way
I
of
heard
using
those
it, Five,
arguments, Fye.
but yeah,
But
excellent way of how you worded it, but he was calling it bullshit, that it's hypocrisy.
but that's why when like Fye's
It's only
argument.
hypocrisy if you're still enslaving the black people while you're saying. It's no longer hypocrisy if you uphold it.
Yeah, and I got one for your smarty pants self. All them principles came from British people 100 years prior to the Bill of Rights and all of that. They already doing that in Britain.
Hold on, and that was the point. That's the point I was gonna make because and this is where Taz is saying I would have argued it differently because the principles that you find in the Declaration of Independence and that they used to establish the Constitution, they got from European thinkers, European scholars, right? So what we know is that even though that they're using this language of rights that we've seen being used before, we know that they perverted. We know that when they say man, they're specifically not talking Africans. You feel me? So that means that even like that the way that they poison the language associated with rights inevitably creates a dynamic where once these people, right, the people that cry about freedom and all this other shit, once they able to have it, we know they gonna deny it from the slaves because European travelers That was one of the things that they pointed out the most. That you hear cries of freedom from the drivers of the slaves. You know what I mean? Like, so while these people are literally yelling out, "We want to be free. We want to be our own nation. Right? We want to have our own rights." They're actively denying that from the African population, which means ultimately that this conversation of freedom, you can't trust the conversation that they're trying to have. You can't opt into America because America is perverting this conversation of rights that pre-existed the colonists. I would have just went straight anti-America like a motherfucker. It would have just been fucker. You know what I mean? Like I from an ideological standpoint, I wouldn't have been on no. I mean, the history shit only would have been based on philosophy. Historically, we would have been talking Kant. We would have been talking Rousseau, nigga. We talking all of them niggas. Like, yeah, these is European motherfuckers that's having this conversation, and then we seeing what the colonists are doing with that same conversation.
Yeah.
What side is not European? The Patriots was European.
Right, but at the when I say I'm distinguishing Europeans from the colonists at the time, because the colonial
Yeah, I get it,
identity.
but when y'all say stuff like they think they like how Biasa said they got it from British, yeah, they were literally a part of Britain and different European countries. They were
Only
building a new
They
country.
don't
There was
teach
no
that, but they
American
don't.
yet.
I'm
No,
saying
but
that, Five, because they don't teach us in America, especially in American public schools. They don't teach you the Bill of Rights is 1689, not 1789, verbatim. They make it seems as if these was homegrown ideologies, and they're not.
right, like this idea of freedom is an American thing, and it came out of the
But
revolution.
for me,
It's
it's
not.
hard to say that it is. Like, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean they're supposed to teach that. It's their country.
No, I mean, no, I get that, right? Like that's the nationalism of it. But if you understand the history of the principles that you find in the Declaration of Independence, like those principles existed in Europe. They pre-existed the colony. So if you can see how the colony, how like these colonists are specifically perverting this way of thinking, this understanding, like the contradiction that you called out, Europeans were calling that out at that time. Not I'm saying Europeans that were still in Europe, not the
Mhm.
colonists. They was pointing out that contradiction at that time, right? While America was fighting to establish that contradiction to our detriment. So that's what I mean in the context of like it being a Europe. I mean, and to be honest, like like we say it was European because that's the most, that's the they colonized the, like epistemic, what they call epistemic colonization. Because these are principles that even pre-existed, European thinkers. You feel me? But it's just that we know the European thinkers because of our colonized education. It's
So
that simple.
slavery was illegal in Britain, but legal in their colonies.
Yes,
Question.
because these colonies got somewhat. They're establishing GQ
Independence. Yeah.
somewhat of a sense of sovereignty.
Mhm.
Yep.
Like when you peel back the layers and you go past Americans' education, the Revolutionary War is nothing to do with what they talking about or taught us.
Mhm.
It wasn't solely about taxation without representation.
Right.
George Washington and all the motherfuckers wanted to expand west, push slavery, get rid of the natives, and colonize this continent. Like pay attention to the language they used. The Continental Army, Continental Congress.
Continental
Mhm.
Congress. Yeah.
They wanted the continent. But Britain is saying, no, we've already expanded too far, fall back. That's what the ruffle is about.
Mhm.
The taxation and the little
Taxation without representation. That's some
Britain is suffering
Americanized shit.
because it's
Well,
war with France, so
But
now they
how are
got to
you gonna say
increase
when that
taxation.
like it don't have nothing to do with that when they literally placed two taxes on them before this started really kicking
That
off? They
goes into
placed
what
two
I'm talking
taxes on
about
them.
with empire expansion. Five, you beat me to the punch. They starting to increase it, but even the taxation here is 29% less than it was in Britain itself. The people we talking about, George Washington and all them, they had it easy compared to actual British citizens in that aisle. Far easier. But they got greedy. They wanted to move west.
Yeah,
They
Foxy, you
wanted
only
more
looking
and
from
more and more
Americanized
power.
lens.
Yeah, they wanted to become monarchs themselves.
You
And
know,
to
you're
be
pro
honest, the
American.
war wasn't with the monarchy, the war was with Parliament. And it was all about money.
Yeah, Fye, your argument was more pro American and less pro black.
Facts, GQ. No shot at you, Fye, but yeah.
No shot. It won the debate.
It was definitely pro, but the argument wasn't a pro black. The debate wasn't a pro black
I
debate.
said, can either one of those be pro black? Like,
Yeah,
do
it's
you
not a
like?
pro black debate, nigga. You're asking to fight for one of these colonial powers, one of these European groups.
Yeah,
So it's not a
I
black
think
power
the
My
debate.
other one
argument
was
was
more pro
definitely
black.
pro black.
Yeah, I think the fight for the British was the more pro. I'm not saying 100% pro black side or argument, but more definitely more pro black than the opposite.
My
No, it's a
argument was 100%
beneficial to
pro
blacks,
black.
but pro black
My
is the
argument
word
was
I would.
only pro black. Like I said, he had to expand the Declaration of Independence to reaching black people to win that debate. And like I say,
And when
only
you say expanded, that's literally what happened with the like. Y'all
100
say that
years
like,
later.
huh? But I showed you in
It
real
don't matter
time.
that it
People
was 100
pointed it
years
out though.
later that it happened.
But they were talking about it in real time though. Abolitionists and more. I read about it. They talked about it in real time. This wasn't something that they only talked about 100 years later. 100 years later, they were able to establish things. But before that, it was being discussed when those things were being laid
right,
out. They were calling, like he just said, they were calling out the
but you
hypocrisy
got to remember
in
though,
real time.
my side of the argument was that was already established. See what I'm saying? Because I know, like, for some
What was already
reason,
established?
all of that. Like I shitted on you with the Jim Crow point when you said, "Ain't that Jim Crow?" Yeah, it's like 100 years before. They already been through that. They've built a community. They established it. But like I say, I'm arguing for the British. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I like for real.
But you saying in one hand they established the community, then you saying then they left that community. Why did they leave then? If it was so great and they established this community, why did they leave?
Why did who leave?
Why did 1,500 of them leave and go to Sierra Leone? If it was
Because
such a
they
great
didn't
community.
like it. Because they didn't like it in Nova
But it was a
Scotia.
great community they were building and,
Right.
and getting treated so great. Why would
Yes,
you not
that's
like
right.
that?
Some of the others that stayed. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
So the
Not
people that
everybody
left didn't like
Not
it. Why
everybody
wouldn't
left.
they like it? I'm trying to understand why they didn't like it. You never
It
said
was
why.
not- whether they like it or not, they're not slaves, which was the argument. The argument
No, it
you
wasn't.
never had
Nowhere
to
in the
deal with.
argument did it. Nowhere in the argument did it
Oh,
say.
yes, it was. I can show you
Where
what my
where did
argument
black
was.
people have? That was your argument. I get it, but that's not
Yes.
the argument.
Yes,
That's your
I'm
argument.
the affirmative. I'm the affirmative.
And I argue
That's
that
why I
they
don't know how
weren't
you score
guaranteed,
so
and I
high on the
argue that
rebuttal.
they weren't, and I argue that they weren't guaranteed freedom, and that you couldn't guarantee freedom for the rest of the slaves. You're talking about individuals possibly making it to the British Army and possibly getting taken on ships to Nova Scotia. Thousands were left.
Yes.
You're just talking about, well, 3,000 of us made it. If more of us would have left, maybe they would have had room on the ships for more of us. But they didn't even have enough room on the ships to take the people that were there. How are they going to take even more?
You asked me what I thought. I told you all each time.
Yeah, and then I showed how that doesn't make sense.
But hold on, but let me ask this: like, if the loyalists had won, right? What is the evidence that the trajectory that the U.S. was on in terms of the way that slavery became a backbone for how it operated? What evidence suggests that would continue?
Great question,
So the reason why I didn't want to tackle that is just because I think once you start looking at cotton fields and that type of shit, it automatically put you in that conversation of, okay, well, yeah, why not just continue slavery and put them to work, and let's get this sugar and this cotton and shit out here. Like there's no need to end slavery in 1833 if they get America. That was the danger for that argument. I ain't want no smoke with that. They don't need to end slavery if they get America.
Right, but and Vice, or if y'all niggas know, what was the driving force behind them banning slavery in Europe?
Shit, the lack of need for it, a couple rebellions, like it wasn't black liberation or no shit.
No, right. But if you look at it, but like the concept idea of black liberation kind of stems from the more prolonged slavery relationship in America. Like, what evidence is there to say that that the crown wouldn't have deputized niggas in America to keep because you gotta understand, like the niggas that was coming to build America was the outcasts. They was the weird motherfuckers.
But I tried to infer that by showing that's what they did with the people in Nova Scotia and the people who, what I'm saying, I showed that they were upgrading people from slavery to a goddamn sergeant in the British Army. So, what I'm saying, I thought that would, again, I thought it would translate, but none of that shit mattered. Like, people were escaping slavery and going up there building communities and joining the army and becoming important people there. They got their history is better fucking documented than ours for that time period.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't say on one hand, I'm not fighting for the British Empire, and then brag on the other hand that you're growing in the ranks of the British Empire.
Yeah, but that's okay. So that's what I'm saying. Once the British Empire becomes oppressive, then you fight the British Empire, which is what I said.
It's always been oppressive. When did the British Empire not be oppressive? While they were telling you to come and fight for them, while they were telling you, hey, if you're owned by patriots, come fight for us. They had rebel or loyalists with slaves. They had their own people with slaves at the same time that they telling you, hey, escape from that slavery and come over here where we got some of your people enslaved too.
Yes,
so when were they not a part of the slave trade? They were in it too.
It's a moral argument.
I'm not making a moral argument. I'm saying on one end, how are you trying to say these people are gonna save you from slavery? No, only people they're gonna save are the people that are able to make it and fight. They're not trying to save because you're saying it's about freedom, but you're only freeing the few that can make it.
Just to be clear though, your argument was they weren't gonna slave you from slavery. I fucking showed what they did.
Nigga. I didn't say. I said they can only save a certain amount. I said as a group, as black people as a whole, they could not. What you showed was they could save 3,500 people. There were 450,000 slaves. So what you're saying is, because it was about black people, should black people fight for the? So you're saying a couple black people, yes, a couple black people should have fought for them. So you're saying a couple black people should have fought for them, yeah. That's all you was arguing, that a few black people should have fought for them.
Should I say 500,000? Whoever can get there.
And that's what happened. The ones that could get there got there, and then the ones that they could take, they took, and that was a 3,000. But 20,000 got there. They only took 3,500 with them. But you're saying more should have went and got left in stranded.
No,
how does that make sense?
Stranded when?
It was a reason that only 3,500. They could not take all 12. Even if we say 8,000 died. And it was 12,000 left. They still only took 3,500.
Like
what do you mean?
They let you give that argument without showing where those people went. What I showed was they were actually saving slaves. There's a difference.
They were not saving slaves, bro. They were not saving slaves. So the slaves were saving themselves. You keep saying the British were saving slaves. No, the British was telling slaves to escape and come fight in our army. They were recruiting. You keep trying to make it seem like no, the slaves were escaping. Once you escape, you've saved yourself.
You do know I'm talking about the War of 1812, right? When I say that.
Oh no, I didn't know that part of what you were talking about. But either way.
No, not either way, because the War of 1812, they weren't required to fight for anybody. They was again sneaking off the plantation, coming up the coast, hopping on British ships, and being taken to Nova Scotia from there. They were literally escaping slavery with the help of the British.
Yes, they were. But see, this is what I'm saying. They escaped slavery. The British just took them somewhere. America. They escaped slavery on their own. The British just took them somewhere.
I can't believe they gave you credit for this fucking word salad bullshit.
It's not word salad because I said at the same time I asked you, I said it was 80 to 100,000 that completely left during this time frame. Only 20,000 went to the British. You're acting like everybody. Only 3,500 went to Nova Scotia.
They didn't have to leave. They gave
like large numbers of slaves were saved. You're acting like there were large numbers. No, they only able to take what they can take. But
right, so the argument is we want more. Like, shouldn't more people have?
They could not take more. They literally took what they could handle, bro. They could not take more. They didn't even have enough land for the 3,500 they got. But you're saying it should have been more of a bust to not have land and be up there disease. You're saying that was better to go die up there in disease than to fight for freedom for all the blacks that are still stuck down here. You're saying leave them and go fight for the British. I can't believe you think you should have gotten it. We both in disbelief right now.
If we stay at the last time period given, now we at 1812. The British gave us Fort Negro. We didn't have to go anywhere, and America came and blew that shit up.
Because it was the British's.
No,
they blew it up because it was the British's.
No, it wasn't. The British completely left. They left. They left it to Negroes.
Once you join the British Army, be honest, if you join the British Army, you are an op, nigga. What are you talking?
The only stipulation was they had to have the Union Jack there.
Let me ask you something. In 1812, where's Fort Knox at? Where's Fort Knox at, Viasa?
Yeah, that's man. That nigga said op, nigga.
Yes, nigga. What are you talking about? You would be. I literally read it. You would consider it insurrectionist. Yes, nigga. If you went and joined the opposite army of our shit, yes, nigga, you're an op. What are we talking about? How would you not be? Are you saying that you wouldn't be the ops to the American Patriots if you went and joined the British Army? You're not an op to the American Patriots?
I'm saying just the framing of that, given the circumstance, yeah, that's crazy. But you're right. But again, I know that, but I'm I just have to kind of keep it at that. But yeah, an op though, yeah.
They would be an op. You would be an insurrectionist. That's an op. I don't know if the word op threw you off, but that's what you would be. You wouldn't be a friendly.
Yeah, I don't think you're qualifying though that what the British was doing to help black people. And again, it's up to me as the affirmative to make sure people get that. But yeah, they were more of a benefit to black people than the Americans would have been in 1812, no doubt.
Well, you're welcome to believe it.
Well, no, the facts show that.
Not really.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't have to argue America in 1812. You know what I'm saying? You got to just say one thing about Philly and never have to deal with Manifest Destiny or America or none of that. Like you was kind of able to again just jump straight to freedom. You know what I'm saying? That was kind of
I mean, that's what you did. You jumped to when the British freed the slaves. You jumped to that.
1833?
Yeah, you remember jumping to that? That was a long time. That was a long time in between when they were supposedly freeing the slaves. You acting as if they were there to free slaves. They weren't. I keep saying they were there too. Because they didn't start from the jump saying, "Hey, get as many black slaves." They waited till they were depleted and in a need for slaves. So you keep saying it, talking about they were there to free the slaves. No, they were recruiting because they needed the manpower. Had nothing to do with freeing no fucking slaves. They used that as a tactic. And you trying to sell it as if they were doing it out of the goodness of their heart. No, it was a tactic. The same thing the Patriot side did. Oh shit, they using black slaves. We need to start using black slaves. Both sides did.
Where are you getting that from though? I don't think that they freed slaves out the kindness of their hearts or no shit. Where you get that?
I'm using that. That's being facetious, saying the kindness of their heart. I mean, but you were saying it like, what other reason were they freeing the slaves other than recruiting? Because when I said they were recruiting, you said no, they weren't.
Yeah, well, the Somerset case is kind of showing that they were moving away from slavery. Like that's just what it was. They were moving away from it. It wasn't the institution that it once was for them. So they was moving away from it. So I argued that there was no surprise in 1833 when it ended. There was, I'm saying, again, a whole slide up about the Somerset case. There was no surprise when it ended in 1833, which should matter that it ended before the United States.
But that's But again, this is assuming if they win this war, that they're gonna slow down on slavery and their expansion is not gonna happen. They're not gonna want to expand west like the are talking about. We don't know what was gonna happen if they win and keep that and maintain. I'm saying you can't. If they maintain their power, we don't know what's gonna happen after that.
But they let you though. But they let you argue it though.
We do
because once you say.
For that, you have to introduce another piece of evidence and look at Edmund Burke's sketch of a Negro Code in 1780. This was the forefront idea to create abolitionist movements in the entire West Indies area, which is the British colonies. They already moving towards it. Like, you have to factor in other things. Once they start getting industrialized, they don't have the need for forced man labor. They're moving away from that, opposed to America don't have that component yet. So they need it. This is why you see it drive upward after the American Revolutionary War, which was a civil war. You see the complete opposite. You see Britain starting to go down and you see America spiking up.
Again, why is America going up? Why is America spiking up, Biasa?
Do what now?
Why, and what you just said, is America spiking up at that time?
Money, Negro. What you mean?
Money. Why are they getting money? Why are you calling me a Negro and all that? Explain. Tell me. Like, y'all like to answer questions so the nigga ask you a direct question. Why? What do you mean by money? They just found some money somewhere? Or what was happening? Why were they getting more money?
Slavery.
Oh my God! So you're saying there was a need for slavery?
Yes.
There was a demand for slavery in the American colony.
Yes,
that's what you're saying, right? Okay, then that's my point. If Britain
wins,
wins, so that's my point, though, Bianca. If
Britain didn't need
oh my God. But if they still had the American colonies that you just said still needed slavery because they were making money and it was a demand for it in their colonies. If Britain runs those colonies and still taxing those colonies, you think they're gonna say, "Hey, stop doing slavery"? Well, y'all stop doing slavery.
That doesn't undo the historical facts, Fye. You
1800, they would.
You already see Britain moving towards abolition.
1800, they had already lost the war. They had lost the war.
They lost the war. Started overseas, not over here.
Yeah, but they had already lost the war. That means they lost territory. That's the part y'all seem to be skipping over. On one hand, you'll say America had a demand for it.
You break it up, Bob. I don't know if you're talking. You broke
Can you
up.
hear me? Yeah, I'm walking around this stuff. I'm saying that's their. If Britain wins the war, that's their land that you're now claiming the Americans have demand on. So that demand would go towards Britain and Britain's empire. So slavery, they would have no incentive to end slavery if it's benefiting them. But now that they lost the war, they lost that territory and that land, so their demand went down for slavery.
They still had land that had slaves, though. Like, and let's not forget, Canada already had a ban. Canada already didn't have slavery. That was British territory too. Like they was already like they did like they
So
was
why
already
didn't they end slavery in the colonies? Why didn't they end slavery in the colonies before the war happened?
it was going that direction. It was going that
What?
direction.
What from what did they set forth to say that?
I could argue if it stayed 13 colonies and the Revolutionary War never happened, slavery would have ended in this country before it ended, before 1865.
Yeah, give me something that you would argue. Like why would you be saying that? Well,
based
like
off the history.
what is you saying? Like what though? Yeah, give me something.
Again, the abolitionist movement started over there, and that's where it got strong at. And America picked up on what the fuck they was doing, and they started going in against slavery and everything else, and started bringing that movement over here.
That was after the American Revolution. The whole abolitionist shit
That's
coming
what I'm
from
saying.
Britain is after the American Revolution.
Remember what I just
said? So
said?
how are you saying they were moving towards it?
Remember what I just said? I said if the revolution never happened, slavery would have ended sooner than 1865 over here. If it stayed 13 British colonies, and the World War never happened. I ain't even talking about them fighting. I'm just saying if the war never happened.
I don't see how y'all think that. And you're basically saying they would have valued slave lives over the money and the demand that was coming from the American colonies.
That's what the abolitionist movement was all about. And
I'm not the abolitionists. I agree with the abolitionists would say that. I don't disagree. I'm saying if the British powers don't lose this territory, they're not going to agree with the abolitionists and fold. And y'all are saying they would.
They did. They did. Why you think
they didn't have the territories anymore? So they didn't have the demand. You're not listening to that part. Yes, they did after they lost the war and didn't have the territories anymore. So the demand wasn't there.
So again, why didn't they have all these slaves, all these other places? If that's the case,
that's not where the demand was. The demand was growing in America in the newfound land.
But Canada's right there.
What demand was up there? You're telling me Canada was right there. What was being harvested in Canada? Like it was in the South of America or in the Caribbean.
I can't give you anything that was harvested like that.
Yeah, because ain't shit up there to be harvested. It's fucking Canada.
But they still was building Canada up though. It might not.
Yeah, that's not the
farming might not have been the same, but they were still building up that country.
For me, it's just as simple as on one end, y'all saying the Americans had to keep slavery because of the demand. Y'all saying the Americans had to keep slavery. But then you're saying, but if Britain would have won that war, that demand is irrelevant and they would have just ended slavery because the abolitionists was on their way.
That demand would not because they would have went to the industrial complex sooner. They'd embrace that.
Based on what? Now you're gonna make technology move faster?
Yeah, well, no, technology ain't moving faster, but people embracing the technology would have moved faster because the South wasn't embracing technology.
But what makes you think the British? What makes you think because the British won that they were going to embrace it sooner?
I'm trying to tell you, the South were the only ones that was that wanted to keep slavery and everything else. They was pushing back against the whole technology movement. They was treating that shit like the day AI and shit. Like how motherfuckers treat AI today. That's how the fuck they was treating technology back then. They was pushing back against all that shit. But if it was still 13 colonies, they wouldn't have to say. They wouldn't even have to say. They would have just had, no, this is what we doing. This is the way the world's moving. This is where we going.
Even if we push that aside, Psycho, you have to look at the Quakers, which was in Britain. You have to look at the Society of Friends, who were pushing to end slavery, how they expand in Philadelphia. But all this starts underneath British thought. And it expands out, and this is in the 1750s, 20 years before the Revolutionary War. All this stuff factors in.
That's true, Charm. They did have the lumber industry. That's not farming, but like I said, they had industries up there. But yeah, lumber was huge out in Canada. I would argue still is. Even though I think Oregon pulls in the most I think they pulling the most lumber out of everybody. Abolition movement was the cause of religious hypocrisy. Yeah, yeah. You say that, yeah. I wouldn't argue that. Oh, you said Bowser. Well, I think it'd be abolition. They have a lot of trees. Might as well make use of it. Yeah. Still a lot of trees out in Canada. Still a lot of wilderness out there. Remote areas. Especially when you're going out like by Calgary and all that shit. Interesting debate though. It's always interesting to find out what things would be like if the losers had actually won. Hear this a lot with the Civil War and everything else. Usually don't hear it with the Revolutionary War, but Civil War, I hear this a lot. What if the South won? Hear this with World War II. What if Hitler won? Stuff like that. You don't hear this with the Revolutionary War. So I enjoyed it myself.
Yeah, I thought this was a good topic when they said it. When Domo said it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'm ready to get to the end of the season though, bro. I wouldn't have been that mad if I lost, bro. Need some time to chill. Do some
Yeah, I
other
know.
shit.
I tried to have this over already, but speaking of which, I need not tonight. I give you the weekend to celebrate at the best. Yeah, come like Sunday, Monday. I gotta get y'all a topic as soon as possible.
Yeah.
You don't want to wait last minute.
Yeah, hell nah, cause that shit had me crashing. Trying to read and shit, trying to get it all together. Shit had me crashing.
Gotta try to figure out something.
Trying to, yeah, cause I don't even be knowing not Domo, but in y'all make positions like that. Like I don't know what he is, other than Black Power.
Yeah. I could always skim through people's interrogations too, see if there's anything crazy motherfucker said that you might want to challenge him on.
I'm gonna go cut that shit out and listen to it. See if he say something. Cause I know he kind of on the Democrat side, so me and him would be similar with that.
And so he's left leaning. I wouldn't necessarily call him a Democrat, but y'all ain't going to disagree too much politically, but yeah, not too much, nothing drastic.
That's what I figured.
See, we can try to think of something. I don't know. I think he's anti-evolution though. I don't know if he'll debate that. But I think he's anti-evolution.
Oh yeah, you know, definitely my wheelhouse.
I don't know if he'll debate it, but I think he holds that position.
I see. I come up with some and see if I can bait him into taking something. Pause. I need this one, man. I lost one championship. I want this one.
Fye, how much in depth did you study this subject, if you don't mind me asking?
As much as I could in a short time.
Did you come across Harry Washington?
Yep, and Thomas Peters, I think his name was.
So, given your premise was arguing we shouldn't, what made you think through your own research, why would Harry line up with the British instead of following George?
You said, why would he line up with the British instead of following George? I think any
Yeah,
reason.
yeah. Harry Washington was a slave to George Washington that wound up fighting for the British.
Oh, that's what I
And
was about to say. I was like, that's what he did. So I don't know if you want me to give you a reason.
well, I'm just asking because your argument was we shouldn't have fought for the British. So
Yes, black. See, so this is the thing that some people take that question, I guess, as should an individual go and fight for the British? I didn't take the question as that. I took it as should black people go on. So that means
Talk about the
a
collective.
collective of black people. Yeah, the collective of black people, and that's a no. And now, if you're just talking about that individual man, I get it. I can understand why a person could hear about freedom and say, "Man, fuck all y'all. I'm gonna go fight for my freedom." They said they're gonna free me. I'm going. I get that. Like, that's a simple thing, but you leaving behind the other hundreds of thousands and you're doing nothing to free them. And that's why my argument was what was being built in America would give them a chance to free all of it. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, what when you say that most black people in that time period were enslaved in the South, that's where the majority of black people in this country was during that time period.
Yes. Yeah, that's that.
You don't think it would have served them, black people collectively? If we talking about like most black people were in chains in the South, if the Southern slaves could have all somehow, I know this is like they ain't had no internet and nothing like that, so they couldn't organize no shit like this. Let me just talk hypothetically. If they could have all like organized at the same time to just all just rush and just like revolt from the plantation, leave a plantation, and just make it to the coast where British ships are at and everything else, and they could and if they all leave at the same time, they can't catch everybody, right? And they just and the vast majority of them do make it to the coastline.
But that was my argument about the number, Psycho. 20,000 made it, bro, and it's a reason only 3,500 made it to Nova Scotia. That you think it's because a lot of them died or whatever? No, bro, they couldn't. They left some of them niggas stranded on the shore because they couldn't fit all them niggas. That's my point when he said the 450,000. How was they gonna get all them niggas, bro?
Well,
it's just not realistic.
They didn't have to. Well, what they wouldn't have done, what they would have done was not take them away. They would have got them suited, booted, and put them to arms, and then this, that, and the third, like gave them ammunition, food, and everything else.
That would be your hopes. That would be your hopes because they got to make it there. All these 450,000, we know they're not all gonna make it there. And then now you leave me with no choice but to argue. If you're willing to take 450,000 and run and escape, why go run to another colonial? Why go run to the motherfuckers that's oppressing the same motherfuckers that's oppressing you?
Because
how does that make sense?
Because they didn't have slavery out in Canada.
But they weren't telling them that. But hold on. They didn't know they were gonna. They didn't know they were gonna be going to Canada. That came last minute. Oh, we got a desperate dash. We're running. They didn't know they were going to be going to Canada. The point, what they were being, but what? No, but so you can't say. They were being sold on freedom. They weren't being sold on going to Canada. They didn't know where they were going.
Well, when they went to Canada, that was freedom.
No, was it though? It was the same shit. It's just that you weren't in bondage.
What do you mean? They wasn't on a plantation out there in Canada.
You're assuming that they were going to be able to take 450,000 people to Canada, and now you're saying, and then you say, when I say that, you say, nah, some of them was just going to be posted up fighting on the shore.
Well, I'm saying everybody.
So are they? So for the ones that were on the shore, are they?
I said that because of war, and people die in war and everything else. So everybody, I'm talking about the survivors.
Do you consider the ones that were fighting in the war as free?
Yeah.
So the ones they were having as servants in the war, they were free? Because everybody, they didn't send them off the war. They had a lot of them motherfuckers doing the work around the thing, having them staying in barracks. They didn't have them living in luxury and shit.
Using your own evidence that you used tonight, the Rhode Island situation, when they got those slaves to fight for them for the Patriots in Rhode Island, the first thing they had to do was emancipate them. and then
No, they didn't.
Yes,
No,
they did.
they went through the same thing the white people went through. No, what do you mean? They had to they had to make the mustard of the kernel, bro. That's it. That's what everybody has to do to join the army. What are you talking about? Where is that emancipated? Where did you get that?
They freed those slaves first.
Oh, I thought you were saying emasculated. My bad. I thought you said emasculated. Okay, I heard you wrong. That's why I was pushing back. Like, what? Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, they emancipated them first, and then they made them. Then they got them to join the army.
But that was the difference with British. You weren't emancipated first. You had to do your service first. You didn't. That was one of the things I was pointing out. That with the American Patriots, with at least the Rhode Island Act, as soon as you was in the army, you was absolutely free. That was the wording. That's why a lot of the motherfuckers that was the slave owners was pushing back on that shit, and they had to repeal it in like 4 months because they was freeing them niggas soon as you passed the little thing to get in the Patriot Army, you was free. Absolutely. And that's why I'm like, bro, that's totally different than a motherfucker telling you, hey, come serve it.
Once they became part of the British Army, they was free. They wasn't on the plantation.
No, hell no.
They wasn't on the plantation no more. They was free.
Why y'all say that like joining these? You were not free if you're under British control. You were slaves you think the British people didn't have slaves? You was not free, bro.
Not in this landmass.
Let me ask you this: if they were free, if they were free, how was Dunmore able to say he was going to try to? He offered up to trade the Ethiopian regime members to the Patriots if they were free.
Say that again.
How was Dunmore able to offer up the Ethiopian regime members to the Patriots after they got their ass whooped if they were free people?
He tried to pull a fast one.
Because they're not free people, bro.
He tried to pull a shady trade.
And then he left 500 of them on the shore. But you're trying to tell me if more niggas would have came, they would have saved them niggas. And so I'm trying to tell y'all, they left niggas already. When it was less than 20,000. But you saying if 450,000 or if 200,000 come, they would save them niggas. No, bro. But I did. And so did Taz. And those were the numbers I was standing on. I agree with him. 20,000 escaped to British line. Only 3,500 went to Nova Scotia. Why is that? Because they didn't all die.
No, I ain't saying
they could not take all of them niggas, bro. They literally left them on shore. Literally, like, bro, we can't take all
them. But they won, that wouldn't happen.
That's y'all assuming again. That's y'all assuming that the British would have won had they just had the more black slaves. That's an assumption. We don't know that.
Well,
we don't know that.
I know how Britain moved after all this. Even before all this, I know how they was moving. They was getting away from slavery. But quicker than this country was.
Because they did not have. Because there was an economic influence of slavery, bro. It was a necessity. They needed slavery here. It was a growing economy. And that's why I'm telling y'all, had Britain won, they're not abandoning that. I don't know why y'all act like they were going to be like, well, I know it's growing over here. It's a lot of more money and demand over here, but nah, cut that slavery shit. We don't need it. That's how y'all acting like they was going to be. No, nigga, that slavery. If they would have won these territories, the South was not ending slavery. Because the British won the territory.
Yeah, they would have ended it quicker than it did under America. Because under America, they got to hide under this whole states' rights and everything else, and we get to do whatever we want to do, and the federal government can't tell us shit. You know, we are. But
the Parliament and the King came.
They was moving like they was their own sovereign entity, right?
This is my thing, bro.
That's what caused the whole secession, right? Like it was like the federal government can't tell us shit. Because they wanted to get away from motherfucking slavery. They just like the rest of the world. Like I said, like they wanted to get away from slavery and get to the Industrial Revolution, and just like Britain already was doing. And this country felt like they was getting left behind the 8 ball because we playing around with this slavery shit when everybody else is using this new technology. We gotta catch up with the rest of the world and everything else. But if this was, like I said, this is 13 colonies though. They wouldn't have had that they wouldn't have been able to hide on this fake sovereignty that, you know, well, we just gonna do whatever the fuck we want to do. You know, Britain would have said, oh no, motherfucker, this is what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, you're assuming that, bro. You're assuming that this king and this parliament are such great people, they were gonna end slavery, even though the demand was growing. And yes, like that industrial revolution, it has to go with the time. It didn't happen that quick. There wasn't Just boom, the American Revolution, Industrial Revolution. So it was time in between that. Them niggas was not.
Happening.
Yeah, it was around the corner. That means during that whole time they was gonna keep slaves.
I mean, they ended the transport of slaves and everything else. Like I said, this country, Canada had already not had slaves. That's why they was going to send them, and that's why the black people, that's what they all ran to. All the runaway slaves all tried to head up to Canada because there's no slavery there, and everything else. And the British government actually protected them because the Fugitive Slave Act didn't go into Canada. The motherfucking Americans couldn't go up in Canada and go snatch up those slaves and bring them back. The British government protected those slaves.
But this is my thing, and this is what I was trying to push as well. Like when y'all say that these people would have ended slavery or whatever have you, that's fine. Let's say they would have ended slavery sooner. They also could have turned right back around and said, you know what, we want slavery back. And being under that British rule, you have no. It's not like America where we know Trump want to take this shit back to 1932, but we can push back. We got a voting system. We have a way to fight that. If it was a king in the parliament, you don't have no way to fight that. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But y'all assume everything gonna be gravy. These white people ain't gonna change their mind. They just go.
They wouldn't have moved back.
See what I'm saying? You just assuming that everything was gonna be good. It's safe to assume that, but it's not safe to assume no other way.
But they're treated us like second-class citizens, yes. But that's what this country ended up doing any motherfucking way. They just would have did it.
Both of them did. It just bothers me, I guess, that y'all make it seem like the Britons were these nice white people.
No,
when they had some of the worst slavery out of all the slaves.
On slavery than this country was.
It was a reason this country was stuck on slavery. It's not like they didn't benefit. And I ain't saying it's okay, but it's not like there was no benefit. They were benefiting from slavery, and Britain slowly stopped needing slavery. Ironically, when their colonialism started to kind of not be as vast.
That's funny. Topic: can the Lakers win with 5 all white boys? I know, right?
Hell no.
Look like they trying to build that up too.
Hell no, they can't. Not at all.
They ain't gonna be able to play no defense. But wow, all white team is gonna give up 140 points a game.
They don't even got enough white boys that score like that.
I'm saying they're gonna have. All white team is just going to try to they just got to try to outscore you all day long. Like they not stopping nothing. They not stopping nothing. They just got to hope they don't miss. They not stopping nothing.
You think they fucked up by prioritizing Austin Reeves over LeBron?
Nah, LeBron's done. And LeBron
time to move on.
Yeah, and he be honest with you, he's a circus. Like at this point, like he is. Is the best thing Lakers could do is move on. They did it. It was a thing that happened. Take from it what you will and just move on. Like all the all the Bronny stuff and the this, that, and third thing. Like it's just too much. Like nobody really want to deal with that. Let somebody else deal with that shit. This is last couple of years. Is he going to retire this year? Is he not going to retire? Blah blah blah. Are y'all gonna pull him from the starting lineup? Are y'all gonna keep starting him? Y'all got to do all that shit is headaches, dog.
It depends on where he go. If he goes somewhere where they make it, I think he'll stay 2 years. But if they don't see something like a championship run, I think this might be it for
him. But the Lakers? You said the Lakers don't make a championship?
No, he over with the Lakers. No, LeBron don't.
You talking LeBron? Oh yeah. I think he's gonna play 2 more years. I think he's gonna play.
I think that's the most.
Years total. I think he's gonna play 25 years total. This next year will be 24. He's gonna play. And I think he's gonna go to Cleveland. I think he's gonna close it out there. Like I said, that's just the perfect storybook ending. Cleveland actually got a decent team, so at least they'll compete and they get to the playoffs. They compete for a championship, and it ain't gonna be no lock. But at least he got shot. You know what I mean? Like he ain't going no bum team or something. He started there. His legacy's there. They said they'll take Bronny too, and Bronny's from there. He was born there, raised there, so that's familiar territory for him. And it is less pressure. It'll be less headaches with him over there in Cleveland. Like Cleveland, they're not going to be pressing him the way he was getting pressed out in LA. But I'm gonna be real. I don't think those Laker fans even really embrace LeBron as a real Laker.
Oh, they never did. I used to argue with him. They never did. Niggas didn't want LeBron.
One thing them Cleveland Cavalier fans ain't never going to do is press LeBron about not being a real Cavalier. You know, he the greatest Cavalier of all time. You know, he played most of his career was with this team, even though he left and came back and left and might be coming back again. He's the greatest Cavalier in team history. History,
hands down.
It's not even close. Like it's not like second place is like so far away from him. It's not even close. It's not even a debate. So yeah, they literally gonna make a statue with him. That's another thing. They can do he can do his whole farewell tour with that team, and you know they do all the little statues and retirement and numbers and that. Like, yeah, just let him go to Cleveland. Like,
that farewell tour gonna be crazy, nigga. That nigga farewell tour gonna be lit, nigga.
Yeah.
But I personally want him to go to Minnesota, bro. I personally want him to go to Minnesota. I think him, LaMelo, and Rudy Gobert, Jaden McDaniels, AO, he'll be nice with them niggas. But I don't know because,
I think
a lot of ball. Yeah, it's not enough basketball to go around.
And people and it's not even so much that LeBron, that selfish motherfucker, like demanded the ball like that, everything that third, but they gonna feel pressure to give him the ball.
Yeah,
just because he's LeBron. Anything else, like it's LeBron. So they're gonna feel pressure to just having him there is just like I said, he's better off going somewhere like Cleveland. He's better off going somewhere like Cleveland.
I want to switch the subject a little bit. Still NBA though. I just was seeing Shannon them talk about it yesterday. Just think about all this Terry Rozier and Malik Beasley shit with the gambling.
Oh, the gambling shit. Oh, yeah, the gambling shit. Yeah.
They cracking. You think they just cracking down because they trying to lock it up?
I think they crack it down because of Vegas.
Yeah.
Vegas teams wanting the NBA wanting to go to Vegas, just like the NFL and everything else. Is that and the third? Like they cracking down on the gambling and then you got all this FanDuel shit and everything. It's that and third, and the NBA more than any other league gets accused of motherfucking bullshit, right? Like fixes and rigged and everything else. Like NBA has a black eye with that shit more than any other league. And
I ain't know that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And to be honest with you, it's fair because a basketball game is the easiest game to rig.
Yeah.
It's so hard to rig a baseball game. You gotta have so many people in on it, and the pitcher has to be one of them. If the pitcher ain't in on it, then the whole shit falls apart.
It's over with. Yeah.
It can't just be the pitcher. It gotta be a bunch of motherfuckers in on it in order to make that work. Now, when it comes to motherfucking football, you could rig that, but it's harder to do than a basketball game.
It'll have to come down a certain position and shit.
Yeah, like motherfucker pass you ball like and you just let it go out of bounds like, oh shit, damn, my bad, fuck, damn. They just have motherfucker hit you with a go blow by you or whatever. Like, damn, my bad. I thought I had help over here on the weak side. You know what I mean? Like it's just so easy to rig that shit. And you don't need a whole lot of help to do it either.
Nigga, they got a nigga breaking down one of Malik Beasley films showing that nigga like I guess his bet that they put money on was him going over on rebounds. Bro, when I say this nigga was trying to take rebounds from Giannis, this nigga was going hard trying to grab his final rebound, bro. And then you can see when he finally got the rebound he needed, how relieved he was in Psycho. When I say these niggas I want to say they was up like 8 or 10 with like 4 seconds left, and this nigga hustling hard as hell to try to grab a rebound. It's like, nigga, I know you on some fuck shit.
Yeah.
This shit was crazy.
Yeah, that stuff happens, like the shaving, the points, and all this other stuff, everything else. Like, I be thinking it'd be some bullshit going on in the NFL at the end of games. Like at the end of games, where you have certain situations where a motherfucker could have kicked the field. A motherfucker could have ran the clock out. Instead, they kick a field goal at the end of the game, late field goal that they didn't even need. Like I think it'd be a lot of funny shit like that going on in the NFL. Like, motherfuckers could have scored a touchdown, and instead they just settled for a field goal and fuck people motherfucking parlays up and everything. Like, I think it'd be a lot of that shit. At the end of games, I think it'd be some fuck shit going on with football.
Yeah, I can see that. Because that's the easiest time to do it in football.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's never no telling, boy. And yeah, you're right when it comes to like that Vegas. If you want to bring a team to Vegas, y'all gotta make that shit trustworthy.
Yeah, they gotta crush down on shit. Yeah.
Hey, yo, that Eagles Rams game. When you said that it come down to the last minute, when they when they blocked the field goal and the dude ran it back like 80 something yards. I think it was last season. The Eagles played the Rams at home, and the Rams were winning, and they went for a field goal, and the Eagles blocked it, and the big ass D tackle ran it back 85 yards. He didn't even know the Eagles were winning. The Rams, if they would have made the field goal, they would have won. All he had to do was block the thing and fall down. The game was over, but he scored. So that got to go on with y'all thing with Vegas. I was like, well, why the fuck did he fucking score? He didn't have to score.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just bounce on it, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that shit, like, man, that shit be pissing me off, man. I lost like 3,500 because Wemby didn't win an MVP, man. I was mad as shit.
And he damn sure it's some niggas that argue he should have won it too, boy.
Yeah, me. Fuck yeah, nigga.
They should have won. They should have won the series. The motherfucking choke artist ass motherfucker.
Yeah, that was ugly. That was a nasty work, boy.
Nah, I knew they was going to lose because they was all young and they figured they going to get there again. But
not everybody. Wemby might, but the rest of them.
No, that team solid. That team, yo.
I think niggas is getting traded, bro.
They need help.
No, what's name is out? Like you talked about Beasley.
They need somebody. They need somebody who can get buckets, dog. Like,
hold on.
Like buckets. Like they need.
I think that guard can get buckets. They just didn't go to him.
Like a Jimmy Butler or something. Somebody that cause they didn't have nobody to close out, bro.
They did, but they took him out the game.
Jimmy Butler would be nasty with them, bro.
All they lost is because they lacked a closer. They didn't have nobody to close out, bro.
But look,
everybody was playing hot potato with the ball. Like nobody wanted that motherfucker. Nobody really wanted to take the shot, and they all settled for 3 points. Like they had nobody driving to the lane, opening things up, and nothing like that. They all would just be at the top of the key, pass it around on top of the key, and then they just settle for a 3-pointer. Like they had nobody to close out.
If you watch it, in my opinion, I see what you're saying. I think that the coach fucked up. The guard that was putting in work, they kept taking him out. I'm like, why y'all keep taking the little nigga out? The rookie ball, Harper.
Yeah,
they kept taking Harper the fuck out the game.
Put in fucking Fox bum ass.
That's the nigga that need to be investigated.
I knew you was gonna say that, boo.
Yo,
I ain't mad. Yeah, he probably do need to be investigated because he was doing some stupid shit, dumb shit.
And he been in the playoffs before. That's the crazy thing. Like, nigga, you been here before, nigga. Maybe not the finals, but you got some experience in the playoffs, nigga.
He's one of the people on the team that had playoff experience.
Yep.
So ain't they paying that nigga like $50 million?
Yep.
Oh yeah, he got a bag.
Yeah. He going to. They probably said, "Listen, little nigga, you want that $50 million next year? You better throw this shit. We gonna get you fuck out the league." $50 million over a ring, niggas. Who said that? It was a prolific basketball player said, "Fuck them rings, give me my money." Well, oh no, he wasn't prolific. The boy that lost his podcast, Arenas. Yeah, remember Gilbert said, "Fuck them rings. I'd rather have the money."
He brought up another topic. You ain't do nothing on that one. I'm surprised, Psycho.
I was going to talk about it on Monday, but I got caught up arguing about the other stuff, like naturalists and all that shit. But I was going to talk about it on Monday. But yeah, that motherfucker lost his podcast, about to get it back. Everybody got fired. That That shit was hilarious.
It's a lot of shit going on with this shit.
It's podcast, typical podcast drama. This is like, and this the thing about podcasting. After a while, it starts off with, well, it's different, right? Like some podcasters shows are dependent on like having guests on there, right? Like it's all about what guests they have on there. Now, Gilbert and them do the guest thing, right? They'll have somebody come in and sit down with them, some old school motherfucker, whatever the case may be, and they'll chop it up with them, do a little quasi interview or whatever the case may be. But that wasn't really their thing. Their thing was kind of centered around the personalities that's there, right? And giving their opinions on, the games, the history, whatever the case may be. It surprised me they can do that many shows about basketball. Well, not during the season, but like during the off season. What the fuck are y'all? Anyways, but that's what the podcast game done turned into now. Like you got to be a personality, and within that, it starts. It starts a lot of infighting and bickering, and motherfuckers start wanting to be the lead man, and like it becomes weird. It's kind of like having a music group. Kind of like having a music group, right? You guys like music groups. Great music groups always break up. No music group really stays together forever and shit. They eventually break up because egos are getting out of whack.
Like Rashad McCants, thinking he's supposed to be the lead singer.
He was lucky he was there, but he was there just because he do weird shit. He be caught for shit. He just does weird shit. It's hard for me to say he's a good personality because he really, outside of him dressing weird, it really ain't no personality there. Outside of him dressing weird.
He's a fuck. I cannot stand him, bro. I hate when I don't like people I don't know, but I just cannot stand that nigga, bro.
Yeah,
he get on my fucking nerves, bro.
I fucks with Kenyon. That's my nigga. I always fuck with Kenyon.
Yeah, I fuck with
Kenyon always been my dude. So
Kenyon only get on my nerve when he be trying to bully niggas, but other than that, I fuck with Kenyon.
Nick Young is hilarious.
Yeah, that nigga's stupid.
That motherfucker is hilarious. That motherfucker got me chuckling. I thought they had a good moderator, the old boy and shit.
Yeah, he good.
I thought he was good.
I think he gonna stay with Gil though. He's still gonna Josiah. He gonna stay with Gil.
Yeah, and Gilbert is just Mr. Controversy. He gonna be the one to jump out the window. He the window jumper. He gonna jump out the window and say some wild shit and get a reaction.
Yeah, Gil the
one said that shit.
Gil going off that 60 points on Kobe shit. That's all he talked about. I had 60.
That's his claim to fame. That's his ring right there.
Right.
That's his ring. That's his championship.
That's all he go. And I like. I ain't gonna say I like Gil, but like you said,
shit, that one of my favorite YouTube personalities. My bad.
Yeah. It's all about the personalities. That's what I was gonna say. He has that awkward. He has like an awkward personality. Like it's like you like him, then you're like, what the fuck did you just say? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you like him, but you don't agree with everything that nigga
right,
say.
You're like, whoa, why'd you say that? Like, he one of them weird niggas. Like, he remind me, like, I hate to do this with you, Fye, but he remind me like a Lil Wayne. Like, Lil Wayne will say a hot-ass line. Then after that hot-ass line, he said some shit. You're like, what the fuck?
That's definitely Wayne.
So that's how Gilbert is. I'm like, yo, yeah, I fuck with you. Whoa, why'd you say that? Yeah, Gilbert, and then with the card game shit, like the way he walked out, I don't like that shit.
That was shaky right there. That was shaky. Don't get me started on that. I ain't snitch.
Yeah, I ain't like the way he walked out.
Oh, he definitely told.
I think he snitched on Chauncey.
Yeah,
why Chauncey everybody say that?
Yeah, that's what I think. I believe that. Like right after Gilbert got popped, not too long after that. All of a sudden, Chauncey gets motherfucking popped for damn near the same motherfucking thing. And then afterwards, Chauncey gets in a whole heap of shit. You don't hear nothing else about the Gilbert shit. What the fuck happened to that? I don't hear nothing else. That shit is it talked about? Nothing, anything. He got a whole shit, and then the show blows up afterwards and shit like that. Like, and you still don't hear nothing about that shit. Ain't Chauncey locked up?
If he ain't locked up, he on bail. That shit ain't over with. I know that.
It was Chauncey and somebody else though. Who's the other nigga?
It was Chauncey, Malik Beasley,
No,
Terry
no.
Rozier.
On the card game, it was Chauncey and somebody else. Another
Oh, from the
NBA
card
player.
game. That's right. Yeah, that was a Terry. That was the
Yeah, it
gambler.
was another NBA player that he jammed up. I
I
forgot.
think Gilbert snitched on all them niggas.
The way he walked out, hell yeah. He walked out smiling. I'm like,
Gilbert just seemed like he seemed like that type nigga. He seemed
yeah.
like that nigga. He a snitch. He a snitch.
Oh, he
like
damn sure gonna tell. He don't even seem like he gonna sugarcoat it. He gonna tell you, yeah, nigga.
right,
I told.
snitch. What would you do?
Yeah, like one of them niggas.
He give up your middle name, your kid's pet name. Like, God damn, dog. It's a card game. Take it. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Like, just say, yo, that was all me. Give me a cheeseburger. Like you in there, and like you said, Chauncey done lost a fucking head coaching job, man. This nigga crazy.
Oh yeah, it's over with. Chauncey, you'll never be in the NBA again. I don't care what go on. So
he ain't gonna be affiliated with the NBA or nothing. He might get a high school coaching gig or some shit like that, but that's about as far as that shit. Semi-pro, maybe some shit like that. But he ain't getting no college NBA gig.
They fuck around try to take that nigga ring, bro. Like, give us that ring back.
They would. They would. They definitely would, bro. Yeah, nah, nigga, you embarrassed.
Invite him to Detroit Pistons shit any motherfucking more. Like, like they had, they had like little reunions and shit like that for all the great Pistons and shit. They fuck around and leave his name off the list.
They might, bro. Because that's that disgrace shit. You know what I mean?
Wasn't he the MVP?
Yeah, he was MVP in the finals in 04.
Come on, man. Damn, Chauncey. I mean, not Chauncey. Word, nigga, you can't be ratting on niggas, dog.
We don't know if that man told or not, man.
I believe he did. I don't have no evidence, but
niggas running with that shit, bro.
Bro, the way he came out of court,
how all this shit happened, yeah, I believe he did it. I believe he did it.
You don't come out of court cheesing like that. Like, he was happy as fuck. Like, yeah, it ain't on me. He said that it ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm like, oh, damn.
You renting out your house and everything else. That shit. And the motherfucking card table literally says some shit like Gilbert's motherfucking gambling, some shit like that. I forgot what that shit. I forgot whatever he had on that shit, but that shit was like,
that shit also had his name on that shit.
Yeah, incriminating like a motherfucker. And like, I'm like, yeah, I don't believe this shit, dog. You talking about he this motherfucker rented out girls to be there. He rented out girls to be there, like the waitress and shit like that and everything else. Like, come on, dog. You ain't know nothing about these card games going on in your crib, and you renting out girls and inviting big name motherfuckers to come through, and but you ain't had nothing to do with this shit. Right.
They said you ain't They said you ain't about nothing. What's up with Chauncey? Oh yeah. Yeah. Chauncey, yeah. He came all the time.
He might have did him like Kobe and did what you call this shit. Like, listen, man, I ain't like motherfucking Chauncey, man. I'm not up here running these little illegal ass gambling things, this, that, third. You know what I mean? You got the raw motherfucker. My name ain't Chauncey Billups. Chill. Yeah, I mean, he probably just started name dropping this shit. Like,
that shit crazy.
Well, hopefully that nigga's son make it big too. We need to leave that nigga name out. Hopefully Chauncey's son.
Yeah, the sad part is that shit gonna fall back on him. They ain't just gonna let it go now. I ain't saying they won't let him in the league, but he'll get blackballed, nigga. He got to be amazing.
No, I meant Gilbert's son. Gilbert, not Chauncey.
Oh, Gilbert. Oh, okay. Yeah, Gilbert Arenas' son. All right.
Yeah, because he nice.
That little nigga, all right.
Yeah, he nice. Y'all see the game tonight between the Wizards Bull and the Utah Bull? What's his name? Peterson and D.A.B.A.T.E.
And AJ D.A.B.A.T.E. Nah, who got the best?
That shit was nice. That was a good game. The D.A.B.A.T.E. shot bad from the field, but I think they won. I'm not sure. because the debate came on, so I had to turn that shit off. But
we appreciate it.
Well, let me is
funny,
Truth
Nick.
around? Truth not here? I hope he don't listen to the replay. I think Cameron Booth is going to be the motherfucking rookie of the year.
Nah.
Yeah, he got a chip on his shoulder because he wanted to be number one pick.
Where'd he go to? Memphis?
Yeah, Memphis.
Nah, I think it's gonna be the kid in Washington. I
know that nigga mad as fuck. He done got sent to Memphis and they got rid of every fucking body.
Yeah,
that's another reason why I think he's gonna shine because he's gonna have a green light over there.
Yeah, but it's gonna be he a power forward or three?
Yeah, four.
Nah, he ain't gonna shine. He gonna shine, but he ain't. Nah. He ain't got nobody. But he ain't got nobody to get him the ball though. Like you see what I'm saying? Like I think the boy in Washington or the boy in Utah might be the MVP, rookie of the year.
Well, the Bouncers gonna have a great season because nigga, they got a slick squad out there in Washington.
Exactly.
They got a slick squad.
And the boy in Utah, they're going to give him the green light. So he might average 25, 26. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a good rookie. This rookie draft wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it's picking back up. It's
but
getting there again.
Yeah, that boy in Utah, tough, man. That Darren Peterson, tough, man. The Sixers got the boy Feline. Yeah, it's gonna be a good season. If like y'all said earlier about the bullshit that happened, like the referee, what's the white Tim McGonaghy or whatever the white
McDonough,
the cheating ass niggas. So them niggas hated Iverson. They hated him. Hated AI. And
everybody loved him, boy. That was that nigga, boy.
Yo, listen. I used to have season tickets when AI was there and shit, man. Them motherfuckers used to call some shit. I'm like, God damn, what? I ain't even know about Vegas shit like that. Like, I was never really a gambler, dude. I threw some dice, but I ain't really bet. You know what I mean? I ain't do bet on horses or race cars and shit. And when my man put me on, he was like, yo, this is the new shit. I'm like, the fuck you mean? You could bet on what? How many points a nigga gonna get in a quarter? The fuck? When they start doing that, he's like, oh man, this some shit. They been doing this shit. Like you can bet on this. You can bet on a nigga who gonna have more points in the second half. I said, shit. Like, let me get on my shit. I ain't.
You can bet on Call of Duty now, nigga.
No, you bet. Yeah, that new app. What's that shit called? Like you can bet on like a fucking tornado hitting somewhere.
Yeah, bro. You can bet on anything. If Trump gonna try to run for another term, nigga.
Yeah,
all type of shit.
He said you can bet on Call of Duty. It's crazy.
You can do that on what's the purple one? Prize Picks.
You can bet on
like game.
What you mean, yourself or?
No. Well, I'm assuming you could, but it's like
holy shit.
You bet on game sessions.
That's
like how many wins, how many kills the nigga gonna get, all that type of shit. You bet on all that.
We done got retarded with that shit, bro. That's crazy.
That's why I say it's gonna eventually go to where people are, instead of it being the game, you're gonna be in. Either they're gonna change it to where it's interactive type gaming, or they're gonna have people really in this shit doing the shit and you controlling them.
So you're saying like what blue argument was simulation?
Yeah, kind of like that, but we know it's there. It's not no secret. Like we create a simulation and people go into it, kind of like Avatar. A little bit.
You know what? I wish. See, I work for the post office. I wish I can fucking make a betting app to see who gonna call out tomorrow. Like
probably could.
The odds on that would be fun. Yo, you think Blue gonna call out tomorrow? Yeah, that nigga want. Like they had that nigga put it in the fucking motor. He calling out tomorrow. Like that's how the shit go at the post office. Like damn, I gotta figure out how to do that shit.
Yeah,
I
I'm
make
pretty
that
sure
shit
you
at the
can.
job. Like, yo,
Yep, you just keep it at the job. It ain't gotta be nowhere else.
yeah, it's like the local facility. Yo, you think Bull gonna call out tomorrow? Yeah, I think, yeah, he calling out. That nigga had to put a motor in today. He ain't coming in tomorrow.
That nigga
That's how the
birthday
post office be.
tomorrow.
That shit be so crazy that like Fye, you be at work, the motherfuckers like, mind you, our job ain't that fucking difficult. They be like, hey, Blue, I need you to go ahead and put this belt on. Oh, nigga, fuck that. I gotta put a belt on? Yeah, it's right there. Just put a belt on there. You put that belt on, you calling out tomorrow. This shit is crazy. I'll be like,
don't want to do no work. That's why the robot's gonna take over. Nigga don't want to do no work.
No, listen, no, not at the post office. Never. Post office will never have. Listen, somebody has to fix the nigga. It's not
always
going to
gonna be somebody on hand to fix them.
Yeah, but it's not going to work.
Two people.
Fine. The way that they work at the post office, that robot is going. It's not going to work. We already have robots that don't work. They in the fucking shed.
Them was the low grade ones.
No. Somebody fucked it. Somebody in the post office put some shit, and then they gonna fuck him up. The post office is an extremely strange place to work at, bro. Like,
I got them Will Smith robots on the way soon, nigga.
Nah, I really think that we are, like, I think we're a special group of people because, like, I go to training a lot in Oklahoma and shit. I meet niggas from different areas and shit, and we all got that same nigga we talk about at each plant. It's the same exact nigga. He just in Ohio now. Like, no matter what we talk about him, ass crack out, the nigga recycle cans out the trash can, the nigga.
Oh, y'all got a homeless nigga?
No, but what I'm saying, every fucking plant has this same nigga.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like, it's not actually the same nigga, but
not the same exact nigga, but it's So I'm like, damn,
the same type nigga.
Am I special because I work for the post office? Like, what nigga am I?
I was about to say, you ain't realize there's a bunch of yous over there too.
Exactly. So that's why I'm like, yo, and it's government. So I'm like, yo, they got me.
They got you, bro. They done cloned your ass. You don't even know. You a clone. You don't even know it.
I'm a nigga that's in fucking Michigan right now. Saying, yo, man, I ain't doing that shit. Fuck you. Fuck that. It's another nigga in Michigan doing the same shit I'm doing. This shit is crazy.
Blue was right. It's a simulation.
He might, man, yo, go back. He won that debate, man. Fuck it. It's you and Blue in the finals, bro. Fuck that.
Oh, I already beat Blue. And y'all may one of the only niggas I ain't debated yet.
And now I'm an old head, bro. You gotta
get a topic first, man. Trying to figure out what to debate that old nigga about.
Well, if y'all got like the 2 weeks time, I would talk to, like, if you find a topic, I would talk to like one of your uncles or something and say, hey, yo, listen, I want to know how you feel about this. Because, you know, and y'all may gonna come with the old head, you know what I mean? The old head talk. And Taz is mid range, you know what I'm saying? He's still a young boy, but old head.
Still close to my age.
Yeah, he's still in the young boy old head. Like, he don't know what side he want to be on. He run roll over and be an old head tomorrow and a young boy yesterday. So, and Yame straight old head. Like, he got grandkids. He helping the fucking community. He probably got like a fucking garden and shit. So he the nigga you gonna have to really, you know what I mean? You could do some young fella wisdom on him, but if he get that grip, you know what they say, them old head grip, you might be in trouble. But it should be a good debate, man. You guys, the league, I salute Psycho, y'all, all of y'all niggas, y'all did a great job, man. I just think that you know, niggas need to, and this ain't a shot at nobody, and if they want to come at me, I don't give a fuck. I just think niggas need to just take their losses and move on. Like, I think Lucky was like one of the most humblest niggas. And he's like, all right, you know what I mean? I appreciate that. No, I mean, even though he disagreed, he was like, "Yeah, I'll take that loss," and he ain't go in. But I understand, certain people, going to do what they got to do. But just take it, man. I lost. All right, I'm gonna move on. Next year, I'm gonna get better. Like, I salute you. You did your shit. You did your shit. And I think, matter of fact, I wanted to ask you this: Did you join the league? I think you joined the league on the after party. Somebody challenged you to something, and you was like, "Nigga, I'm gonna join the league." I forgot who it was. Yup. Yup. And that's how you joined the league. And I was like, this nigga done joined the league from an after party and became the rookie of the year and about to, possibly win a championship. That's crazy.
Yeah, thank Madonna.
That's crazy. A lot of
literally the only reason I joined this shit because he was talking shit. I was like, I'm gonna join that shit and debate your stupid ass.
Right. You wanted to debate him personally, not everybody else. And it got to you, you got hot. And like I said, you did your standing points are well, I think your ability to cancel out what a nigga's saying is good. Like you have that ability to like, all right, yeah, nigga, all right, I got that. Like a lot of people don't have that where you can just end the, when you get your point out and you question them and they kind of erratic on it, you be like, all right, that's enough. Let's move on here. A lot of people don't have that. And that's one of the things that you did tonight in your not the rebuttal. What's the shit called? The rapid fire. Yeah. That you kind of like, you kind of hitting with something and you kind of made him agree to something that you said. And I was like, damn, he got him right there. And that's one of the things that, like, I think it was close. So either or, it's like one of them boxing matches we watch and shit. It's like, yeah, I ain't mad at whoever won it. You know what I'm saying? It was a good debate. And I hope
you seen my facial expression, nigga. I damn sure was surprised. Once I lost the chat, I was like, he at least gonna get one of these judges.
Right. I thought so too. When Psycho paused, I was like, uh-oh. Yeah. And then he said, and yeah, the other I said, damn. So hey, good shit. It's good shit, And I think it's gonna be the same with you and Ayame. I think it's gonna be a good debate. You both are 90% of y'all were all good debaters. You know what I'm saying? I mean, homeboy in Oklahoma gotta learn a little bit more, but he's good.
I swear it's his topic choice, bro. I don't care what nobody says. That nigga, and he does it intentionally. I ain't gonna say on purpose because I ain't saying like he stands on what he's saying, but he know what positions he's taking is like
outside. Like he'll say, what weighs more, 1,000 bricks of feathers or 1,000 bricks of bricks? 1,000 pounds of feathers or 1,000 pounds of bricks. He'll want to debate that, and he'll say it's feathers. Like they both 1,000 pounds. Like that's the shit Vino be arguing. Like, nigga, what are you talking about? Like, but Vino, he brought a lot of interesting thoughts. But I like Lucky a lot. I like Lucky. A lot of the females were good. But hopefully,
I think Honey and Chocolate was both good. I know
Honey was fire.
Shit, but she was
Honey was fire, but you can't crash out, baby girl. But she was fire.
Yeah, you can't, bro. She ain't, and I don't think she had to do that. Like I don't know what we be on, bro. But niggas ain't gotta do all that shit, man. Everybody be trying to be right, including me. Yeah, man. I ain't saying like it don't be me too, but nigga don't gotta be on that shit.
Yeah, I think my baby girl, homegirl, Angel will be back. I think she just tired of this bullshit, and as deserving as she said what she said, and I think she'll just probably be more in the back scenes, probably get another judge, and she'll just probably tally up the shits and be like, this is what it is. Like I said, my man Psycho, shit, I don't even know. I think I seen Psycho. I forgot what page I seen him on. Probably Q Butter page. And I didn't know nothing about his whole style. Then, like I said, I met all y'all niggas that's over here. Like I don't even Like, I used to be on the Garfield. I saw you at Garfield and all that shit page, but even I fuck with Bobby Banging. That's my man. This is Bob.
That's my nigga, dog.
Yo, I
That's my
fuck with
nigga.
him heavy. That's my guy. I fuck with him.
That's my
So
nigga,
I'll
dog.
be over there with Juju and them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you know
Cedric.
that's us.
I just like information. I like good balance. I like the heated arguments that become calm. Long as they become calm.
Yeah, cause it like as long as we talking about something, it don't bother me, bro. But if we just arguing just to be arguing, that's why I hate when people be like, man, you just arguing just. I do not argue just to argue. So if it
Right.
sound like that, bro, figure out what I'm arguing, because I'm not arguing just to argue.
Right. Yeah,
Like, I assure you.
And that's the shit I love, man. I've been around a lot of these shits, man.
You willing to debate that, Fye? Because you were arguing as young man.
I'm gonna argue, but I don't like if I'm arguing with you, I really think what I'm thinking. Now, if you're having a hard time convincing me otherwise, maybe that ain't my fault. You're not explaining it well, so I'm gonna continue to say my point because I don't think you're right. Yeah, there. It's not arguing just to be arguing. You haven't convinced me. Cause soon you know this, Viasa. Soon as you say some shit to make it click on my end, I'd be like, "Damn, bro, you right." I would argue. I'll say it. You know what I mean? I'd be like, "You right."
Chat joke about y'all that y'all argue more than married people.
No, but we do.
Hey, if married people don't even argue no more, dog. Niggas just be like, yeah, whatever. That shit arguing we don't even argue no more because I'm married 20 years, cuz. My wife say some shit I disagree. I was like, yeah, you want something to drink? Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not arguing no more. Like, you're right, you got it.
I got time for that shit.
Right, you got it, sweetheart. What we drinking? You want a bourbon? Like, I'm not doing that. But like, I know Vyessa from Each One Teach One. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's.
Oh yeah, I used to be over there too. I just wasn't on their panels and stuff. I just be in there learning.
Yeah, Danny's my
smart
guy.
To be on them panels.
Danny's my guy, and
Rob Bourne, my nigga, bro. That's
Rob Bourne is
one of my favorite people to watch too, bro.
If this motherfucker
don't count out Mossy and.
Oh, now that's the game. Now you know I fuck with Sean.
About,
you know Sean, my nigga. So
and Coffee Pot Side Research team.
Yeah. It's crazy because all the people that I be cool with, like certain sectors, be beefing with them. That shit be funny. Like how don't get along, and then niggas be beefing with Sean. I be like, damn, and niggas don't like Garfield. I be like, all the niggas I used to fuck with don't none of these.
Yeah, Garfield.
It sucks. I done caught a lot of strays because of that sentiment you just expressed. Lots of strays. Like, God damn, I ain't had nothing to do with that.
Had nothing to do with nothing, but that's game though, so it is.
Because you was over there. You was over there.
Still over there, goddamn.
Yo, Rob Bourne, and I used to fuck with him. I'm like, nigga, if you can't get specific right, I'm going. He used to keep saying Pacific. I'm like, bro, what are you saying? It's specific. But Rob Bourne's my guy. I miss Each One Teach One. I
was mad when they shut it down, bro.
Yeah, I told Danny that. I told him that. I was like, you shouldn't have did that. I got an Each One Teach One hoodie. That's crazy. But
like that was an informative channel. Like y'all really were doing what you were supposed to be doing on that channel.
Yeah.
The thing is, they'll let people rock out. I think that's the element that is really most disheartening to them is galvanizing participation to where it literally becomes each one teach one.
Right.
The Black History Month challenge, for example, like that was open for everybody to come and present, but nobody would show up. They'll be there for the bullshit. You get what I mean? Rob Bourne snap off on Unc or somebody, and it's 800 live viewers. But when it's time to
for the knowledge
information, it's Ghostville.
You know, like it's everywhere though. Once the beef start, even in here, once the
when they
the
was
chick,
barking on each other earlier, the chat was full.
right? It's 9,000 people. But once everybody gets calm and start talking some real shit, it's like 8 people. And what's the bull Garfield used to have? I fucked with him heavy. Maru, right? I fucked with Maru. Maru was calm. He was pretty calm. But Garfield's my guy too. I donated a lot of money to these niggas. Garfield, Bobby Bank, that shit's crazy. This shit was crazy. And they all started from that one guy, which we ain't gonna mention, but
Well, actually, Unc was before Psy. He didn't start some stuff.
well, I mean,
But
when I
so
say
a lot of people
started,
did find out about Psy. But
yeah,
I
that's
knew
what I
about
mean.
Unc because I was just on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the whole where we at now. You know what I mean? Unc was Unc. I know Unc, yeah. But it it's a lot
Like
of misinformation.
a lot of
I
niggas
found
used to
Uncle
watch
before
that.
I never.
That's why I
Yeah,
said I
I
found
did
Unc
too.
before Sonetta.
I did too. I'm saying it's like that made them where they at now, in my opinion.
YouTube mainstream in the conscious community.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation on that joint, but there's a lot of characters too. A lot of characters. Oh my god, the characters was crazy.
I tell you, man, nigga, you ain't never lied. Like you can make an animated cartoon about that standing in front of that white little thing on 125th.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody need to make one of them cartoons about that shit, boy.
It was characters, bro.
That motherfucker. What's the fat Imam Bashir? That nigga was a punching bag.
What's the nigga? Somebody who did the debate? I was about to fuck with Blue when he talked about they cured sickle cell. What's that nigga? He from Philly too. I forgot that nigga name. Oh man, he had 2 names. He was a Muslim name and then he changed to something else.
Ali Muhammad.
Yeah, didn't he have a machine that he said he cured sickle cell? Remember, he was promoting this machine on that page, and he was like, "Yeah, I cured sickle cell with this machine." I was like, "Nigga, you ain't even graduate from Temple."
I don't remember if it cured sickle cell or not, but I remember the machine. I don't remember what he said it did, but I damn sure remember.
Yo, one of them niggas, it might have been the other boy that's in the pokey. He said that he cured sickle cell. One of them niggas over there said that shit. I'm like, what? And Ali Muhammad didn't graduate from Temple. I went to Temple. He was down there. He might have had a bean pie or 2. He didn't graduate from Temple. When he said that shit, nigga, you ain't graduate from Temple University. You lying. I was like, this nigga tripping. What did he change his name from after Ali Muhammad?
He's some Indian now. Yeah, he's native now.
He a native. What'd you say it was, Psycho?
Some Indian shit. Don't get me in line.
Yeah, I was like, yo, this nigga did not fucking graduate from Temple. I was like, oh, this nigga lying. I was like, this shit is crazy. Like a lot of the people that dealt with a lot of that Philly shit, the only nigga that really did it was Danny. Danny did that shit. Danny knew a lot of shit about Philly. Ali, this guy was crazy, man. To be in them bookstores back in the day, I'm like, this the nigga right here? Like, this shit is crazy.
I still don't believe True Storian is a real person. That nigga is a robot.
Nah, Danny real. He drink beer, man. Real niggas drink beer. Danny a real boy. That's my guy, man.
I'm a real boy.
That's my guy. When he started talking that Philly history, I was like, oh, I fucks with this guy right here. He put me on some shit I ain't even know how to. The William Penn, the shit was direction towards the people. I'm like, what the fuck? I went down there, looked at shit. I said, God damn, that nigga ain't lying. The South Side was for the blacks. I said, this nigga crazy. He gives a tour too. If anybody, near there, like everyone to come through, he do give a tour to what he be talking about sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna set my youngest daughter to go on a tour up there, but vacation got canceled from going to New York. But
Okay.
yeah, would have
Oh,
been dope.
you was going to slide through Philly?
No, no, no. My daughter was headed up to New York, and I was gonna
Oh,
link in with Truth and get one of them tours.
yeah, it's a good tour. She would have enjoyed it. Like, it's a lot of history down there. Liberty Bell, Congo Square. A lot of black history, man. Now Washington Square, but it used to be called Congo Square. It's a lot of black history, man. Philly's a good town. It's a little dangerous now, but it's a good town. Got the good areas, like you said. If she'd have been on the tour, she'd have been straight. That's a safe area, but you go into some of them places. I don't even go in them motherfucker. I'm cool. I ain't got time for that shit. But I just left Norman not too long ago, Viasa.
Oh, that's what's up. I remember
Yeah.
you said you was coming back, but
Yeah, I go to
time
training.
this year been breezing by like shit. It's damn near August already.
Yeah, I was out there about a month ago. For 2 weeks. I got to go back out there for a 3-week training. I really don't want to do that, but my job sending me out there for a 3-week training. So, I mean, the first time I went, we visited. I was out there for 3 weeks. We went to Tulsa. We went to the bombing site, Riverwalk, the Dallas Stadium, Oklahoma Stadium. So we did a lot the first time I was out there, but mainly when I go out there, I just rent a U-Haul truck for the weekend and go see the peoples and bring that thing back. But Norman done changed. It's changed a lot. It's growing.
Yeah, they trying to grow Tulsa too. Like every time I go back, I see something new. Maybe not so much behavior wise, but you can tell they building on it. Minus the north side. It's
Mm-hmm.
like that irks me. It's like you niggas got all these dispensaries and still don't have a Walmart.
Yeah, where I would, where I'm at Norman at the NCED. I think I told you where I stayed at NCED over there. They got that big brand new Walmart and all the coffee spots and the wing spots, and I went to this. I forgot the name of this spot I went to. Pretty good wings, but I'm from Philly, so it's different taste. You know what I mean? But you heard of the Tree Lounge?
What I don't like about all those areas is it makes it look so much like Dallas. The more they build, it becomes
Mm-hmm.
just a baby Dallas.
Yeah, but you heard of the Tree Lounge, right?
What is it?
It's called the Tree Lounge. It's in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I haven't been, but yeah, I've heard the name.
Yeah, it's a little like black
Yeah.
club and shit. Um, I always go there when I stop through there. I roll by myself because I don't know what other niggas do, so I don't like to be with people that might have did some shit. I don't know what they did.
I need to find out if that's in Bricktown or not.
It's
But if
right
it's
outside of Bricktown.
okay,
It's about
historically, that's the the Black Vegas of Oklahoma City.
Bricktown?
Bricktown. Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's where damn Buddha's in the chat. What's my invisible man? What's his name? Shame I can't think of it. I'm up here working and multitasking. Buddha, who am I thinking about at the moment? Who wrote Invisible Man?
Bricktown.
Can't believe this ain't
Wow.
coming to me.
I mean, Bricktown ain't bad, but it ain't Vegas at all.
Well,
But
I'm just saying it's our night hub, our gathering
yeah,
place.
no. Night
Yeah,
wise, it's
yeah.
tough. Yeah, it's not bad. It's for where I was. It's good. That's why I said like right outside of Bricktown, that's where you got the tree lounge. That's where like most of the blacks, and I think it's at more of an after hour. Because like I said, I always go there, just for being with my people. You know what I mean? Like Bricktown, you're gonna get everything. Everything.
Shit,
So
I can't believe I had it, but I just wasn't sure. Ralph Ellison. Ralph Ellison was in Bricktown, and
okay.
a lot of our jazz artists
Yes.
who hit Chicago and New York was all out of Bricktown.
Yeah, they got a nice jazz spot down in the area too.
In fact, Ralph Ellison's book Juneteenth is a baby tribute to Bricktown more than it is about Juneteenth. It's just titled Juneteenth.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. That's sound kind of dope. Yeah, I'm starting to like it a lot. The first time I went, I think what year did I go? I think it was like 2015. It wasn't shit to do. I was like, what the fuck is this? Um, but I've been out there about 4 times now. So every time I go out there, it's a little bit better. You know, y'all got that outlet out there, the new mall, the other mall, then the Sooner Mall, the casinos. But I tell you one thing, y'all spot a motherfucking foreigner. Y'all know a motherfucker ain't from there. Definitely know people from. You ain't from here, is you? Nah, champ. I ain't from here.
Yeah, it's not a bad place. Y'all got to forgive the music in the background. I'm still at work. But I tell people, yeah, it's if you're not from here, yeah, it's gonna be culturally slow, but it's got a little mix of everything and black life from every region. So
Fact.
if you link in with the right people, you're in good hands. I would hate for your experience to be a V note, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's not an awful place. It's
yeah,
just not as fast as a Philly, Chicago, or New York, especially economic wise.
yeah. If you from the city, you can go there and make some money though.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can make
things
some
still
paper.
move around. You get what I mean? From on the clock to off the clock in the streets, shit still moves around. It's just it's not a
Fast paced.
Harlem. Yeah,
Yeah, it like you said, the crazy thing is, because thank God I didn't do it. I was gonna link up with the boy, and after hearing his talking points, I was like, the fuck? No. Cause I hit him up. I'm like, yo, I'm about to be out here, you know what I'm saying? And then when he came on here with his talking points after, I'm like, I'm glad I ain't hit up with this nigga. I ain't glad I ain't meet with him because I'd have been in a whole situation. The way he be talking, I'm like, no, I'm cool, bro. I'd rather ride solo. But yeah, I definitely try to let you know the next time I get out there. I know you said I think you said you had people out there in Norman, so if you want to
close.
come,
My mama stays in Noble, which is
how far is that?
like right outside the city. so it's not too far away.
Well, I don't know if you play basketball and all that. I know you said you got kids, but they got a pool and shit. So um, if I'm out there in this warm weather for the day, you know what I mean, I can get you a pass for like $5 for the kids to get in the pool and you can shoot some basketball hoops and shit.
Yeah, I used to hoop when I was younger. Never played for like a school team. I got banned from schools here. But
Yeah,
street balling and your pickup games, yeah.
yeah. That's all it would be. Like your kids be
But
in the pool
yeah,
and be out there playing in the gym, and it's a nice pool. They got a saltwater pool, but like I said, I'll let you know. You want to come out, bring the kids and the family, be like, yo, babe, take them to the pool. We gonna go shoot some hoops. I get y'all in there for $5. So I don't know if you've seen the place or heard of it.
what was that? I just walked past the last spot up here. What you say?
The place is called the NCED. Yeah, have you ever heard of that?
Uh-uh.
So look up Norman NCED. It's like a hotel, but that's where the postal people go to train. It's the NCED. So, like I said, when I get out there, if we on the panel together, and I'm out there for 2 weeks, I'll be like, yo, if you want to come through with the fam, we got a pool. I get y'all in for $5, and y'all can enjoy the festivities for the day.
It used to be a rivalry, well, unspoken rivalry between Tulsa and the city, between black people. And all that area, we declare the city. Um, so I didn't spend a lot of time up in the city. It's not that I can't go, it's just uh, it's still somewhat foreign terrain. But yeah, if I can shake free, I'll most definitely try to shake hands with you.